You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast. What is happening, everybody? Happy Friday night. Hopefully everybody's having a great weekend so far. Thank God it's Friday. It's been a long week. We got a lot to cover tonight, and we're going to do this now. For those of you watching here on YouTube and Rumble and on video via X, we're kind of prioritizing spaces on this one. And however you guys want to consume this content, you're welcome to do it. But we're just kind of live streaming to everything. So we are definitely going to get to our spaces in just a few moments. There's a couple of things I want to cover and a couple of folks. I'm going to go ahead and start designating some speakers. We got Zach Kaizen over there. We got to make Obscure moderator as a co-host. We'll make Jen a co-host. But we got a lot to cover tonight that's kind of specific to X, but there's a lot of else going on out there. So anyways, I want to say hi to everybody showing up tonight. We appreciate this. We weren't really planning on doing a live stream tonight, but I'm glad we're doing this. I like incorporating these spaces. I need to do it more. I think people get a lot out of it, and it gives you guys a chance to jump in and talk. And I want to say, regardless, look, I want to try to get as many people in here talking as possible. Make sure that you guys can, whether it's challenging me or anyone else that is speaking, whatever it is. But we are going to keep it civil. We'll keep it friendly. Hopefully we'll keep it a little lighthearted. All those things. We'll see how long that lasts. We'll see how long that lasts. But I do want to say hi to everybody over in the chat. We got Patriot Lady, Texas Motherbird, Lori Matthews, Lace is showing up, moderating for us. We love you, Lace, and all the stuff you do behind the scenes. Jen with a Y. And many others. Folks, if you haven't done so already, make sure you like, subscribe. If you're not following me on X and you're listening to this on X, make sure you follow us on X. If you want to subscribe on X and support this channel monetarily, we appreciate that. It's a couple bucks a month. It goes a long way. And of course, you can become a member on YouTube, and we really appreciate doing that. I'm going to do my very best to at least do one member and subscriber space per week. I think we're just going to designate it to be Wednesday. So give you guys a chance to talk about whatever you'd like to talk about, recapping whatever's going on out there. But I want to talk about a lot of, obviously there's a lot of things going on right now, whether we're talking about the Charlie Kirk situation and some other things. One of the main topics tonight, and I'm going to go ahead and let Zach talk. I'm going to give him a mic here in a minute. But if you're not aware, and I was aware of this, I just didn't know how far this went. There are these lists on X. And people were telling me, Gary, you got to check the list. I'm like, I don't even know where to check these things. They don't really care. And I finally went and found the place where you actually find these and you check them. And I'm on at least 500 lists. Most of them are not good. And I'm trying to get Zach to come on. He actually informed me on this, Zach Kaizen. If you guys aren't following him, make sure you follow him. Some other people worth mentioning that are in the space right now that are worth following: Obscure moderator, Nish Perez, Jeanette Garibian, Little House is there. All these people are great people. Lady Luck Club in the house, Lynn Pell, Ari, John Galt. John, I've been enjoying your content. I appreciate some of the things that you've been saying and posting. So I have enjoyed your content and been following you as well. So again, we got a lot going on there. Let me see these requests. And of course, none of this is working tonight. I'm sending out requests. People are requesting, I'm granting them. Spaces sure is clunky sometimes, folks. Spaces sure is clunky. I was just also reading some of the comments over here on YouTube as well while we're waiting for X to start working correctly. There we go. And I may need to, I had to do this last time. Can everybody hear me on X? Give me some thumbs up if you guys can hear me on the spaces. I want to make sure that you guys can actually hear. There we go. All right. Zach, let's talk about some of these lists, how they're being utilized. And quite frankly, I see this as kind of a tool. It's a tactic of the left. And I am going to, I can't hear you guys for some reason. So I'm going to log out of the space and I'm going to log back in. All right. Let's see if I can hear this time. There we go. All right. Finally, it's working on my end. I can actually hear now. Zach, take it away, man. Let's talk about these different lists. For those of you watching on YouTube and Rumble, if you're not on X, I think you should be. I think it's a great place to be and a great platform. Really good way to share content, obviously, and kind of see what's going on. It's a great place for news if you follow the right people. But Zach, kind of take it away for us, man. Of course, Zach suddenly lost his speaker privileges. Dude, come on, Spaces. Quit being silly.
Gary, no, he's talking.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
All right. I can't hear him.
The space is really behind.
Yeah, I know, but all right. I'm just gonna log out of it again. Just keep him talking, and I'll shut up. Technology. The thing about technology is that sometimes it makes you believe it works, and then you start relying on it, and then it doesn't. All right, let me go back to. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me.
Gary, it looks like the space just ended.
Oh, it sure did. Just. All right. All right. I'm getting that echo through yours. All right, we're gonna try launch another space. All right. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. I don't know what's going on with X. I don't know what's going on with spaces. It is what it is. We'll try this again. Again, sorry folks over there on YouTube. All you're doing is this is a tutorial on spaces, essentially. How they, I don't know, they just kind of turn off on you sometimes. All right. Let me designate some folks here. Co-hosts. Where's the obscure moderator? Where's he at? Where is he at? Hopefully Zach will jump in here. Nish is here and is requesting to speak. While we are waiting on Zach to jump back in here, if anyone has anything that they want to talk about, we can address that right now. I just made you a speaker, SK double dub. You're good to go. Obscure moderator, made you a co-host. We did have at least two of these where we did this, and it worked perfectly fine. Worked perfectly fine. Jen, I guess for giggles, while we're waiting for everybody to get in here, and just make sure I can hear everybody, talk a little bit about this case in the UK, because that is pretty interesting. And we're going to cover it more in depth in the next couple days. But Jen, talk about that a little bit.
So the case is about the Anne Widdecombe murder over in the UK. She was a 78-year-old, very outspoken former politician. Everybody kind of felt like she was maybe the grandma version of Charlie Kirk. She was one of the best-known conservative politicians. She was in the conservative member parliament between 1987 and 2010. She was minister in John Major's government, just on and on and on. And she became part of she became the spokesperson for Reform UK. She was murdered on July 8th. And when the news first broke, the police said she died in her home. And, everybody thought because she's 78, it was just an older woman who passed of, natural causes. Then on July 10th, it came out that, well, it might have been suspicious. She had fallen. There was some damage to her head. And then drip, 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 it comes out that she was beaten about the head 21 times with a hammer. And again, they're drip, drip, dripping this information. At first, they didn't think that it had anything to do with politics. And now they just came out and confirmed that the person who drove 300 miles to kill her and spent less than 2 minutes in her home and beat her about the head 21 times with a hammer while she was eating lunch is actually a left-wing nut job.
Yeah. And I like how the fact that when we're
going to be diving into that a little bit. The counterterrorism police took over the case on July 13th. Again, the guy was supposedly not leaning one way or the other. At least that's what the police originally said. And then when the counterterrorism group took over, obviously that changed. And so, yeah, it's a little bit wild. It's a little bit crazy. And the media has not touched it.
Well, and what's even crazier is, again, because it's a trans, just like if we have any sort of cases that involve Islam over there, like we always see suppression time and time again. They don't want their own people, much less the rest of the world, knowing what's actually happening. And, we see what happened with Tyler Robinson. I don't care what everybody thinks or who else in here thinks that it was Israel. Look, trans activists have a real issue when it comes to violence. And we see this time and time again. We've seen multiple shooters, an extremely high overrepresentation for their actual numbers. I mean, it's crazy. And there is a link to that. This is one of the things that I talked to specifically with Chase Hughes. I interviewed him. If you guys haven't seen that interview with Chase Hughes, he specializes on manipulation tactics, psychological operations. He was in the military. That's what he did. And now he works in the private sector. And he actually creates like training programs for companies, marketing strategies, and he still does some consulting work for the government. But I asked him specifically about this. He's like, hey, there's this overrepresentation of trans people. It doesn't make sense. Just looking at the statistically. And I asked him specifically, is there something to the idea that a trans person would be much easier to radicalize and weaponize? And he was like, absolutely. He's like, when you don't even have your identity established, then anything can pretty much be transposed upon you. And, what he was talking about was the fact that there are absolutely algorithms that just go through, they can identify, they can find these people. They can find exactly what they're looking for, the exact psychological profile, and then they already have a formulaic program in place that they know how to start manipulating these people. And it's not 100%, but they can do this at scale, folks. And there's these people that sit in these Discord chats and all these other little, dark corners of the internet, and they're online 18, 20 hours a day. And like, this is psychological operations golden era. And you better believe the Chinese, the Russians, like everybody, Pakistanis, I mean, anybody with a government is doing it because it's cheap, it's easy, it's super effective. And it's much more effective than, trying to launch bombs or anything else or actual attacks on Americans. They can do this at scale, and it's just a matter of playing the odds. At some point, somebody is going to do something. So, I still think this is exactly what took place with Thomas Crooks. Whether our government was in on it or not, I don't know. Given that we had the deep state, which is really just a leftist, communist, dark faction of people in different areas of government, I think that's a very real possibility. But I also think it's a real possibility that we had, foreign adversaries that are doing this exact same thing that could have manipulated Thomas Crooks and or Tyler Robinson. I'll tell you right now, I don't have any evidence necessarily of that taking place with Tyler Robinson. And really, we don't have any evidence of that with Thomas Crooks either. But I do think that people need to be aware that this is happening. You can guarantee that. And then we also need to understand, I mean, my God, for your kids' sake, like, you got to monitor your kids and what they're doing online. And if it's not something crazy like that, you better believe there's child predators. I mean, what is going on with Roblox and some of these other things? We got to get a lot smarter, and we need to understand that this is the battlefield, and that includes our kids are right here in the middle of this battlefield. So you better be watching what they're doing. You better be having conversations with them. You better be educating them and making them understand. We need to have BX on again real soon. And we haven't even gone into the idea of, 76409A. That's a whole nother area. And I honestly think that those are potentially Chinese, Russian, or foreign operations as well. And, there's operatives that are out there. They can pretend to be whoever they want, represent whatever they want, and just out there manipulating people and using something like 09A or 764 as cover for what they're doing. But, again, that's speculation. Take it for what it is. Zach, I don't know how far you got. I couldn't hear what was going on earlier, but I got my ears on now. So let's talk a little bit about these lists. Let's make people aware of what's going on with these. And I've literally spent like 4 minutes scrolling nonstop, and I never got to the end of the list that I'm on. So talk to people about that.
All right, can you hear me now?
I can hear you great, man.
Gary?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, I can hear you great.
Yeah, I can too.
Okay, great. All right, so I guess I can run through it quickly because it ties into what you're just talking about. The article that is in the Jumbotron is what I published earlier. It starts off talking about how this is being used for the psychological aspect of it, and also used for profit for people like Candace Owens. She can use these things and actually profit off of them. When you get into the list portion of it, which is kind of the bottom part of that article, the list is a neat feature if people were angels. It allows you to kind of create your own custom for you filter. You can put people that you want in there, and then you'll get a nice little feed that only shows the people you want. How it's being used is differently, and it's been going on for years. but it's really started to ramp up on the so-called woke right or woke right, whatever you want to call them. So years ago, you'd have leftists using it for this, where they would go in and this is how they would identify who they wanted to mass report, who they wanted to spam bot with. And now you got the grippers that were using it in the 2019 to 2022 range. They're still doing it, but no less so. And now you have the people that are supporting the likes of Tucker, Thomas Massey, Candace Owens,
real quick,
that are all using the same thing. I don't know if they're doing this themselves or if there's just people who are supporting them doing this, but this is what's happening. So you end up with people.
Zach, real quick, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm just talking.
Yeah.
I actually am showing my screen on YouTube right now, and I just want to take people through this. So if you all are on X,
yep.
All you need to do is go down here on the left-hand side. You have a menu, obviously, and then click the three little more buttons down here. And at the very top, there's a list. And then you go to, let's see here. Right up here at the very top where it says search lists, there's three little dots. You hit more, and it says list you're on. And these are lists that I have not subscribed to or anything else. And you can kind of go through, and most of these are pretty abhorrent, Zionist cucks, pedo protectors, kike slave faggot. I'm probably going to get clipped over here on the YouTubers. But anyways, and so you just, all right, so we got that now. I'm showing them that. Zach, take us through the rest of this.
Zach, can you hear us?
Zach, go ahead, buddy.
It looks like he dropped off. It says he's just a listener on my end anyway.
Still showing.
Still shows speaker over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see him as speaker.
I'm sure he'll come back. Zach, you back?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Now I
was talking and then.
Yep. Now we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me make sure I'll just make sure my mic is still working. All right. Yeah. So the list, obviously you didn't subscribe to any of these. These are people can put you on a list without your knowledge. With no permission, nothing. So you get put on there, and what they use it for, ideally, the original purpose of it was obviously you create your own custom For You page where you could actually have people you care about. That's the great side. However, it's used nefariously by bots and spammers who come in, and they will put you on a list. And I'll start with a bot one first. They'll come in, and the bot will either leave a whole bunch of comments tying you up forever, or they will start, mass reporting you. You can also have other people that are doing that. So if they have a group of people that are all working together, they can do the same thing where they come in manually and mass report you. The bot one is worse because it's very quick. You won't even notice you're on a list. The bot kicks off. It runs through. It starts mass reporting everybody. Once enough bots do that, on the back side of it, all of these platforms, X in particular here, use automated moderation tools. So if you get enough reports, they will go ahead and suspend your account before they even look at it manually, because to them it's like, oh crap, something's happening here. We don't have time to look at it. So they go on the side of caution, quote unquote, and suspend your account. And that's what's happening is you'll see, people who are getting frustrated. The other piece of that is, even if it doesn't suspend your account, if they report enough of your post, you can end up getting what's called shadow banned, where your visibility is limited. And that's another way that they're killing reach for people. So the way you fix this problem is, Gary's showing it here. You go in, and whoever owns the space, you block. And that removes you from that list, and also makes it so that person can't add you to another list.
Yeah, and I'm just
hopefully
going
all
through,
they go with their.
Yeah, and I'm just going through and blocking left and right, and it's going to take me weeks, months, or years to go through all these. I just want to show everybody that's watching right now. Look at I've yet to get to the bottom of this thing. Like, as soon as I get to the bottom, it's got to be at least 300 or 400 lists. Some of them are good. Like there's hunting and shooting. Okay, look, I actually found the bottom of this thing. Hunting and shooting, soft rep. There's some decent lists out there, but a lot of these are just trolling lists. They want to identify you amongst their people, trolls, whatever it is. So, and bots, so that they can harass you. And there is something. And if this isn't you, look, I don't have a problem with people who have an issue with Israel or whatever else. I do think there's a real problem with Jew hate. That's a whole nother thing. So I don't care if you have a problem with Israel or our relationship with Israel or even Jews. Really couldn't care less. That's your right. But what I do have a problem with is I see that these people engage in these leftist tactics time and time again. They're all about doxing. They're all about, trying to attack you, trying to get you deplatformed. They've weaponized the community notes. It's pretty crazy as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and they could do something similar on other platforms, but it's not, like YouTube and TikTok and whatnot doesn't have this feature. This feature is actually exposed to the X API. So this is how bots are able to just go in. They say, give me all the users that are in this list. They can get 1,000 of them, and then they can do mass reports instantly.
Yeah. Yeah, our house 24 says being able to filter your feed like that actually sounds like a really handy feature. Of course, people have to ruin it by using it maliciously, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to weaponize this time and time again. Absolutely. What else you got on that? What are some other really good tips or security recommendations that you have, Zach, when it comes to X specifically? I think we lost Zach again. Zach, can you hear us?
Can you hear? Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Okay. Sorry. Every time my screen turns off, my mic turns off for some reason.
No worries.
So in the article, I went through all the platforms, but I'll stick to X just for this. Clean out your list regularly. I do it typically once a week. If I have a post that goes viral or breaks containment, I'll go check it every day for a couple of times just to make sure that I stay out of it. The other thing is if you happen to get put into the limited visibility of the shadow ban thing, you need to log off and just don't post, don't like, don't reply, don't retweet for about 3 days. It's typically what it takes in order for that flag to come off your account. If you get suspended because of a mass report, you need to appeal it immediately so that you can get your account back. The longer you wait, the harder it is to do. And then make sure that you don't have any like third-party access granted to your account. That kind of raises flags. And then once you've gotten your account back into working order, kind of reply to somebody that you know just to see how things are going and see if your account is back to normal. Once you've gotten your account back to normal, don't do anything crazy like mass. Don't do a whole bunch of shares. Just kind of keep it relaxed for a couple of days just to let things settle down, and then you can get back to normal.
Got it. No, that's good intel. Hopefully everybody finds that useful. Folks, I'm sharing Zach's Substack link down in the comments of YouTube. So make sure you guys go check that out. And again, if you guys aren't on X, you need to get on X. I think it's definitely worth it. If you're not used to it, I mean, it took me a long time to kind of figure out X, see what works, see what doesn't. And again, if you're not following Jen, the producer, make sure you're following her, Zach Kaizen, the obscure moderator, Jeanette, SKW. We got Monica Matthews on air in the house. Monica, welcome. Big fan. Britta, No Soup for Knowles, and many, many more. You guys are all great accounts. East LA, go ahead if you got a question or comment.
Hi, good evening. Actually, I wanted to touch on a subject that I have seen with the Candace issue and the way Erica has been treated that I don't see many people addressing, which is, this particular case is near and dear to me because I was about a little younger than Erica when I lost my husband in a private plane crash.
Oh, wow.
And
Sorry for your loss.
I cannot thank you. And I had a young son, he was 6, and I cannot imagine if my quote unquote if his quote unquote friends treated me the way Erica has been treated. I mean, it to me, it's devastating. But what I find, or what I'm finding being on X and seeing all this, is just the fact that a lot of her minions are women. The majority of them are women. And regardless of what anyone may think of TP USA and this and all that, it's just the judgment that goes down with the women are cruel, judge, jury, executioners, anyone and I think of TP USA and all that. It's just the judgment that goes down with the women are cruel, judge, jury, executioners, anyone I think of TP USA and all that.
Gary, I love you, boo boo.
Well, thank you, I guess. I don't know how to react to that. Hey, Jenna, I muted it now, but yeah, we had some feedback coming through. I know you're trying to show the screen. Thank you for doing that. You can go ahead and hit start listening, but I have it muted. East LA, I'm sorry, you got cut off there. Go ahead and finish whatever you were saying. I apologize.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying that, the women, that I don't know how we can address that, somebody needs to take the lead, and really focus on why are women the majority of being, cruel and being judgmental, judge, jury, executioners, and doing this to Erica. And obviously that goes without saying the fact that, all the Candace and the rest of the, her cohorts think that Charlie was such a boy genius, but he was so dumb that he chose the mother of his children to be a quote unquote handler and all that ridiculous stuff that they say. Is just so insulting, and they are getting away with it. And it just drives me insane because, especially I when I go and I make my little comments, I really direct them at women, because this is, with all due respect to women, this is why women can't rule the world, because we take down somebody, Candace is taking down a widow with 2 young kids, and she has no idea, because she hasn't been in that situation. Many people, you do not know, unless you've been in those shoes, what it's like to say goodbye to your husband one day and never see him again, alive, right? Like alive. It is something that changes you forever. It changes your soul. It makes you question your faith. It makes you question your sanity, and even, your place in this world. She has no idea what that is like. And when I see her on her famous podcast, sitting there just naming her by name and judging her and saying things, it's beyond gross. It's just gross. And all her little youthful idiots who come out and just jump on that bandwagon. It's something where I have lost my faith in humanity, honestly.
Yeah, no, I mean, I couldn't agree more. And I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. And especially when all the information hasn't come out. Jen, if you will, Nick Freitas was just on the Jeremy Boring show, and he was talking about this exact same thing. And Jen, if you can find that clip for me, that is a really good clip, and we'll play that for everybody in just a few minutes. Is there anyone else that has something to say regarding that, or anything else that's going on in the world today? If not, I will look for that clip as well. But that is
since Britta's in the chat, I wanted to say you were the inspiration for that article, by the way, your question last week.
There you go, Britta. You're just inspiring everyone left and right.
I will say about what's going on with the women and everything. I know we've talked about it several times about how the women are being kind of used and turned against everything their instincts tell them. But in the research that I've done here recently on the communism in Cuba and that whole topic, if you look at like the communist organizations, they, in Cuba specifically, they're always talking about how women are the movement. They're always saying women are the movement, and they're always putting women out in front of driving the narrative. It's really strange when you start to pay attention. A lot of these communist countries do that.
Yeah, and I look, I'm probably going to step on some toes tonight, but I'm just going to be real with you. And the reason I think that they do that, there's lots of different angles that they can approach from. But I think we also see what's going on with Candace Owens. And whether you like it or not, women can be more easily emotionally manipulated. And that is just a fact. And when we're talking about this, and when we see that are women that are engaging in this, these are the women that used to spend a lot of time watching Days of Our Lives and other things. And there is a certain appeal to where you have this murder mystery, choose your own adventure. But on top of that, you get to participate. You've been deputized by Candace herself, and now you get to dig in, and now you feel you have this sense of belonging. And like, there's so many elements of a cult in this, in the way that people are manipulated and sucked into this. It's just a fact. And, we've had Carrie Smith on to talk about this. And the other part of this that we see time and time again is when we do try to have these conversations, no matter what you show, no matter how much information, evidence you show that Candace is lying or whatever the topic is, and we had a full-blown experience of this last night. We let somebody come on the show, and like, no matter what we presented, there was just no acquiescing that they were incorrect. We talked about, he was like, hey, why don't we have, GSR, gunshot residue testing? And I'm like, hey, look, that's not good 24 hours later. It's only good 4 to 6 hours. No. They can GSR the weapon itself. No, that's not a thing. You don't GSR a weapon itself. You're going to get false positives all the time. It's not how it works. And GSR is only good for 4 to 6 hours on a subject. And we didn't see Tyler Robinson until 24 hours. And by the way, that 4 to 6 hours is good if they don't wash their hands. So if you ever see somebody that's taken into custody and they want to get a GSR, one of the first things they do is bag their hands. So this stuff can't wash off. So like, there's so many people that are just brainwashed. Part of it's personal. Part of it is like they're doing it themselves, and that it's Dunning-Kruger. Like, they think they know about things and they don't, or they've been duped on different elements of this. And then you start talking to them, and they won't accept the facts, no matter what information you pull up. And we talked about this the other night. I mean, Insurrection Barbie put out a great post talking about different fallacies and different things that we rely on, and things that trick us. And one of those things is motivated reasoning. And that is where, like, no matter what you're presented with, you're not going to accept. You're not going to change your mind. And we see this time and time again because you're so sold on a narrative. You now have made the narrative part of your personality, part of who you are, your identity, and you're not willing to let it go. And we can't. Like, our ideas have to be separate from who we are, and we have to be okay if we're wrong. And sometimes we have to admit that we get fooled by things. There was a great, I saw a great short today. It was Andrew Wilson. Was it Andrew Wilson? No, it was Tatum on Pierce Morgan. He was debating somebody else. And the guy was like, well, Charlie Kirk said that blacks were actually better off under slavery. And he's like, no, he never said that. Well, they ended up fact checking him in real time and come to find out that was a manipulated video. And of course, those of us that follow Charlie Kirk, he would have never said that blacks were better under slavery. But there's a lot of people. And even today, we see people that are passing around, this picture, this AI picture of allegedly Tyler Robinson next to his actual picture, and like, this isn't the same guy. Well, no, duh. That's an AI picture, and they're still duped by some of these things. Brian, go ahead.
So I love Paramount, the way you have phrased this, because, and I love the title of the space where you're talking about Candace lies, right? Because anyone that goes to Russia, if Tucker, Candace, these people that try to paint Russia as this like good faith actor, great place to be, good people. I mean, you should know better than that, right? So, at what point do you finally realize that these people like Candace that spread these lies are just total idiots, total compromised people that take money from Russia, and just to be clear, right? for those of y'all who don't understand, Russia's the enemy, right? They don't like us. They hate us, and they want to try to undermine us as much as possible, right? Putin, Lavrov, all these people, they want to undermine us, right? So I'll tell you a story. I'm a child of the Cold War, right? So my dad died from radiation and chemicals that he was exposed to in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, because he worked at Oak Ridge a nuclear weapons facility, right? So he and his generation, the Reagan generation, they understood that Russia was the enemy, right? So don't let anyone sell you on this concept that Putin is or that Christian Russia is his bastion in Christianity. That's not correct, right? It's not correct. So back to you.
No, that's a great point, and this is one of the things that I was talking about. It was recently Jimmy Dore was on Tucker Carlson's show, and Jimmy Dore's sitting there, and just glazing Russia, talking about how they're more democratic than we are, that they have more freedom than we do, and all these things. And all you got to do, like, folks, that's a lie. And Candace has kind of touched on that a little bit too. Not as hard as Jimmy Dore did, but Tucker Carlson didn't even respond. He just sat there nodding like a retarded bobblehead doll. And then you can go look up, economic freedom, economic mobility, and you can see where the United States is ranked versus Russia. And these are, third-party objective analysis. It's not even close. It's not. Then go talk to people. I actually found multiple different YouTube channels of people that formerly lived in Russia, and you can hear what they have to say. That is not a free society. It really is. It's definitely not a democratic society. So, I don't know what this is about. It is, so on the left, we've always understood that there's an underlying hatred for this country. They hate the principles on which this country was founded. And on the right, on the far right, or the woke right, whatever you want to label them, there's an element of the exact same thing. And what they're trying to tell you is that our government is just wholly corrupt, and there's problems with our government. They want to tell you that there's this Epstein class while they, just glaze the Tate brothers and everything that's going on with that. And then while they are pushing John Mappin, who's actually in the Epstein, and they talk about the Epstein files all the time, but they never actually produce anything. And here we have President Trump, and I have lots of things that I would criticize President Trump on, but this guy has gotten more done in the 19 months that he's been in office than we should ever expect him to. We've closed the border. The economy's doing pretty well. There's lots of things we can improve on, but my God, I've said it from the beginning.
We have enabled and forgiven sex traffickers and sexual people that have predatory executed on women. So I don't understand what we're talking about here.
Well, yeah, I don't know what you mean exactly, Brian, but what I can tell you, we have Governor Walz that actually, gave a pardon to someone that was convicted of, child rape, and then he was ultimately.
I get it, but so I'm just talking with you here. So we had people right after the inauguration that were showing these white binders. Hey, we're gonna get all these Epstein people, in jail, and now we're saying this is a hoax, that we're not gonna disclose this stuff, even though there was a law passed by Congress to say, hey, we're gonna disclose this stuff, and now we're not gonna do that. I don't understand that part of it.
Well, look, President Trump has, obviously, he's the first president to release any of this stuff. There's loads left to President Trump specifically was talking about, when he said it was a hoax, he wasn't talking about the Epstein files themselves being a hoax. Here's the problem with the Epstein files, is so far there's nothing actionable in them. And the things that are being redacted, the president has no authority on that. Those are being redacted through the court system. So that's where we're at with this. I've went through the Epstein files for days and days and days, and there's nothing in there that you can say, hey, look, let's take this and let's actually start an investigation. You have to have probable cause. And by the way, there's lots of people that talk about the Epstein files for days on end, and they don't have that information either. So, I mean, again, what I'm saying is that ultimately we have President Trump. We have crime is lower than it's ever been. We have net negative migration. We still have a lot of work to do. But the answer to that, for people that are griping about it and saying that nothing's getting done, the answer to this is make sure that we are successful in the midterms. And I'm with everybody. I get frustrated just like everybody else does when we have Republicans in office. They don't seem to get a lot done. And Democrats do.
Exactly.
But
Thank you.
Democrats do. And here's the thing. There's a huge difference between the Democrats and Republicans. There just is. There's a huge difference. The difference in this case, it could be literally existential, in my opinion, where we're talking about if they win the midterms, they're most likely going to win 2028. The Democrats have already said they're going to, if they win the White House, they win the House and the Senate, they are going to pack the Supreme Court. They're going to get rid of the filibuster. And on top of that, we also know that the border's going to be wide open again. And I think they're going to, you think that it was bad under Biden. Like we're going to have millions upon millions of people that are actually.
No.
Anyways, we're going to have millions and millions of people flooding through this border, and they are going to push absolutely to a amnesty and ultimately some pathway to citizenship. That's what they want to do. And we're not going to have a Supreme Court to go to even fight these anymore because we're going to have a packed Supreme Court. So we have a lot of problems. The answer is not to let the Democrats win the midterms. It's only going to get worse. And here's what I'll say. For all the faults of Republicans, and I hope that we can get some good Republicans in, I would rather have Republicans as a placeholder of we're not gaining ground, but at least it's a defense to what the Democrats are going to do, because the DNC is absolutely aligned with the CCP. What they are doing, and you can just sit back and watch it objectively, they are intentionally destroying this country, and they are intentionally pushing for the slow transfer of power from the United States to Russia, China, specifically China. And then you also have like two sides of the DNC. You have the DNC that is wholly aligned with the CCP, and then you have the DNC that's wholly aligned with the Islamists. And that's where we're at. And both of them are now working together against Republicans and trying to undermine the foundations of this country. But, at some point, they're going to turn on each other too. So I'll leave it at that. Nate Vance, send it, bud. And we'll get you up here, James.
Yeah, sorry. This is my thing about the Epstein files. I know it's not really what the space is about, but I'm going to mention it.
It's about everything.
All of those files were in the possession of the Biden administration Justice Department.
Yes.
For 4 years.
Yes.
And if you think there was something in there that they could have used against President Trump to prevent him from running and therefore being elected, and they just chose not to, you're higher than giraffe pussy, because there's no fucking way. They raided that guy's house. They were trying everything they could possibly do to get him into legal trouble.
Yes.
If they had something in there that showed definitively that he was a sexual predator, they would have used it 100%. Anybody that says they wouldn't is an idiot or lying.
Yes.
So if it was there, it would have been used by them. And the reason it wasn't used by them is because it wasn't there. So it just isn't. Sorry. It's one of those things that frustrates me every time the Epstein files comes out.
No, I'm with you. And look, everybody, this is what everybody was sold on with the Epstein files. You guys correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm misrepresenting you. We all thought, or at least I did, I thought that the Epstein files was this library of videos that was taken on Epstein Island, and we were going to see all these politicians' faces, and we were going to see them doing horrendous acts. That's not what it is. It's a bunch of documents. There's pictures in there. If anybody, like the only people that you can even kind of point to some sort of nefarious implication that is like corroborated information or non-contested information is the Democrats. I looked through multiple different picture volumes of Bill Clinton and Epstein going on trips together in multiple different countries. And they're different freaking picture libraries. Like one is like Indonesia, it's this country, it's like all over the place. And you can see what's going on. You'll see a picture with Epstein and a bunch of young girls. I can't tell if they're 18 or 16. You know what I mean? You really can't tell. But then you'll see another picture of Bill Clinton by himself in like the exact same house or the exact same setting. So they're together, and then you'll see pictures of Bill Clinton and Epstein together, but you'll never see a picture of Bill Clinton in the same pictures with these younger. But so there was something going on there. And again, I don't know, but we also see a lot of other coded messages and emails with Democrats. And we now have had these out for several months, and there's still people using them as a political weapon. And they're the same people that have literally went through these files with AI, and they can't produce anything. They want the problem, but they don't want to let you know that there's nothing in that problem. They just like to be able to say the Epstein class. They like to be able to like it's a political weapon. That's all it's been used for. Real quick, I do want to make sure that we keep, put that back up, Jen. I didn't see it. It went away. Okay, thanks. I do want to make sure that we are throwing some things in here that people can see. I want to play this video of Nick Freitas on Jeremy Bourne. He's talking about going back to, and we're going to be all over the place tonight, talking about what he would want to see happen if these types of, if he was in Charlie Kirk's shoes. So, Jen, if you'll play that, go right ahead.
Gary, this is where he's talking about.
I'm sorry, Jen, you broke up. If not, I have it right here. You know what? Here we go. Let me remove that. I don't know what you're saying. Comms suck tonight. Electronics are just taking.
I am no Charlie Kirk, but I do the tabling events with Turning Point USA. I've served in the legislature. I talk a lot on social media about same things that Charlie did, nowhere near as effectively, but same thing. And I've had people yelling and screaming and threatening to, harm me at these events. Do me a favor. If someone ever kills me at one of these, and someone purporting to be my friend comes in and tries to implicate my wife, the woman I love, the woman I've raised children with, in my death with this quality of evidence, can you please side with my wife? Can you please side with my grieving widow over this? Now listen, you've got a smoking gun somewhere. You've got something that's actual evidence that my wife was complicit in my murder, by all means, because I want the truth more than anything else. But how dare anybody try to destroy my wife, the person I love and trust more in this world than anybody else in this world, based off of this?
Well, this whole idea that Candace brings the receipts is a talking point.
Yeah.
You hear it all the time. Candace never brings any receipts.
No.
And by the way, that clip was brought to you by Britta, No Soup for Noel. So again, make sure you go give her a follow. She's great at creating great content. Real quick, the other thing I just want to remind everybody, I am also live streaming to YouTube as well. So try to keep the language as moderate, just so that we don't get banned or drop the live stream, and or I don't want to get demonetized either. That's a real problem. James May, my dude, send it.
How's it going, buddy?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Hey, you guys were talking about like the leftists and how Trump is moving and all the pushback and everything.
Sure.
And last time we were talking, like I said, there's like a whole bunch of things that I've been thinking about, and I was going to share them with you and kind of get your perspective on it. And there's two things.
Sure.
So the first thing is that politics has become our pop culture. I'm not the one that's coined it. I think Tim Pool's coined it. And, people think that politics moves fast, like when you're watching TV, SVU, an hour and a half, whatever, the case is solved. That's not what happens in politics and the law. Things move slow. We kind of grew up. I'm not sure your exact age. I'm pretty sure you're about my age, but you probably witnessed 9/11 and everything like that. And the Patriot Act happened really fast. That's not how politics normally works.
Yeah.
Typically, it moves slow, like with Roe v. Wade. That's like a law that stood for like 50 years, and we just now got that overturned. No matter how you feel about it, it got overturned and turned back to the states. And some people on the right are upset because they feel like Trump should have done more. I mean, what more do you want him to do? There's a precedent that stood for 50 years. He got it turned back over to the states where you and your family can locally get active and enact the change that you really want
I
to
am
see in the
no
world.
Charlie Kirk.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Nah,
Keep going.
but that's what people they think. They think politics and the law moves record speed. It doesn't normally. And then the second thing I was going to talk about was bring up to you was the right's tent has just gotten too big. And this typically happens when movements get too big. And a lot of people don't realize this, but when the Civil Rights Act or Civil Rights Movement was going on, it included a lot of people, obviously, Black, Latino, everybody looking for, civil rights, but it also included feminists and a lot of leftists. And the notion that was kind of put onto everybody was, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to get civil rights for Black people, and then we'll work our way down the line and get, women their rights and everything like that. And what ended up happening is it kind of stopped right there. Black people got the, the rights to access to, facilities and things like that, and, ended segregation. And the feminists were sitting there saying, it's our turn, right? And they kind of got left, in the wings, and they were upset about it. And they kind of broke off and became even more radical. It happened with the LGBT community. You started to see the TERFs emerge, like J.K. Rowling, and they were pushing it back against the trans thing. So what's happened on the right is the tent got too big, and it was bound to happen. I was kind of waiting on it to see what was going to happen, and you kind of saw the fracturing with Nick Fuentes and that group, people turning their back on the Daily Wire, and then this Charlie thing where everybody and anybody like Ian Carroll, all these people kind of latched on to him who hated him. You can go back and find tweets where they say, really despicable things towards him, or, they just had negative back and forth. And all of a sudden, Charlie Kirk has become their guy because one time he said, I'm not happy with my Jewish donors. So, either one of those, I just kind of wanted to get your opinion and your take on them, and I'll let you move on.
No, man. Number one, I appreciate everything you said. You identified a couple of things there that I think, whether we're talking about the civil rights movement or we're talking about what's going on today, and the things that they all have in common is people feel disgruntled and disenfranchised. And what we have is movements that come in and they basically sympathize with these people, and at the same time they're smuggling in a lot of bad things. And socialism and communism, by the way, was a big part of the civil rights movement. We saw the Black Panthers. We saw a lot of other things that were smuggled into this, where it's not only, hey, we need equal rights and we need to integrate schools and all those things that I think all of us agree on. But the other part of this was, the policies and the politics of greed, envy, where it's like, no, you need to pay me now. I need to be able to stay at home. And we started seeing the implementation of socialism. We saw the war on poverty take place. And one of the things that Charlie Kirk talked about all the time was that Black Americans are not better off since the war on poverty. They had a better trajectory, and this was one of the clips I was wanting to pull up that was kind of taken out of context. And this guy was actually saying that Charlie Kirk was saying that Blacks were actually better during slavery. That's not what he said at all. But what they were better in a better trajectory prior to the civil rights movement. And then this is when we introduced welfare. We introduced a lot of things, and they incentivized single family homes. They incentivized abortions. Look, I was just talking to somebody else the other day. They were talking about the fact that there are abortion clinics primarily in Black neighborhoods, all over the place. And so we need to understand that anytime that there are people that are upset with what's going on, there are people that are going to exploit that and exploit the people. And people are upset that things aren't getting done fast enough in the Trump administration because they don't understand how law works. They don't understand, they're like, hey, the Biden administration, January 6th, goes down, they just find people that were near the Capitol. Next thing you know, they're in prison. Why can't we do that? Well, because we're not them. That's why we threw them out. But here's the thing. It's you have these people come in, and you know what? Another great example of this is the Tates, right? There is a real problem with masculinity.
Well, hey, Gary, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
I just wanted to speak as a Black man, my experience, because you brought up, how Black people were better. It's not really, as a Black man, it's not hard to be a Black person in the United States. There's a couple of things that you need to do. You need to be able to identify if your situation's good or not and be willing to leave it. You also just need to, at the very least, get a high school education. I've been around, kids that were black and everything like that. One kid in particular I'm thinking of, in middle school, he realized that his school, predominantly black, wasn't going to be the place for him. So he went to his mom and said, hey, we got to switch schools. This is a middle school kid. And his mom moved him, out of that school district completely. And he's going to college. I think he became a nurse and everything. So it's not hard to be a black person in the United States. You just got to recognize your situation and be willing to move and change. And a lot of people are stuck in being victims, and they can't see their way out of being a victim to get out of their own way. So I'm done.
No. And keep the mic. We're gonna mods, keep his mic alive all night long. I love what you bring to the table, James. Yeah. So this is what happens is these other insidious factions identify people that are unhappy, and they come in and act like they're going to be the savior. And a great example of this is the Tate brothers, where there is a real problem with a lack of masculinity in the United States. And whether we realize it or not, there are young men that are gravitating. They realize that they don't want to be these feminized beta bitches. Like, they don't. So when you have somebody that goes up there that is acting type A, that is acting, with overdoing masculinity, people are going to be drawn to that. But the problem is that he's not a good representation. The Tate brothers are not a good representation of what a godly masculine man should be. And it's just like if I go and I see, I'm walking around, let's say I'm a scam artist, and I see like, hey, you know what? Your roof is leaking. Let me fix this. Give me a bunch of money. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to take care of this. But I take your money and I put something that causes more problems than the original problem to begin with. And that's essentially what they're doing. It's probably a terrible analogy, but that's what's happening here. It's like, okay, you're unhappy with X, Y, and Z. Let me give you socialism. It's going to make you generationally unhappy for the rest of your life. You're going to get comfortable living in poverty, and you're going to be poor. Your family's going to be poor. You're going to be told that, hey, you know what? Everybody's against you, and you're going to have to turn to crime or whatever else. And then the culture and everything else. So like, we have real problems here in the United States, but the woke right isn't providing them. The woke left, the left, period, communism, socialism, we all know, or at least those of us with some gray matter left between our ears, we know that's a real problem. And it sounds good. And this goes back to what I was saying earlier. I really do believe that, they interject women into this time and time again, because things like communism make more sense to women. It pulls at their heartstrings. Like, it's not fair that this person over here is wealthy and then this person over here is poor. So what that must mean is that this person over here is exploiting these poor people. That's not it at all. And we know that's not what's happening. Elon Musk, he's a trillionaire now. But guess what? The amount of jobs, the amount of good things, the amount of tax dollars that he brings to the table, like, that's what needs to be, and it used to be. That's what needs to be, those should be our heroes, people that are successful. Instead, we're tearing them down like, hey, you know what? They're getting rich off the working person's backs. And like, it's just greed, envy, and it's never good. It's never good. And the reality is, and what we don't talk about enough, especially, and again, I've shared this story before. Look, I grew up, my grandfather was black. He married my grandmother when my mom was 5. So this is like 1969. So that was in the Detroit area. So I grew up with I was growing up in Inkster, Michigan. I was the only white kid on the block. Most of my cousins were either black or mixed. So, I've grown up in this community, and I've also, during the Trump first term, I lost a lot of family members that we were friends on Facebook or whatever else. And suddenly these people that I'm friends with, literally family members, are like, you know what, Gary, I know you're not a racist, but you're promoting this guy that is, and I just, I can't deal with this. But they've been sold a bill of goods that doesn't work. And this is what happened. This has been the communist tactic time and time again. Find areas where people are upset and exploit them and then you just turn on them, and then next thing you know, you're in a totalitarian society. And that's what they're trying to do both on the left and the right. Great
Well,
point,
Gary,
James.
I didn't know you were a brother.
I am. I'm a brother from another mother. I'm 3/4 black. You can't tell?
The red hair threw me off. You got that Blake Griffin
Well, you
thing
know what
going
they
on.
say? You know what they say? Gingers are actually black people. I've heard that before.
You know, that they do replace, was it every redheaded person in like a superhero movie, they replace them with a black person or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that tracks. Well, I did not know.
Yeah. What else we got, y'all? James, I will say you missed a great debate last night on YouTube. Somebody was talking smack in the comments. I think he's on here now, Viram, and saying that all we do is ban people. And he kept telling the mods to ban him. And then they threw his, because I don't even pay attention to chats. Anyways, they threw his chat up there. I was like, you know what? You want to talk? Come on. So I threw him a guest link. He came on, and it was interesting to say the least. We found out that he didn't know a lot of things.
Well, I have to go back and watch it. There's so much stuff everywhere, all over the place. It's hard to keep up with everything. And, I got a job too. So, you know what I mean?
No, I hear you. But
I'll check it out.
No. Thank you, buddy. And like I said, you keep your mic. I see Blake and a few other people are down in the chat. If you guys will, if you're friends with Muppet, I did tag him twice now, Muppet Masher. He has kind of jumped in right as I was closing out the space. So if any of the mods and my co-hosts see Muppet Masher, make sure you give him a mic. I told him, I'm like, dude, every time you jump in, I'm closing out, and I want to give you a chance to talk. And so there we are. East LA, go ahead.
I wanted to touch on another point. I have a 16-year-old and a 31-year-old, so I have a Gen Z and a millennial. Mm-hmm. Love them both. Can't stand the millennial. But they both listen to Nick Fuentes. Okay, so I listen to Nick Fuentes because I want to understand why they listen to him. And everything you touched on as far as the Tate's appeal and Nick's, it is because somehow we as a society, we ostracize, masculinity, brought in feminism, and now we have these, crazy women, emotional women seeing, becoming these minions, demonic minions. And then we have, the younger generations becoming or listening to people like Nick Fuentes. And it drives me insane that I have to listen to him. But I do, because I can't outright ban my kids, from, you cannot listen to them. I don't do that, but I try to monitor and see, talk to them about why they like him and have those conversations with them. And it's just a very interesting place. I'm Gen X, so I there's a lot I don't relate with, with the younger generation, and I'm ashamed that Tucker is who he is now. Trust me, that has broken my heart like you have no idea, because I used to be such a fan. But I just go back to that, what happened with the case and with Nick Fuentes, and why he's become so darn popular. Plus, the kid is talented. I'm not gonna lie, he just like Candace is talented. Yeah. So I just wanted to mention that.
No, look, I mean, these people have a lot of appeal, and even I'll watch like 80% of the things that Nick Fuentes says, I agree with, and this is why these types of things are so insidious, is they look good on the surface. And Nick is a very compelling speaker. I mean, he has an extremely high verbal IQ. He's fun to watch. Even when he's saying something horrendous, he makes it entertaining. And you're like, my God, you just dropped the N-word 10 times. You said some really bad things, but it's still fun to watch. So I understand, especially young people that don't have any principles and like don't have a foundation. And that's another problem too. It's like so many kids are growing up today without any moral foundation. They're not being taken to church. Like that is one of the biggest problems. The further that we get away from God as a nation, the worse off that we're going to be, and the more susceptible we are to even what's going on with Candace Owens. Like, you can't tell me 20 years ago anybody would have put up with this just from a moral standpoint, because they said, you know what, that is ungodly. That is not something that we should tolerate. We don't, just from an American standpoint, forget about any religious element of this. You know, there was a time when we said, you know what, it is immoral, it's unethical to start accusing people of horrendous crimes without any evidence. And now it's encouraged, it's incentivized, it's monetized, and it's being like reproduced all over. Like, people are like, they see that. And now we have all these new channels popping up, or all these new channels covering the same things that Candace Owens, for popularity, for money, for followers, for clicks, views. And it really, it's a God problem. I mean, it really is. Melanie, go ahead. Melanie.
Hey, Gary. Sorry.
Hey, that's okay.
My mic was muted. No, it's funny you say this conversation is coming up, because I literally just posted about something similar earlier today, that Candace is literally the Andrew Tate on the Israel conversation. Sorry, and by the way, I'm on a walk, so I'm listening to you while I'm on a walk. Yeah, so she identifies issues that are valid, that people, can recognize. And, I was actually looking at a panel that Charlie had, where he was trying to get the temperature of Gen Z. It was actually 1 year ago today. I'll try to find it, but just trying to get an idea of what the youth are thinking, and our foreign policy and all that stuff. Anyway, long story short, I think that what Candace has done is similar to what the Tates have done, and that is that they see a problem that's real and valid, and it grabs people in, but then they have the absolutely wrong prescription, and it's a deadly prescription. Yes. That's it's something I actually just was thinking about today. So, but also one other thing, last thing, after your live last night, I tuned into Real Bays. I don't know if you saw it. I sent Jen, the producer, like a little snapshot of what it was, but you're getting talked about again by Mitch Snow, and he's got this new crazy story out that real bugs, like actually flying insects, have been spying on him, and that apparently Candace Owens and Stu Peters, he was in contact with them, and they told him to dissect these bugs, and the panel was like telling them to send the bugs to you. So this is the crazy people that she attracts. So if anyone's still listening to her, I think that they need to rethink it. So just that was the last thing.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I can't wait for justice to prevail in all this. At the end of the day, Candace Owens is going to get sued over that whole entire Mitch Snow, Fort Huachuca story successfully, and obviously Mitch Snow will as well. And look, when you're losing, Evan Kilgore is DM'd me multiple times on this. Ariel Morgan is also completely, like, we all understand who Mitch Snow is. The problem is that people are willing to believe what they know. They don't believe it. I don't think anybody really believes the Mitch Snow story. If you do, you're a gullible moron. This is not how the military works. You're not going to walk into a meeting. We know that Brian Harpole wasn't there. We also know that Candace Owens knows he wasn't there, or at least had exonerating that information that she didn't share, which is what is going to really sink her at the end of the day, because that indicates malice. So, and then she didn't contact Brian Harpole until after her meeting. She actually texted him for the first time on December 17th. She had the meeting with Erica on the 15th. She released that first Fort Huachuca where she incriminated Brian Harpole on the 9th. And now she wants to sit there and pretend that she was contacting him before she released all the information. She's rewriting history. She's lying to people again. It wasn't until the 17th. She didn't try to contact him prior to that. She only tried to contact him after she met with Erica. And I guarantee you, Erica indicated that he was indicating that he was going to sue her. And that's exactly what she said in that text on December 17th. Hey, I've heard that you're talking about suing me. I just want to get your comment on this. She never got a reply. By then, the damage was done. He was probably already talking to a lawyer. The lawyer would tell them not to talk to her, and I wouldn't either. No matter what he said, she would weaponize it. That's what she does time and time again. And then she went ahead and she had the Mitch Snow interview and completely incriminated him all over again, tying him to this crazy conspiracy at Fort Huachuca with the military. Erica Kirk was there, Brian Harpole was there, and they had foreknowledge and they knew what was going on with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's bonkers. There is no evidence of it whatsoever. And, you know, here's the thing. I don't care if you like Candace Owens or not. You should at least have some expectations of whoever you're listening to. Like, anonymous sources providing unverifiable information is not the way that we go about doing things, and it shouldn't be accepted. That's how we got the MSN. That's why everybody was so upset with, CNN, MSNBC, the way they weaponized information against Donald Trump. The same things are being done against Donald Trump right now, and against Erica Kirk, and against TPUSA, and we're like, oh, it's great. And the problem is that we were abused by the government. Absolutely. We shouldn't trust the government, but we can't be so target focused to our 12 o'clock that we completely don't look at our 6 o'clock. And we can't be so skeptical of the government that we're like, everything you say is a lie, but everything that these YouTubers and these grifters and these social media personalities is true. That's not how this works. The way that you get away, the way that you can discern what's truth from fiction is age-old principles. I need either one of the two. I mean, both are the best. We know who the source is, and we have information that we can verify. But you can't have unverifiable information provided by an anonymous source. If you're going to give me unverifiable information, you better give me a source so that we can look at that source and say, is this person credible? Do they have the information? Does this make sense? And then we can hold at least them accountable. But or we have a anonymous source, but then we have verifiable information. Like, okay, this information is good. I don't know who the source is, but we know that this to be true. So when we start accepting this as a standard, there's nothing, not a single material claim that Candace put forth that she has any evidence for. Zero. I don't care if we're talking about the French Foreign Legion. I don't care if we're talking about the hit that was allegedly put on her, whether we're talking about the tunnels, whether we're talking about the shot came underneath the table, the shot came from the crowd, whatever it is, like exploding microphone, whatever it is, like we don't have any evidence of any of these things. So, and by the way, not only do we not have evidence for them, we have a ton of evidence against them. SK double dub.
Gary.
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Hey. Really quick, I DM'd Muppet Masher, and he said he was having a hard time getting into the space. He asked if you could DM him a StreamYard link, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine.
Okay.
Sounds good. Go ahead. SK, go ahead.
Hey, I was just going to say that all of the doubts that I had about Mitch Snow's mental stability are now completely cleared up with the spying bugs claim. I hadn't heard that before. That's interesting.
No, so just so we're clear on the claim, and I know a little bit about this, is that he found these bugs in his house, literal bugs, insects, that, and if somebody knows the story better, feel free to jump in here. I'm kind of going off third-hand knowledge here. But essentially, these are like these top secret flying drones that are listening. That's where they're going with that. And if somebody wants to clarify that, so I'm not getting it wrong, but that's as I understand it.
And one more thing.
Yep, go ahead.
If you want in on this business venture, anybody that wants in, we have found a whole audience, a whole new market of people in Candace's chat that we feel the flavored Windex would be a perfect target market. It would be perfect for them. So anybody that wants to get in on that investment, you can contact me.
All right, and here's what I want to throw a disclaimer out. While there's some friendly smack talking, and we might call Candace followers retards or whatever else tonight, we want you to come talk, just like you're going to call us fed sloppers and everything else, and we're not going to take offense to it. So if you have an oppositional message, or you want to have a discussion or a short debate on some things, I want to turn this into an all-night argument, which is why I'm a little concerned about sending Muppet Masher a link, but I did send him one. Feel free to do so. Look, you're going to get talked to with respect, and I'm going to talk to you with respect. I can't control everybody else, but if people are even if you're on my side, and you just start being a complete a-hole to other people, I'm going to kick you. So let that be known. Sassy, go ahead.
I would just like to say it's all in good fun. I'm
Yes.
not being mean-spirited at all. I'm really just joking.
No, I mean it's been confirmed they do lick windows. I mean that's just a fact. So it's okay.
Yeah, Gary, the thing with Mitch and the bugs, apparently they were like fruit flies that he put in what he called a Faraday bag, which looked like a plastic bag, which is not a Faraday bag at all. But yeah, he's out there. If anybody talks to him, you can let him know that I'm not a teenager in Arizona.
Likely story. Real quick, before we have Sassy come up and start talking, I do want to play this video again. I'm trying to make sure we keep some content going for our viewers as well. But this is a really good video, and it is Charlie Kirk and another one of his timeless messages. Make sure that I'm showing this.
I don't believe you. I'll be honest. I don't. I refuse to believe that. I think you're lying.
Oh,
I think you're making this up. But what evidence do you have for this? Do you have like corroborating witnesses? Do you have cameras?
Never mind. It has a bunch of music on it that's going to get me copyright struck on YouTube, unfortunately. Anyways, he goes on to say, I don't even know who he's talking, but he's talking about some accusations. He's like, do you have evidence of this? We require evidence. He's saying the exact same message that I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with questioning narratives and even exploring conspiracies. When we get to the point to where we start making real accusations, you better have some freaking evidence. That's just how this works. It's wrong. You wouldn't want it done to you. Folks, there's not a person in here that would want to go through what Erica Kirk has gone through, period. So, like, the fact that you don't have enough empathy to say, you know what, let's wait to see when it's all said and done. Or I don't know, if you want to conduct your own investigation and you want to pretend you're Matlock and you have more forensic capabilities and you're smarter than anybody in the FBI, the SBI, and everybody else that's involved in this, fine. Do it silently. Like, go find the evidence. And then when you have information, like, bring it to the table. But sitting on your fat ass and doing nothing from a computer and acting like you're going to solve the world's problems and unearth some sort of sophisticated cabal or a military, multinational, multi-agency conspiracy from your keyboard. I mean, it's insane. Sassy, go ahead.
Yeah, Gary, about the you mentioned about SK mentioned about Mitch Snow and the bugs.
Yes, ma'am.
RD Trolls actually did a video where he broke it down, and even at one point, Mitch, he held up some kind of device that he said was a detector. It detected, I think, like electronic signals.
RF signals, yeah. I'm sure it's RF signals.
If anybody's wondering about that, check out RD Trolls. But what I was going to talk about was the secret list. Like, my account is, they call it Ghost Band.
Yeah, Shadow Band.
Right now. And, Shadow Band, that's it. And I think it's very discouraging, and it can get us down. But for me, it's just maybe that much more stubborn. Like, I'm going to work harder. I know I have to play by their rules, but what boggles my mind is that they're allowed to outright accuse Erica of murder, of call people horrible, despicable names, of spamming and bullying and harassing, yet we're the ones that get shadow banned.
Well, look, there's lots of things that potentially will get you shadow banned, and I can tell you right now, just like there's people on that side, and I don't even know what side you're talking about specifically, but if we're talking about like the pro conspiracy side, they're getting shadow banned too.
Yeah.
There's certain people that do. Now, the biggest contributors to this, Candace Owens and some of the other ones, they're clearly not shadow banned, and they're boosted. I 100% believe that. So, and I'll tell you right now, I have circumstantial evidence only behind that. But there again, notice the difference. I'm not accusing her of murder. That's the difference. I'm going off of what I see and empirical evidence that I see, and on top of that, other reports and analysis that I've done or I've seen. So, like that's the difference. It's okay to state your opinions on just about everything, but I think there are some things. It's like if you're even going to say it's my opinion that Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk, well, you have a right to do that, but you need to have some evidence, and we don't just you shouldn't just go out and state wild claims and things that you can't corroborate with information, because there's a lot of people crazy out there that you're just indulging the worst. Number one, your own childlike imagination, and then on top of this, indulging the worst parts of you. That, I mean, literally, this is like definitely a form of pornography that is evil and despicable. Where we're saying that Charlie Kirk, his security team, killed him 5 different ways. They electrocuted him. Something, blew up on his chest. Then they dragged him into the SUV, and he's fighting for his life. And they broke his neck, and then they shoved a bullet into the wound. Like, that is, if you can just sit there and your conscience isn't piqued by that, like there's something inherently physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually wrong with you. And especially if you're doing it for money. And that's exactly what Baron Coleman has said, and that's exactly what he's doing it for. It's for money.
And before I go down, I just wanted to say one more thing. I welcome good faith, questions and stuff, and I just think we need to keep it adult and mature.
Sure. And by the way, and by the way, just like Zach said earlier, what you need to do is basically kind of just turn off your account for a few days and then kind of ease back in. And according to Zach, he'll give he has a money back guarantee on that. He said that will work 100%. So
okay.
I will give back all $0.
I heard it was a 200% money back guarantee.
I think that's what it was.
Might even be 500%.
Nate, go ahead, buddy.
So who was it that said they had insect listening devices in their house?
We need we need to get Artie Trolls in here.
Okay, so I mean, it doesn't matter. Look, are there tiny little listening devices that exist in the world? Yes, there are. But here's the deal: if you think that, I don't want to get, this is actually something Nate from Valhalla VFC could actually speak intelligently on. He was a comms guy.
Yeah.
Not ballistics, clearly. But if you have a tiny little object, right, that he thinks they flew in there. So this little tiny thing, there's a power, density problem with batteries. That's why you see really long range things are big.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because it doesn't equate. You won't get to fly it very far. And then you're like, oh, let's also
Nate, Nate, this is where you're screwed up, bro. You don't even know what the black side government has. These are assassin.
It's a Jewish tiny thermonuclear reactor.
These are assassin bugs, bro. It's completely different.
Yeah, it's a different type of technology nobody knows about except for this. I'll watch my mouth because I think I got called out earlier.
Nate, did you not watch the 3-part? There was a 3-part documentary called The Hunger Games. Did you not watch it?
Oh God. Okay. And then, but then you're like, hey, in addition to making this thing fly, let's put maybe a 1/10 of a watt transmitter on it. So we'd have to park a van right outside this guy's house to be able to hear, to be able to pick up the reception from this thing.
What he doesn't realize.
And then also the third part of the delusion is that you think you're important enough for anybody to waste these resources on you.
Yeah.
You're not Jason Bourne, dude. Shut up. And if anybody wanted to surveil that guy, they don't have to go to those lengths to do it. Trust me, he's not that hardened. You know what I mean? He doesn't have a skiff. You know what I mean? They could there's plenty of other ways to surveil somebody. It's just nonsense. Which there seems to be a lot of on the internet lately. It's stupid.
Just like there would be a lot better ways to off someone if you're a country that doesn't like what someone is saying. Anyways, I digress. James, go ahead, bud.
You might.
Furman, I'll get you up next, man.
Hey, I did want to piggyback off of what I said earlier about when groups get too big, they start fracturing off and splintering, like with the Civil Rights Act and the LGBT, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's happening with the Charlie Kirk truthers. And part of it's happening because of who Candace Owens is. And I've shared this, I might have shared it with you before, but I've shared it in the spaces with the truthers that Candace Owens is a bridge burner. I mean, she's done it with the Daily Wire. She's done it with PragerU. She's done it with TPUSA. She'll build relationships up and then she'll burn everything to the ground after she leaves. Like, I think David Prager or Dennis Prager shared a message and she just made it sound like it was the worst thing in the world that you would share a text message between a friend. And look what she's doing now with Charlie Kirk. Whenever the Daily Wire and her had their falling out, she was complaining that her contract wasn't fair and they were, her contract was basically the devil, like she signed a deal with the devil. Well, if you remember back, whenever Steven Crowder was having his issues with the Daily Wire, you can have your opinion one way or the other on that. She was saying that Steven Crowder should have negotiated better and that the Daily Wire's contracts aren't unfair. They're not unfair. It's just that Steven Crowder didn't do a good job of, negotiating basically.
Mm-hmm.
Harpool, from what I understand, was part of her security team.
So and then on top of that, later on, she found out what Steven Crowder was actually making compared to what she did, and she was upset about that. So yeah. So she's habitual bridge burner. She did with Evan Kilgore. Then they have a falling out at one point, and Ariel Morgan. Evan Kilgore goes back and forth. One minute he's simping for her, the next minute he's beefing with her. I think this is part of his shtick. Anyways.
Yeah. Well, and then here's another fracture that's happening, and I think Blake Bednarz is in here. Gives the thumbs up, Blake. But he's upset with Candace, and I think a lot of people are upset with Candace because of the slow trickle of all the stuff that she supposedly has.
Yeah.
She's had stuff since September, supposedly, and she's just been slow trickling it out, and people are not happy with it. They're not happy with Baron Coleman. This is speaking directly from Blake, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard him say that he's not happy or imply that he's not happy with Baron, saying that if he has information, you don't get a chance to question when he releases that information or what information he has. And these people are looking at these other people in the Charlie Kirk truther movement, and they're looking at them and saying, what's actually going on? Do you even have anything? Are you stringing people along? Is this just a big game for you? Like, these are conversations that they're having over there on the truther movement because it's gotten so big. So my overarching theory is, unless you have something that directly unifies you, you're just going to have too many factions, and eventually things are going to break apart. And I think that's starting to happen with the truther movement, but I might be wrong. Who knows?
Well, look, I mean, I think everybody's sentiments on that are correct. I mean, at least if you're going to demand information from everybody else, you should be consistent. And if you're going to constantly say that this is some sort of crowdsourced investigation, while the people that are key leaders in this, that are leading this supposed movement, are not providing that information that they have to other people. I mean, there's a lot of information that even I saw from those videos that she released from, the rear camera that she was holding on to for a long time. Blake, you're welcome to come up and talk about that if you'd like, as well as anybody else. I don't care. I know I heard Uncle Tom was in here. Uncle Tom, unlike your space, I will give you plenty of room to talk. We might even get Eco up here if he wants to talk.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Hold on, before you do that, I'm sorry. Gary,
yes.
Please don't let Uncle Tom talk. Please don't let Uncle Tom talk. Please. That's my nemesis.
I'm not saying I'll let him talk for very long, but
he is my nemesis.
If he keeps it civil, I actually don't mind talking to him. I think he's I'll keep that to myself. I'm sorry. Who was that next? Furman?
It was me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so just to be clear, I'm not making any accusations whatsoever. Sure. I watched like a couple weeks ago an interview with you. I can't remember who else, where you said that you might have been watching Charlie live. I was curious if you were. I mean, if so, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I literally, as I was stating, I don't remember. It probably wasn't live. It was probably shortly after it happened, and I don't remember there was live streams of it. And we talked about Adam Bartholomew's live stream of that as well. So, and this suddenly turned into this gotcha moment. I was in the middle of a different conversation, and now I'm trying to recall what's going on 10 months ago. It was definitely within minutes. I definitely saw that if it wasn't live. And again, looking back, I don't think it was live. I just couldn't remember at the time. And I still can't remember specifically if it was live.
So you started the interview off, and I'm not like putting you in a corner here. That's not my attempt. I'm trying to figure out, because we certainly know they had the capabilities to go live, and that's what Blake Neff has also said. So I'm trying to figure out if it was broadcasted, and just as simply as that, no accusations. But so I'm trying to figure out, it seems like anybody that could have watched it live doesn't remember if they watched it live. And you did backpedal in that interview, and you said you said you think you were watching it live. So if you don't remember, that's fine. But
I genuinely don't.
I was hoping for an objective answer.
Yeah, I genuinely don't remember if it was live. I think the more I thought about this question, I don't think it was live. You know how, like, when you have those surreal moments, anyway, so like that's my answer, is I genuinely don't remember.
I mean, I'm not accusing you. It's just when 9/11 happened or Kirk was killed. Like, those are times where I remember exactly where I was, and I remember exactly what I was doing.
Oh, I remember exactly where I was when I first saw that. I just don't remember if it was live or not. I was actually at this table doing something else. I think I was covering something else or doing research for a show or something like that. I was literally right here when I first saw that. But what I'm saying is I don't remember if it was live. Like, I remember exactly where I was when 9/11 happened. And actually, I do know the answer to this. But it's like, did I see it live, or did I see the replay of it? That to me is what I'm trying to say, and I don't remember.
Right. And in my defense, I guess, like, do you not understand? Like, I mean, obviously, we're skeptical. There's a lot of people that are skeptical, and that's valid, because we're at a point in history where, our government's done a lot of bad things. It's okay to ask questions, and we have the First Amendment.
Sure.
But when you and Blake Neff specifically being the producer of the Charlie Kirk's producer, he doesn't remember, and you don't remember, and everyone else that might have been watching live doesn't remember. I don't know why that should be a sensitive subject, and I'm not saying it is for you. I'm just saying I know exactly where I was the first time I saw Charlie's carotid rupture.
Yeah,
hey, Gary.
But again, were you watching it live?
No.
Okay. And again, that's all I'm saying is I do remember where I was and what was going on. I just don't remember if it was live or not. And that's not what I was paying attention to. And you're right. Everything you just said is completely reasonable. I just remember, like, literally leaving that podcast and then getting all these things on Twitter saying that I stated, and this is like the constant dishonesty and just how insincere these people are. Like, I stated I was watching it live, and then I watched the clip. I'm like, I didn't think I said that. And I'm just not sure. That's like one of the elements. I remember a lot of things. As a matter of fact, I can go through, and every time that I talk to people, I remember a lot of things from the charging documents that people don't know or don't remember. I remember things from, like, I got a pretty good memory on all of these things. There are elements, like last night, we were talking to a guy, and I couldn't remember if it was 3 unfired bullets or 4 unfired bullets. It was 3. But, like, there's going to be little things where you just don't remember all these particular details. And just because somebody has latched onto that particular detail, I'm sure I can pull up 10 things or ask you questions where you're like, I'm not really sure if I remember that particular thing. You know what I mean? So it's weird to me how people weaponize these little things that, to me, like, what is your concern, Furman? I would ask you that. Like, what's the difference? Let's say I did watch it live.
Well, only because, I mean, I believe we should know every single detail. I know you've claimed it's not a crime scene. To me, in my mind, we as investigators, or we as honestly civilians, like we know our government is capable, or foreign governments are capable of bad things. So it's our job.
That's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is, what is the element of whether or not it was live? That specifically, we can go down the rabbit hole of all the other stuff later.
Because I mean, if you want to get into the details, because I believe that
are you
regardless
concerned, are you concerned that there's a live stream out there somewhere and it's being hidden? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily so, no.
Okay.
I was just more so curious because it seems like I wasn't around during 9/11, for example, and I'm not trying to dodge your question, but every single person I talked to, this was a 9/11 for my generation. Like I was born in 2001. I was born out of whatever. So like it boggles my mind how a lot of these turning point people, and again, I'm not making accusations, and I also don't mean to generalize. It's just that's a pretty key factor. If someone was watching.
So are you saying you're saying that is an indicator of dishonesty if I don't remember if I'm watching it live, or anyone saying that, whether or not it was live?
No, that's exactly what I didn't say. I said this is not an accusation, and I'm not saying it's a point of dishonesty. It's just when there's a lot of people that their lawyer or whoever, or maybe their memory is they just don't remember if it was live, including Turning Point's producer. That's a red flag, you know?
Well, I'll tell you.
That's understandable.
Yeah. So, and again, I definitely understand why people on the ground there, they are, and really, I mean, even people that watched that went through a traumatic event. I mean, just go look at the research. I can pull it up right now. I've covered it multiple times. What happens to your mind and how you remember events during traumatic events. Yes.
Can I explain to you what he's trying to insinuate here?
Sure.
He's trying to insinuate that you are part of the Terrell Farnsworth, how they were live streaming it back to a they were live streaming it. He's insinuating that you were part of
I had a direct
being
feed.
able to see it live.
That's not at all. That's not at all what I've said. And
yes,
I
you
just
were.
said I wasn't making accusations.
All right. So I didn't even realize that accusation was out there. So just so we're clear, Furman.
It's not. There's no accusation.
No, calm down. Calm down. What I'm saying is, just so we're clear, I never had a live stream from TPUSA. I have no affiliation with TPUSA. I've never been paid by TPUSA. I didn't even know who was involved with TPUSA. I didn't know who Andrew Colvett was until after the Charlie Kirk assassination. The only person that
I never asked you about that.
I'm just clarifying for everybody else down in the chat. If that accusation is out there, I am not involved with TPUSA in any way at all. What I will gladly tell you people is I am definitely on TPUSA without a doubt. I'm team TPUSA. I support what because I think that they're telling the truth. If information comes out tomorrow and they're not the victims and they're the perpetrators, I will do a 180. Right now, what I see is a bunch of people re-victimizing victims. That's what I see. And I don't even see dishonesty from them. I could see where people say, you know, like they continue to go on and on about the Superman neck and the steel neck, and like it's just so like those were platitudes that somebody was essentially saying, and just saying, you know, thank God it didn't go through. It could have caused other, like that's what it was. And like suddenly like, oh, you're saying that technically he had a steel neck. You, sir, are a liar. Like it's weird to me, and I think it's a little dishonest, and I think it's disingenuous. But I'm not saying you're making any accusations.
Thank you. And I don't know who spoke for me, but that was a genuine question, and thank you for answering it.
Fair enough.
Hey Gary, can I hop in for a second?
Sure.
So when you brought up the platitudes that they said to Charlie's family and friends, could you imagine if the doctor went in there and they said, you know, how's he doing? And they're like, oh man, Charlie is just completely messed up. I mean, he is not going to survive. Like, could you imagine the bedside manner of a doctor would say something like that? Like, that would be terrible.
Or even
and people act
dead,
like,
or even after he was dead, like, you know, like these doctors are just going to struggle to say something. And it's, you know, it's just human nature if you have any empathy or sympathy.
Yeah, they're not going to go to his family and say something like somebody brought up a good point, and he said, when a family member dies and you ask them, did they suffer? The doctor's not going to be like, oh yeah, he's in the most amount of pain possible. He died terribly. No, they're going to lie to you and say, you know, he went peacefully. And people think doctors are are robots. They're people. People are empathetic. They're sympathetic. They don't want to come across as monsters. So that whole Superman neck steal, I mean, I just take it as doctors just trying to give people some hope.
Yeah, and just trying to make the best out of the worst possible situation. Jen, go ahead, and then we're going to get Muppet on here. He is on. I told him I'd give him priorities. He's jumped on here a couple times at the end of streams, and I want to have a discussion with him. But Jen, go ahead and say whatever you need to say, and then I'll jump to everybody else.
So I actually did watch it live. I was watching it on TikTok. I was at home passing a kidney stone, and I was scrolling through TikTok, and I was like, oh, Charlie's going to talk. And there were a bunch of people apparently like doing a live stream of the event on TikTok. And then like all you saw was people running and phone like went dead. So.
Well, I'm sorry. And like I said, I'm making no accusations. And Jen, I'm sorry. Like to all of us, for example, like I remember exactly where I was. I watched the first video on X of his carotid rupturing and him falling. So it's just one of those little picky things that we as civilians and investigators personally, like we gotta have it on the record for as many people that do remember. And thank you, Jen, who was watching the broadcast.
Well, and I'll add to this, Furman. The other part of this was when that happened, like I was covering this nonstop for like 4 or 5 days, and I slept at one point, I know I slept for like 12 hours total in like 3 or 4 days. And I got live streams talking about this. I was going over every piece of, because it was, the thing was they had all of these different videos out. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of that stuff runs together. I literally spent, probably 20 hours the first week going over some of the same videos, going over different versions, slightly better, higher resolution. And then other videos and pictures were coming out. Like I was doing this 24/7. So a lot of the stuff kind of runs together for me just a little bit on that. I'll just be honest with you. I don't know how old you are. I'll be 46 here in just a few days. Like the old memory banks aren't what they used to be. That's just a fact. But I want to welcome Muppet to the show. Muppet, he is right here on YouTube.
Hey, Gary.
What's going on, Muppet? Let's have a talk, man.
Yeah, how you been? Sorry I can't get on your X Spaces. It won't let me join. Thank you for sending me the link.
I got you unblocked. I don't know why I wouldn't let you join. I even followed you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I know. I was in an X Space. I left that one to come and join yours, but it wouldn't let me join yours. But anyway, hey, just getting back to the live stream from Charlie's incident. We do know that it was live streamed. Terrell already said that he was streaming it back to ops, whatever that means. But we've also confirmed that if you're a major sponsor with TP USA, you get a premium package, and you do get exclusive content and access to live streams and stuff. So we are wondering who watched it live, and obviously it comes back to.
If the question is being posed to me, I've never actually paid TP USA a cent, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I know that you might not have watched it live, but yeah, I know that people did watch it live. So I think that's what the whole discussion that's where it came from. Yeah.
What else you got?
Oh mate, I've got mountains. I don't know. It depends where you want to go. Do you want to discuss the evidence that they think they have, or?
Sure. Let's I'll let you prioritize. Let's try to keep this to about 5-10 minutes so we can get other people in, and then
sure.
You can put a pin in it, and then we can do it again another time as well and cover more of it.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, we've been sort of breaking down the timeline of events that they've produced in court so far with what the officers have stated and the different times and officers that are involved, and we found a few flaws in that. And then with the video that they showed in court of the suspect, I don't like to name him. I was calling him the suspect, or suspects. I think there's multiple that they actually have. But I think one of the biggest things that we're very confident on is the guy who runs off the roof, jumps down, picks up his whatever, runs off and supposedly hides it in the bush, seems to be left-handed. And the Tyler Robinson they have in court is right-handed.
How do you get that he's left, or how do you determine? I mean, you may suspect because he grabbed something with his left hand or whatever, but how do you make sort of determination that a person's left-handed from that video?
Well, from not just from that one. There's a few different times. If you're going to say it's the same person in the shorts and in the long pants, then there's different indications on the video that he's using his left hand dominantly. When he gets off the roof, he definitely reaches down his left hand, goes his left leg first, puts his weight on his left leg, hangs off his left hand a little bit, jumps down, everything gets picked up with his left hand. So
you don't think that's because with his dominant hand, he's carrying the rifle?
I don't see a rifle, Gary. I really don't.
Well, okay. So he's carrying something in his right hand. Can we agree to that?
An item, yeah. As it's described, could be a rake, could be a broomstick, could be a tripod, could be a stick, could be whatever.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'll acquiesce that we can't tell if it's a rifle. What we see is something long and rigid. It's definitely
an item, yeah. But it does seem to flop too when he picks up what's supposed to be a towel, which I can't even confirm if that's actually a towel. It's might be a bag or a jacket. I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems to flex and bend when he picks that up.
What it looks like to me is something that's consistent with a something that's fabric, whether it's a towel. I think that's what they found it with. That's what they say. It sure looks like the towel that they found it with, but let's say we can't tell. It looks like there's something rigid under something cloth. There are times when it is defying gravity very clearly. I have some pictures of that. I've shared those before. And then as he's walking, you can see that it's clearly something rigid with something flaccid around it. So
I wouldn't say clearly, but yeah, I'll agree. He's got an item. Yeah, he's carrying an item.
So if I'm getting off of a roof, for instance, and I've done this before, literally assaulting through a village, I've literally hung off of things like that, and I'm holding my rifle in my right hand because it's my dominant hand, and I'm falling down, and I'm holding off this, or I'm climbing over things, controlling what matters most to me at that moment, which is a heavier object that happens to be my rifle. And then it looks like to me, I think he drops his glasses. I don't know if you agree with that. I don't know if it even is relevant. It's really not. It looks like he falls.
When he gets off the roof? Yeah, okay. I think he might even knee himself in the face when he lands. But it's very close to it, yeah.
And I think...
just getting back to that, what shoulder do you think he's shooting from?
I haven't seen the footage to where he's actually shooting, so I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think anyone has, Gary. When they say they saw it in 4K, what do you think of that?
I think that there's no way for us to know, and I don't think there's any way for you to know, and there's no way for Billy and Brandy to know because they were at the very back of the courthouse, and we saw the resolution of that television. I think what you can see is that you can see clearly a person that leaves from behind the retaining wall. And I suspect, and to some degree, we can see that. We can see an object moving. It is very small, but that's the thing, too. It could absolutely, I don't know if it's 4K. I don't know if they were talking in hyperbole. But what I do know is that the people at the front of the room are going to have an entirely different perspective of the people in the back. And I don't know what they can see. And I don't even know that that's what you guys are interpreting. What they're saying is what they're saying. From
well, they did say that. They made out that it was very clear and there was no doubt now. But I see a bunch of black pixels moving across the roof.
That's fine. And that's fine. I think what they saw was a much clearer picture than what you can even determine that they saw.
Possibly.
I think they saw what
You'd
was
hope so.
clearer than what Billy and Brandy saw at the very back of the court, 50 feet away from not a very large TV to begin with. And I think the people that said they were 7 or 8 feet away, something like that, I don't know the exact number that Posobiec or Benny Johnson gave. But what I would say I would say it's reasonable to say, hey, I saw the guy take the shot. And what I mean by that is if I'm interpreting what they said, and I actually want to get a hold of Graham Allen or somebody to clarify those statements. I think it's fair to ask them to clarify, what did you see?
Yeah, because when you say that, it means you saw muzzle flash, basically. And I don't think anybody saw that.
No, that doesn't mean that. And what?
Well, if you saw someone take a shot, like someone could lie down with an item, it might look like a rifle, but unless you see a muzzle flash, how do you know they took a shot?
Well, you're not going to see muzzle flash in the daytime most of the time, no matter what. You're just not. And on top of that, what they could potentially have seen was recoil of some indicator of recoil. There's not a muzzle flash. You're not going to see a muzzle flash from that.
Probably not from that angle.
Or in daylight. I mean, you usually don't see muzzle flash from a rifle in daylight. I've tried to catch that. As a matter of fact, I could pull up a video of me shooting suppressed. And like I literally have the camera inches away. There is no muzzle flash. And you know, to be fair, it is suppressed, but still during the daytime, you just usually don't see muzzle flash. But what I think they're saying, okay, and for us that aren't going to attack and nitpick everything, what I would say is, hey, if I see this person that, okay, I saw what looks like to me, and by the way, was even identified as definitely Tyler Robinson in the bottom right-hand picture by Lance Twig. That's him. So if I see that same person, and I do see one clear picture of him somewhere on the campus, and then we see another time he goes behind a building, whatever it is, and then he comes out, it's the same person, looking like the same clothes. Can I see his face definitively? Can I positively? No, but he looks just like that same person. That's reasonable. Now I see him go up the stairs. I see him go behind a retaining wall. He's there for a minute. I would say that he's assembling the rifle, putting this buttstock back on. And then we see him move to the exact position where we allege the shot came from. And then on top of that, we have cameras down at the bottom that are synchronized with that, and they get the shot. We hear a shot. It lines up perfectly.
Yeah. Have we seen that clear image though of him on campus? Because I haven't. Well, I haven't. That's what I would have expected to see, is one clear headshot of him on campus to say, yeah, he's here at this time. Here's the timestamp.
Twigs
and
ID'd him.
Yeah. Well, did he? It wasn't a positive ID. I don't think that was worth immunity. He barely identified him on the last two photos. I
mean, barely identified. He said definitely. That's definitely him.
Yeah, and then if you play it on, what happened to the first four? Like, if that's his gay lover, you'd expect him to identify him in every single photo they put up. Like, it's not conclusive.
He literally says, "Hey, that looks like him. I can't 100% say that because he has glasses."
There you go. But Gary, if you had glasses and a hat on, I'd still know it was you, and I don't sleep with you.
I think that's what he's saying. like this is you guys.
I didn't get that impression from Lance at all. He didn't give me the impression that yes, that's definitely Tyler, no doubt about it, in every single photo. I didn't get that at all, and I don't think anybody did.
Could you see pictures of me, and you're not 100% sure? It looks like me, but because of I was wearing a hat, I'm wearing glasses, you would be like,
why is it so fuzzy? Why did they fuzz the footage out?
What's that?
The footage. Why is it so grainy? Like, those cameras are high def cameras. So why aren't we seeing high def images?
I don't know what the resolution of those are. I don't know how well. I do know how far they are away, and I don't know that we're not going to see additional footage. And here's what I will say. Your side for 10 months has said there is no footage of that person moving to the area where he takes a shot. I heard that for 10 months, Muppet. You guys were like, nope, that footage doesn't exist, or they would have played that the day that they.
No, I think it was no footage of him definitively on campus.
I'm not necessarily saying you, but I'm telling you, for 10 months straight, I heard they don't have him move into the shooting position because they would have played that the day that they released it. And I have had to explain it 100 times on my show. Guys, the reason they released the footage that they did when they did was because they just wanted to give you enough information to potentially identify the shooter. They didn't know who the shooter was, and they're not going to release incriminating evidence in the manner of potentially prejudice a jury. So they were very selective on what they found. They're like, hey, if people know who this is, we're going to put this information information out. It doesn't actually show him in the position of taking the shot. And then somebody that knows him is going to identify him. And guess what? They were right, because his parents identified him, his coworkers identified him, people on the Discord chats identified him.
What co-workers identified him?
What's that?
What co-workers?
His coworkers identified him.
I'd never heard that.
Yeah, I can find the story for you.
I don't think that was ever put out. And his parents, he never confessed to his parents.
Yes,
that's never, no, he didn't. That's never come out. It wasn't a confession.
True. Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say if we're going to play semantics. It's an admission of guilt.
Well, it's semantics matter, Gary. Well, if they didn't say it, they didn't say it. You're putting words in their mouth.
Robinson's mother stated on the following to police. On September 11th, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter on the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. Robinson's mother called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick, and he had also been at home sick on September 10th. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson. Robinson's father agreed. Going on, it says, as they finally get a hold of Tyler, as they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated he couldn't.
Yeah, where's that? But that's just what you're reading. You can. Who said that?
What's that?
Where did that come out in court?
Wait, Gary, he interrupted you. Can you repeat that? Because we didn't get to hear it while he interrupted you.
So as they just, you know what? This is the charging documents. This is the charging document.
Okay.
Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle the police suspected the shooter used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. It goes on to say Robinson implied. Well, I'll read this whole thing so just so that there's nothing's ambiguous here. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why did he do it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy Charlie Kirk spreads too much hate. Muppet, you can play whatever games that you would like. If this was read to a 12-person jury of reasonable people, this would remove all reasonable doubt. It's just like if I asked you, Muppet, you stole my car. Why did you steal my car? And you state, well, I needed a ride and I liked the way that your car looked. That is an admission. And there's multiple other ones. We have the text messages, we have the discourse chat, we have all of these things that you guys want to pretend that either doesn't exist or you just want to discount completely. And I'll let you speak. Go ahead, buddy.
The messages are a bit sketchy because of the time frame overlap. They're saying that he was Mirandized at 6:25, but then it's still sending messages on. So I highly doubt those messages.
I went through this last night. He wasn't Mirandized on the 11th at 6:25.
That's what it states.
No, it doesn't.
In the original document.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Hold on. Let me. I'll go through this whole thing. This is a lie that Baron Coleman created. Baron Coleman created this lie. It doesn't state any of those things.
I don't think it is.
Hold on. I got all of these ready to go for you, and I'll go through them one by one. Proof of this 100%. And it takes me a minute to throw these up. That's not even the one I want. Oops. We'll get to that one in just a second. That's not what I'm trying to do. Image file. We have this one. We have this one. That really doesn't matter. I think it's that one. Okay. So, and by the way, this was corroborated by testimony. Let's go to this first. Okay, this is the document that Baron Coleman hasn't showed anybody, and it just shows you how dishonest he is. This is the actual affidavit probable cause of when he was officially arrested, and right here, going back to this document up here, and we can pull up the full one if you guys would like, but this is the motion to dismiss cameras in the courtroom, and it says on the evening of his arrest, Tyler Robinson declined to be interviewed without having an attorney. All right. And then at 6:25 p.m., it goes on to talk about they attempted to interrogate him. Okay. The problem with that is
they actually read him his rights.
they do. So, and as part of this is, do you think just because they read him his rights, that indicates the first time that he's ever been read his rights?
No, but at that moment, they're going to take his phone.
What's that?
At that moment, they would take his phone.
So that may be true, but he was read his rights when he was actually read his rights at 04 a.m. on the 12th. This is the actual official time of arrest. It's not at the 10 p.m. that they have from Washington County. And by the way, we now have footage from inside Washington County Sheriff's Office with him in the interrogation room, and his phone is still in his hand. The Washington County stated, hey, we didn't have jurisdiction over this. We did not talk to him. All we did was here to facilitate his incoming. And that was at 9 p.m. It was after 9 p.m.
And they flew the SBI officer down.
Oh, okay. I don't, it really doesn't matter, but this was witness testimony in the court. We have witness testimony in the court. He was not in custody at 6:25 p.m. on the 11th, and there's nothing that you can prove, nothing that you can show me that indicates this. What we have, and by the way, the attorney, the deputy attorney, was asked this specific question, specifically to address the rumors that Baron Coleman was starting on this. And it says the evening of Robinson's arrest was actually September 12th, the day after the early documentation had initially been reported. Because the
you're arguing semantics, because when you read your Miranda rights, are you being arrested?
No, you understand that he was read his Miranda rights at one point, and before you do an interrogation, you're going to be read your Miranda rights. You can have your Miranda rights read to you 100 times.
Yes. Sure.
So during the
interrogation, but the first time they read it, they're going to take your phone away.
You're right. He already had his phone taken away at 6:25 p.m. on the 12th. He already had his phone taken away, but we have footage of him in the Washington County Sheriff's Office with his phone still there. He was not in custody before 7:57 p.m., which is when the Discord chats were sent. He wasn't.
How is he not?
What's that?
How is he not?
Because he didn't even arrive to the Sheriff's Office until after 9 p.m. We have multiple points of documentation, including witness testimony from the preliminary hearing, where they said, he said they arrived.
It's going to come out in trial, and I'll tell you, it's going to be a point that will be argued in trial the entire timeline.
This is the defense's argument. This is the defense. Like the defense, the evening of his arrest, which was on the 12th, the official time of arrest was 04 in the morning on 9/12. He was already in custody. He wasn't arrested, but he was not in custody at 6:25 p.m. on the 11th. This is horseshit. And all this whole thing is made up so that people could say, yeah, the Discord chat's fake. He wasn't in custody. We also have additional evidence for that in all the other documents. The other documents corroborate this time and time again. Including
it's going to be a point of contention.
It's only a point of contention for you guys. It's only a point of contention for you guys because you're believing something that nobody else is saying. The defense isn't arguing. Nobody's even bringing it up except for you guys. You're like, hey, I found this hole in something. I found this hole in something, and I'm telling you that the Discord chats were fake. Like they're not, because he wasn't in custody at 7:57 p.m. It literally states, hey, you know what? I'm getting ready to get turned in from the Discord chat if I can find those. I'm getting ready to get.
Is that what he's driving back?
Hey, Gary.
This is on the 11th. I mean, on the 11th. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Gary, the YouTube chat cannot understand Muppet because there's a really bad echo on the YouTube feed. Just from Muppet, not from you.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't know. I mean, he sounds good to me.
All right.
Whenever he tries to interrupt you, it creates a echo. He should just wait his turn to speak.
Well, I've talked, to be fair, I've talked over Muppet too, and when that happens. But the reality is Muppet, if you look at this objectively and you look at this critically, you will find that all the evidence states, including Brooksby's press conference, he said he arrived somewhere after 9 p.m. It's actually in this one, and there is a discrepancy here But it says Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office accompanied by his parents approximately 26 hours. Tyler Robinson was not wearing clothing consistent with the clothing observed on surveillance cameras during and around the time of the incident, UVU. He was actually wearing the maroon shirt, which, that again, it's a day later. It really doesn't matter. But the point here is that the only one claiming that he was in custody prior to 6:25 p.m. on the 11th is Baron Coleman. And you guys are like, yes, this is great. I love it, because you guys have motivated reasoning and you want to believe that these Discord chats were created. I don't even know what.
I don't want to believe it. I just have a suspicion that they are.
There's no you don't have any evidence of that, and you're desperate for bias confirmation, and this is where you have it. And because
I suspect they've got the metadata for those chats and the metadata for his phone, and I suspect they have him on different flock cameras and much better surveillance of him.
I mean, we don't know what they have as far as flock cameras. Again, this is another point. Like, bro, you got to stop watching Baron Coleman. I'm
not. I'm looking at the flock cameras in Utah. I don't even watch Baron at all.
Flock cameras are not going to be an affirmative defense. Like, it's just not one way or the other.
They got a great license plates, aren't they?
I mean, I don't know what flock cameras they have or where they're at in Utah, and I'm sure they already have.
They have many of them. So if he's driving around, they should have him. Well, they have his phone pinging off every tower. They should be able to track exactly where he went when he went.
And have you?
There shouldn't be any question.
And I'm gonna have to. We'll have to carry this on, and maybe you and I have a space one day just on our own. We can go through this because I enjoy this. But anyways, look, they do have the meta. Have you gone through the search warrant for Apple devices?
No.
Okay, so there's a search warrant with Apple devices. It goes through. It gives a lot more information about the times and the locations of where he was when he sent additional texts. That if the additional texts, if you haven't seen them, they're worth reading. So I highly suggest, and I'll send them to you if you'd like. And I have, or you can get them from Andrea Burkhart. Like,
well, that's the data I expect to see.
Well, it's already out.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's not widely spread. That's for sure.
The search warrants for the Apple devices.
In that one. Yeah.
Like, those have been out for a long time, and I've never heard anybody cover them on your side because there's too much damning information in there, and you guys are very selective of what you cover and what you don't, and what you believe and what you don't, and it gets a little disingenuous.
Well, Gary, I just want the truth. And when I first saw you popped up in December or whatever with Valhalla, and you had a video out where you're saying that a 30-06 is not going to stop in a human neck. There's no way in the world what we'd see in the front, we'd see in the back.
Hold on. I will frame exactly and be 100% honest with you. I never said there was no way in the world. What I said, it was unlikely. And during that same stream, please go watch the entire thing.
I've got the video.
Good. So if you watch that entire stream, at some point there's a person, I'll never forget it, brought up MLK. And I knew MLK had been shot. I did not know that he'd been shot with a 30-06. That changed everything for me. And by the way, at the time, I still believed that he was wearing ballistic armor. We still had a bunch of conflicting information there. And I was still flushing.
But now you're talking about him getting hit in the neck.
I understand. I have to go back and figure out exactly what was going on there. I think I was exploring multiple theories with that. I was completely open to multiple things. But what I do remember specifically on that was that MLK was brought up. And the guy said, well, and I even stated, well, he was actually hit in the jaw and then it hit his spine, because the guy was explaining to me.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, that would stop. And then I really thought about that. Would it? I don't know. And you don't know. If it hadn't hit his jaw and it hit him in the spine and deflected down, do we know that it wouldn't have exited? And then I came across, and then I actually started looking at military journals and pathology reports. And by the way, people were sending me some of these things. And then I found Chuck Ritter. Chuck Ritter was shot from 25 yards away. It hit him in the spine. I'm going to have him on in a couple days. 25 yards away with 7.62 by 54. Ballistically identical, 25 yards away. And then on top of that, we have Shane Hill. Shane Hill was shot in the back, hit in the spine at shorter distance than Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was the furthest away out of all of these. We have 4 people: Charlie Kirk, Martin Luther King, Chuck Ritter, and Shane Hill. all shot with 30-06, all happened to be shot right. It hit him in the spine, and we don't have an exit wound. Chuck Ritter's still alive. Yeah. And
we're getting hit in the neck front on though is a different story because you just got soft tissue and a vertebrae. And you even say in that video that even if it hit a collarbone or a vertebrae, that's not stopping. So you were extremely confident then that if it was hit with a 30-06, it was going to go through.
I was wrongly confident, Muppet. And the more I started, the thing is I'm a ballistics expert. All right, I'm a internal.
You're a ballistics expert then.
I understand that. I understand that. And what I had to do was have a little humility, because here's what I'm an expert in: internal and external ballistics. What I'm not, and nobody else is. There's very few people out there that are terminal ballistic experts. And then we have a whole nother category of specifically to 30-06. I mean, how many case studies do we have of 30-06? There's actually quite a bit, but I had to go find them. And so some of the things that I believed about 30-06, I was just wrong. And I'm happy to admit it, because I thought that it was much more powerful than it was. And then we get into, and one of the things I always said at the beginning, like before we even determine anything, we still need to know the round type. And now we do, by the way. But what we don't know, I mean, here's all you need to know from this, is that Martin Luther King was shot with a 30-06 from 65 yards away. Yes, it did hit him in the jawbone. We do not know if it had just hit his neck, if he would have had an exit wound or not. The thing that everybody was saying was that if it hit somebody with a 30-06, it would blow their head off. That's just categorically false. What we don't
never said
know,
that.
You've heard it though. You and I both know. I'm sure you've heard it. No matter what they were saying was, hey, no matter the 30-06 will transverse the width of a human body. We know whether it hit his jawbone or not. That didn't happen with Martin Luther King. Now we double the distance. We go from 65 yards to 138 yards with Charlie Kirk. So we know that round, if all things being fairly equal, hit him with dramatically or significantly less muzzle energy upon impact.
You're talking a 30-06, Gary. 130 meters is nothing for a 30-06. Hasn't even started to slow down.
The point is we know this is possible. And we also know that things that have, even if you believe that it is a low probability, things happen that are low probability all the time. How many car wrecks have you been in, Muppet?
I know bullets do weird things, yeah.
They do. That's just a fact. and you can make a joke about it, but they do. Because there's so much variability when it comes to the physics of terminal ballistics. We could shoot the same round into the same medium 100 times, and we're going to get slightly different results every single time. But how many times have you been into a car wreck?
Couple.
Okay. The chances of you getting in a car wreck on a daily basis are 1 in 20,000, but it happens. It happens. And so, like, when we look at the rest of the body of evidence, the preponderance of the evidence, like, it happened. I don't care if it's 1 in a billion. It happened, but it's not. It happens a lot more often than people think. I only have 4 examples of people being shot with 30-06. All 4 of those, we didn't have an exit wound. The idea that a 30-06 is just going to blow through everything all the time is just preposterous. It is.
You need to go back and watch the video that you made.
What video that I made?
With Valhalla, because you were very confident that it would pass through every time.
After that, I changed my
mind. You even said
after
any rifle round. You need to watch it again.
That's fine. I just told you.
You actually went right down to has to be a pistol round to not pass through it.
No, I never said that it wouldn't. It was a pistol round. I've never said that. See, this is where you guys go crazy. Like, I never said that it was a pistol round.
No, Valhalla and mentioned a pistol round, and you disagree.
I don't know. I don't remember what I said there. What I'm saying is that after doing a lot of research, I came out and told everybody, like, hey, you know what? This is what's going on. And by the way, I went to UVU, and after UVU, I went there and I saw everything. Like, yeah, I switched my mind. Like, I guarantee you, Muppet, you've changed your mind 4 or 5 times on this. Like, what did you believe? Do you believe in an exploding mic? Because I guarantee you, if that's what you believe now, you didn't believe that. And if, given the amount of evidence that has come out since then, if you didn't change your mind, you were prejudiced to begin with.
I've never really locked down on a theory. I've been trying to work out who did it, not how.
You were more prudent than I was. I was wrong, and I don't know what else to say about that. I was wrong.
Fair enough.
I mean, and I've said that from the very beginning. Every time that I've gotten something wrong, I've come out or I've changed my mind, which is literally one time. That's the thing that I changed my mind about. I thought I knew more about.
I've got a lot of things wrong.
What's that?
I've got a lot of things wrong.
Yeah, like, here's the difference. You're not, well, I mean, to some extent, but you don't have a problem admitting where you're wrong and then telling people why you changed your mind. And Candace Owens doesn't do that. Baron Coleman doesn't do that. I've been telling him he's wrong about this time, and he knows he's wrong, by the way. Folks, like, Baron Coleman is playing you guys. He knows that people are gullible, and he is doing this for money and for super chats, and he's raking it in because there's a lot of stupid people out there. He's a con artist.
I think the confusion with that came from Miranda rights to actual arrest.
He knows 100%. He's a lawyer. They can be read their Miranda rights 50 times. And by the way, it is Utah law enforcement policy that they say that a suspect will be read their Miranda rights when they're arrested and anytime that an attempted recorded confession or a attempted recorded interrogation takes place, no matter what. So like,
I've got other things I want to discuss, but I don't want to take up all your time.
All right, well, this was a good chat.
Hey, Gary,
appreciate you coming on.
Gary, is he still there? I wanted to ask him a question.
Sure. Yeah,
I'm still there.
Hey, Muppet. Gary's mentioned two people that he knows of that have been shot with 30-06. One of them is still alive, correct, Gary?
Yes, that's correct. I've mentioned 3 people outside of Charlie Kirk.
Well, okay. Well, the 2 gentlemen, not Martin Luther King and not Charlie Kirk. There are 2 gentlemen
Chuck
that
Ritter,
you mentioned that have been
still
shot.
alive.
Yep.
And then Shane Hill, was shot much closer. He's not still alive, but there was no exit when he was shot in the spine.
Okay, Muppet, I would, and we go way back. We're buddies. What I would like for you to do is, I would like for you to explain how Gary has 2 people that have been shot with a 30-06 round or comparable, and they didn't have an exit wound, and one is actually still alive. So how do you explain that?
A completely different trajectory, different place where it strikes the body. You're talking soft tissue, hard bone. I know. There's plenty of difference. Which one got shot directly in the neck? Charlie Kirk.
And I mean, the wound trajectory is almost identical with Martin Luther King, except that it hit his jaw.
Martin Luther King was sideways.
It hit him in the jaw, right here, in the right-hand side of the jaw, hit his spine, deflected downward. So, and this is the crazy, like, no matter what, this proves motivated reasoning with you guys. Like, it's like, it'll go through anybody.
Soft tissue on a little vertebrae compared to a mandible.
It'll go through their head. It'll go, and they're like, well, there was this guy that did it. Yeah, but it's different. He was slightly angled differently and whatever else. And it wasn't just like Muppet. I don't know if you can see me right now, but the round didn't go here with a trajectory out here. That's not what it did.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't. Number one, we were at a 10-degree slope. And then we also have this thing called the parabolic arc. So we actually have the trajectory as well. That is additional slope. So if bullets don't shoot like a laser beam. So if I have a 10-degree slope, that round is actually, we have a parabolic arc that's taking place as well. So
not to run at 130 meters with a 30-06 go.
What's that?
You don't get much of a parabolic arc with a 30-06 at 130 meters.
It's going to add a degree or two. And then on top of that, hold on. The max ordnance on that is probably about 8 inches higher than the line of sight. All right, so we have the line of sight where the barrel's pointed. We have the parabolic arc. Yeah. So it probably is 8 inches higher. So we still have this round that's arcing downward, even at 138 yards. It's just a fact.
How does it hit his C2?
Hey, Gary.
Nobody said it hit his C2. Nobody said it hit his C2. No. Like, we haven't seen a medical report. That's a third party, third-hand BS. What was said was we have a C2. A C2 is fractured, C3, C4, C5, and then T1. So what I think really happened there is it didn't go here to the C2 and then go downward. Like, that's not what happened. I believe what we had is, again, Charlie Kirk was leaning forward. That adds additional depth. All right?
Yeah.
He's leaning forward. And then it actually probably hit him just above the T1. And yes, the hydrostatic shock wave broke and damage the rest of the vertebrae. We would expect to see that. That's what the spine does. The spine is a one big natural shock absorbing thing, which means it dissipates energy. And we're going to see some of the other vertebrae that weren't hit directly have damage. And I think the way that was said was terrible. And we won't know until we actually get to the trial or we see the medical exam report. But I don't think for a second that all of these were struck by the bullet. I think what we have is just like people crack and crush their vertebrae all the time, and they're not hit with, the force of a bullet. No, that something happens, they land, those things compress, and then they break each other. That's what happens.
Right, and then you get hit with a bullet carrier. It's a lot more traumatic than that.
What's that?
When you get hit with a 30-06 round, it's a lot more traumatic than that. I will not believe that a 30-06 round did not pass.
Then you're welcome to believe that, Muppet, but it doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, we'll find out in trial, hopefully.
I agree. All right, thanks, man. I really do appreciate you coming on. Like I said, I promised I'd get you on here, so hopefully we I don't know, that was at least productive or at least entertaining for everybody else.
Hey, Gary, I was going to say, and I'm sorry if I jumped in too much.
No, you're good, bud.
But I was going to say it was interesting watching him shift the goalpost from a 30-06. There's no way, your head would be blown off to, there would be an exit wound to, it was a different situation with the angle and everything like that. So he was walking it back and moving the goalpost every time you mentioned the no exit wound and how that's possible, and providing him with a couple of people who had that happen too.
Yeah. This is the same argument, and this happens with every element of this, from the times to whatever else. It happens with every element of this, and I can't believe, if people are out there investigating this and you haven't went through the documents, for instance, you actually haven't read the Apple search warrant documents, which I can pull up, all the documents, court documents, which is a lot of information. And I haven't read all of them, but I've went through all of them and found the key ones, and the motion to dismiss cameras, or motion to remove cameras, and the Apple search warrant documents. Those are key documents with a lot of information that fill a lot of these holes. That way you don't have to sit around and just come up with ways that we can fill these times with these crazy, nefarious, fantastical stories of, I don't know, Jew boogeymen and assassins. I don't even know who's next. Let's go to Britta, just because she's prettier than the rest of you guys. I assume. I've never seen her, but her picture says she is.
I mean, it's AI, but thank you. Yeah, the stuff I was going to say was going back way earlier, and I don't know that I have a lot to add. I think you guys have done an amazing job just putting it all out there. A couple of things I wanted to just touch on were, yes, the Steven Crowder contract thing where he went after Candace and made it sound like she had a bad deal. And she went on Tim Pool and she's like, yeah, he makes it sound like these are slave contracts. I'm not even an employee of Daily Wire. I'm contracted. And then, ever since then, she's been like, oh, I'm an employee of Daily Wire. Look at how they treat their ex-employees. I'm being stalked. It's like, well, I thought you weren't an employee. And also I thought you went on record saying that the contracts were fair. So I don't know about that. Yeah. And then, the other thing that it just strikes me is that I don't have any problem with somebody being like, I want to make sure Tyler Robinson is guilty before he gets unfairly charged. But why do they want so badly for him to be innocent to the point where they're like, well, the guy jumping off the roof, even if it was Tyler Robinson, he was okay. At the same time that they'll say, isn't it kind of weird that, Charlie happened to do, send a text to group chat the night before and then this happened? Isn't it kind of a weird coincidence? But they don't see anything weird about the fact that a guy was jumping off the roof right after Charlie was shot. What else do they think he was doing up there?
Yeah, and then again, we have the evidence of he's on the roof. We have the evidence at the bottom with the synchronized cameras of the shot taking place. We see it, we hear it. A supersonic event was recorded on the multiple recording devices over the trajectory. So there was a supersonic event. It wasn't produced by speakers, Blake, and you can come up here and we can talk about that. So like the evidence, it's cliche at this point, but it's overwhelming. So many people have been rightfully convicted with so much less evidence at this point that it's crazy. And then for everybody that watched, if you actually watched and you don't sit there and try to misinterpret what was actually said during the preliminary hearings, like we got a lot more evidence. And by the way, all this evidence that all these people said didn't exist, it exists. Like everybody was saying, there's no video of him inside the Washington County Sheriff's Office. We see video of him in the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and by the way, he still has his phone. You can see the phone in his hand. And I know what they're going to say next. Like we can't even tell if that's Tyler because his head's down. Like the goalpost constantly shifts, and like they'll never admit that they're wrong, so they can never reassess. Like you get just like I realize that. Like I get things wrong. And again, as we get more evidence, you got to break away cleanly and be like, all right, now we got more evidence. Let's put away all of my suppositions and all the things that I believe right now. Let's reassess this with the current information I have. And by the way, folks, if I get information tomorrow, or evidence tomorrow that the Israel was involved, the Jews were involved, Erica Kirk was involved, Tyler Robinson's innocent, like it's like I'll happily reassess that and I'll be the first one to report it.
Yeah, I guess I would love to hear from people at some point as to why, okay, if you do think it was Tyler Robinson on the roof, why do you think that he wasn't firing a gun? Why do you think he was on the roof at all? Maybe they've covered this. And if you think it was somebody else, again, why was somebody on the roof? And why are you so sure that, well, he doesn't have a gun, he doesn't have a towel, what was he doing on the roof? Is that literally, am I missing something? Is that literally like, well, no, he was the patsy?
I think you're getting this. Yeah, they believe that he is, and people, and again, it's kind of hard to even say who's misrepresenting what, because a lot of people believe different things. So we are generalizing a little bit, but generally speaking, they believe that he's a patsy, and that he wasn't even involved, and we still have people saying, like Candace, that he wasn't even on campus. And we have his car, we have pictures.
Do they believe that there was some guy who was like actually recruited and hired to be on the roof and then jump off?
I don't know. As a distraction? I think they're all kind of all over the place. I don't know. It gets so convoluted, and you talk to like just about everyone you talk to has a slightly different take on it. But like, let's just start off with the basics of this, and let's talk about the fact that Candace Owens is still saying that Tyler Robinson was never on campus, in spite of all the evidence. And by the way, the other thing, and I'm going to play this video real quick because it's worth playing again. Like, I don't understand why. Well, I do. That's not exactly true. We had Candace Owens just a few months ago saying this. And nobody's asking her why she changed her views on this, but I'm going to play this video right here. You guys are going to hear it.
Did stop the bullet without question. Okay? And this is going to dispel a lot of theories are out there. And I'm telling you this 100%. Charlie Kirk was shot from the front. And the bullet did not exit. And at least a fragment of the bullet was recovered from his neck. And I'm going to tell you exactly where it was recovered from. I have fact-checked this information from multiple sources now. I've actually been listening on this for a little bit over a week. Right around here. So think about almost in line with your shoulder blade right in the center. Now, why is that helpful? Because it gives us a bullet trajectory, okay? Went in here, where you saw that, and it was stopped, and a fragment was pulled.
So, that was Candace Owens. 100%. His neck did stop a bullet. I confirmed this with multiple sources. And then the very next day, she flipped the switch because she knew that wasn't, as a matter of fact, you can go look at her comments. Her viewers were not having that at all. And I want to add another video real quick. That's
Gary,
relevant.
I swear to God, I thought when you posted that was like a joke, like a parody. I didn't realize that is actually real.
That's from December 16th.
That's hilarious. I didn't even realize that. I thought you were making a joke.
No.
Like, okay, we now have her saying this, and the reality is she actually did say this, which is unbelievable.
Yeah, no, it's not a joke. That's 100% real. That was on December 16th. The day after she came back from talking to Erica, because Erica shared additional information with her on what, and I don't know what that information was, if it was pictures, video, I don't know, but she came back, she verified it with multiple sources. That's what was said. Here's what we're going to do, folks, because I want to get as many people as we can without staying up too late here. Try to keep your comments down to about a minute or so. I know I went long with Muppet because I owed him, but Nate, go ahead, and we're just going to go down the list. We got Nate, Mitch, and then Glory B, and then Jarbot.
Well, when Muppet was up there, it's funny because you bring up the 30-06 and the human analog, versions of it. And he goes, well, that's different. But the ballistics gel and frozen pork shoulders in the backyard are not different enough for him to disregard those experiments. And it's just, it points to that motivated reasoning or, bias, and what all of it boils down to, whether they say Tyler Robinson's innocent, it's the government is lying to you.
Yeah.
Which makes me think that part of this is an operation, right? Is that you cannot trust your government ever under any circumstance. I agree that we should monitor them and keep them in check, but also in a court proceeding where the defense has as much access to the evidence as the prosecution does, it's kind of hard for them to just invent stuff.
Yeah.
Not possible, but it's not, like, to this point, they're not inventing things. It's pretty.
You know who it is easy to invent stuff. Who has it's just really easy for them to invent stuff, and that is podcasters that are making a lot of money off of this stuff. Folks, it is not popular or profitable to be on my side of this, and I do want to play. I want to play this video. Now, prior to this, for those that you can't see this is Lance Twig's testimony. I do have the main part that's most relevant here, but what I will tell you is that he looked at a bunch of pictures starting off and said, that looks like him. I can't 100% say because he's looking down and he has glasses on, but it does look like him. But listen to what he says specifically about the last two photos.
It definitely, especially the bottom, the last two, definitely do look like him.
I don't know if you guys want to look up the word definitely. It's important that you understand the definition of that. But he says definitely do look like him.
The bottom, the last two, definitely do look like him. They do look like Tyler Robinson.
All right, real quick, before we go to anyone else on, let me run through some super chats. I've been ignoring these, and I apologize, everybody over here on. We got super sticker from Nita Girl. Thank you very much. Let me get rid of this video because it's obscuring. 90% of these women that follow Candace are only doing it for pure entertainment. They don't care about Charlie. I agree. They're bored, and this excites them. Turns out Nick and Dan Bozarian have Jewish heritage. Damn, the bad luck, huh? They're calling each other Jews. Turns out they're both right. LOL, can't make this up. I posted this today because I had this thought cross my mind. Candace Owens, ironically, was made rich and famous by Zionists and Jews. And she is going to be led to poverty through this message of anti-Semitism. If that's not irony, I don't know what is. It's just... you ever been paid $1 to defend TPUSA? I've never been paid $1. I've never been given anything of value whatsoever. I have not, I just so happens what I believe is congruent with TPUSA. And yes, I have reached out to them for additional information. That's where all this started. First time I ever talked to Andrew Colvett was in November. And I've asked him for additional information since then. He's never told me, nobody has ever told me to say anything. You're not going to get me to say something for any amount of money, just period. Like I don't think you understand who I am. The government's not telling me to say anything. Nobody else is paying me. The Jews aren't paying me. The government's not paying me. TPUS, nobody's paying me. I wish they were. I wouldn't change what I say, but I'll take their cash. Not really. I've turned down money and sponsorships because I didn't like the alignment. I'll just put it that way. I saw the live replay by accident as I was scrolling. The words live and live replay are different. Okay, I don't know what that means. I'm getting TARD induced headache again. Okay. And is Muppet's controller right or left-handed? I don't know. Gifted 5 Paramount Tactical memberships. Thank you, Mr. Jiggleballs. Miranda writes, read for an interrogation that can be considered custodial. Messages can still be sent after. There you go. But again, he wasn't in custody. We need a specialist to retrieve Muppet from the depths of whatever he is echoing from. Dude's echo makes me feel better about my tech issues earlier. The text messages released, Tyler said a coworker sent him a still photo from the camera at UVU that would seem weird as a planted text. That is true. And that's where that came from. And there's been multiple stories done on that where his coworkers were texting him, was like, hey, this looks like you. And they specifically talked to the press later on. Hey, I noticed the way that Tyler walks around with his hands clenched. That was a thing of Tyler's. One of his little, I don't know, maybe he's on the spectrum or something. This is for you, SK. You're a true hero. SK is a true hero, as is Jen and everybody else that makes this podcast possible. Appreciate everything you do, Gary. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you, Mike. And then it's easy to break your back. Went in, they found out my back broken. Lowest vertebrae is crushed, slip, pars fracture, healed, separated. There's nothing weird about the fact that there's multiple vertebrae broken. I think the way that was described, it was Stephen Gardner, by the way, that originally described it crashed through C2, C3, C4, 3, C5, and T1. I don't think that we saw this trajectory. I think that it hit somewhere in the lower portion of that, probably just above the T1, probably the C4 or C5. And yeah, it damaged everything else. And there probably was fragments that went up and down, probably mostly down. But even if it was just the hydrostatic shock, like I don't think people understand the hydrostatic shock and how much energy is being dispersed throughout the body. We see his whole head expand, folks. If you watch that and you really pay attention, and again, stop looking for a confirmation of something you want to see, just assess it objectively. And I don't know, just like whatever. Ben, go ahead if you got something quick.
I was going to say, Lace messaged me and she said that echo gets really bad on the YouTube side whenever you play a video too.
Got it.
Just letting you know.
I don't know. I'm sure there's something weird going on with since I got a space going at the same time. I apologize.
And also, I did want to point this out. I did send him an invite to speak, but he hasn't responded. Joe Pags is down there listening.
Never heard of her.
Never heard of Joe Pags?
Joe Pags is awesome. He's great.
I've never heard of Joe Pags. Joe Pags, get up here and speak, man. We'd love to hear from you.
He was a radio host.
Oh, great.
I think in Florida,
Okay.
maybe. And he was one of the people that was swatted during that whole thing where everyone on X was getting swatted.
Well, I'm sorry, Joe, that I've never heard of you. Would love to talk to you, though. So get up here and speak. Blake's down there. I would like to hear from him, or he was earlier. And anybody else on the opposition side, I want to give you at least a minute or two to speak. Mitch, go ahead. Mitch Mango.
Yeah, I heard someone say earlier, I'm just asking questions, which is such a fallacious statement. The one thing they're not doing is seeking actual answers. They don't care what the answer is. So it's just to gaslight. It's just to sell a narrative. That's all it's about. And it's very interesting to have this theoretical discussion about whether bullets go through bodies, don't go through bodies. But that was before we had a medical examiner report read into evidence that said that a bullet was removed from his body and he was killed by a bullet. So at this point that they're still doing it, it's like they're, nostalgically, remembering their years in high school, like their greatest hits from like a few months ago when they had this discussion, and probably they put out a tweet and it got noticed, and now they're not, right? So great, you can have that discussion, but it's an old discussion. And, now people are onto the penguin shit, they're going to, even after he's convicted, they're going to be sitting there going, but my penguich, right? That's what's going to be happening.
Yeah.
And none of them, and one of the things that they actually do, these propagandists, I call them Candylanders, who are the same as the Pallywoodists. They're banking on the stupidity and ignorance of their audience. They're banking on the fact that there's zero intellectual curiosity.
Yeah.
That the people will not even ask, but there's search warrants. And the search warrant
the other
has.
thing they're doing is they're affirming their prejudices and suspicions, and people really enjoy that. And the other part of this, real quick, I don't mean to cut you off, Mitch, but we forget how wrong even having these discussions, I remember how wrong these people actually were. For a long time, all these people were saying there was an exit wound. I had that argument every single day. I'm like, look, I've looked at every single angle of the video that we've had so far. There wasn't an exit wound. There wasn't an exit. Gary, you're a lion, you're fed. There was an exit wound. There's not going to be a bullet in his body. Well, guess what? They were wrong, but they just kind of swept that under the rug. And there wasn't an exit wound. And Gary was right. And other people that were saying that were right. And now they have to explain, because they're not willing to accept what happened. And even though they were wrong multiple times, and there's nothing wrong with getting it wrong, we all do it. We're humans. As more information comes out, we're gonna update your theory. You should, and kind of reassess. How does that affect what I believed in the beginning of this thing? So
you have this new retard, this Rob O'Neill, SEAL Team 6 sniper guy, who's like, he emphatically states, like, they flex on their own ignorance and lack of intellectual curiosity. He's like, I haven't looked into this, but I know I'm right.
Yeah.
What? You haven't even bothered to look at any of the evidence, but you're right. There's exit wounds and exploding microphones and all this stuff. You're just insane. And, people are like, well, he was a sniper. He shot guns, so he knows. At the end of the day, like, the stupidity of what they're doing is they're selling their narrative for a reason, and they're not going to stop no matter whether there's a conviction, whether there's a guilty plea. They have an objective to make money, and there is a search warrant. Everybody knows that they took possession of his dash cam, which standardly has an SD card. That carries just a 128 megabytes SD card carries around 2 to 3 days of telemetry and video, because you're not driving at all times, right?
Sure.
So they know exactly where he was at every moment over the last 24 to 36 hours, 48 to 36 hours of where his car was. And debating, my penguich is just insanity with listening to a headless horseman.
Well,
but we're not allowed to know the identity
Sure.
of maybe this guy is like a cousin or a friend who's just making shit up.
Well,
but that doesn't matter.
The thing is, look, what I will say is we don't know whether or not he had his dash cam on one way or the other. But what we do know is that they have a cell phone, and if he was in Penguich,
that carries the exact same thing: telemetry, location data. This isn't an arguable thing. But they're like, they're starting to do fuel efficiency calculations. What's the fuel efficiency you need on a tank of gas to get from this location to this location? Like, it's asinine. And what are they banking on? That there are people who are going to subscribe and buy me a coffee who are ignorant and bored housewives.
Yeah. And even going back to Muppet, and no, I'm not throwing shade at Muppet, but it's a important observation of mine. And that is, he asked, well, Gary, what about the 30-06 not having an exit? And I just went, I went through a 10-minute, and by the way, I literally have 30 or 40 hours. I mean, me and Nate Vance down there has spent at least 2 or 3 different full episodes of going through every possibility and trying to explain to people how this is much more common than people think. But he asked me a question, because he's asking questions. I give him an answer, and after 15 minutes of some really good examples, we come back to, yeah, I don't believe that. Okay, that's fine. Then I got nothing else to say. So you asked a question, I answered it, you didn't like the answer. So move on, and I'm sure there's somebody that will give you the answer that you like, that will affirm that you can come back to me and said, Gary, well, Rob O'Neill says this. Well, I just don't think that Rob O'Neill, I respect his service. I don't know what's going on, whether or not he killed bin Laden, don't really care. Would love to have a conversation with him, would love to go over the evidence with him. I think it's dangerous when you get out there, and like you said, he did state, I don't know everything about this. I haven't really looked into this, but
I'm right.
But I'm right, and I'm going to give you an opinion, and then I'm going to defend it. And now he's kind of stuck into a position where, even if I did have a private conversation, I'd be willing to do that. Like, hey, let's go over the evidence. Let's go over the ballistics of this. Here's what happened. I don't know that he would be able to change his opinion. But
one of the things that Coleman and Candace, they were making this whole claim about, I noticed what they're trying to do is literally create a doubt in juries to literally
Yes.
jury tamper before the trial.
Yes.
And it's the small, tiny things. How many of us believed that he was in that Dairy Queen? Reality, I did a shadow analysis. It's a fake photo. That body, the background is real. It is a real Dairy Queen. But literally, the actual person in there, the shadow is strong across his body with no shadow on the ground. And the analysis I did, and I checked with AI and various other analyses, it's clear that this is a tampered with photo where the body is put in there. But why did they do that? Because they needed to fit a timeline, because they believed that the text messages between Lance and Tyler were not after 11 p.m. on the 11th. They believed that it was after 6 p.m. So they had to make up all this narrative to fit a timeline. That's why they claim, in order to fit the claim, that these text messages were sent after his arrest. When obviously then that came out, then they had to come up with their Panguitch thing, because Panguitch is this idea that, well, they couldn't have been there at this time because driving distance and fuel efficiency from Panguitch to so-and-so. It's all irrelevant. There is a phone. There is a dash cam that tells
I agree,
exactly
Mitch.
where he was at all times.
We're getting redundant at this point, but I want you to land it right there, and then I just want to get some other people.
I'm done.
All right,
I'm done, my friend.
Thank you, sir. Real quick before I go to Glory B, who's I'm going to next, Roberto Calamari made a great point on YouTube. He says the Candace people like to bring up the 30.6 exit wound odds, which this is the thing. And I had this conversation. He was like, what are the odds of that? I don't know. What are the odds? What is your sample size? Where are you guys getting these odds that is, what is it? What is it? Because you don't know. You just are saying it's so small that it's impossible. It's not that small. And again, I only have 4 real world empirical pieces of evidence, and all of them were shot with 30-06, and it didn't have an exit wound. So right now, based on the empirical evidence that I had that are similar, it's 100% that it doesn't have an exit wound. I don't think I'm willing to be honest and say, I'm sure there are plenty of examples of otherwise, but is it a similar bullet? Can we go and look at, because I could pull up military. I saw one that, oh gosh, Dana Lash's husband, I'll think of his name in a minute. Sorry, I'm forgetting your name, buddy. Anyways, he sent it to me. It was a military journal, military report. A guy was shot with a 30-06 in his forearm from not that far away. I don't remember the distance. It actually lodged in his forearm and didn't exit. Bullets do weird things because we're talking about variables. Every single bullet that you shoot down range is a whole nother set of variables. The entry, the bullet itself, the everything with it is slightly different. So you're going to get different results. But just to clarify this,
Gary, there's thousands of records
hold on,
from the
Mitch.
Department of War, of Department of War, people having 30-06 pulled out of their body.
Absolutely. But Roberto Calamari says the Candace people like to bring up 30.6 X wound odds. You need to start asking, what are the odds of a multinational conspiracy to kill Kirk? Because they're infinitesimally smaller by a large margin. It's just a fact. All right, let's Glory B, go ahead. And everybody try to keep it about a minute or so. I want to get as many people in here as possible. And then we'll recycle back through. Glory B, you're up. Speak to me. Your mic's unmuted. Should just be able to speak. I may have lost it.
I can hear you.
All right. Can you guys hear me? You never know with these. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear both of you.
I can't hear Glory for some reason. And I'm really the only one that matters. Let's be real. I'm just joking. I'm going to log out and log back in on this space again. This freaking Elon, fix your spaces, dude.
Okay. But you guys, speaking of hands, whose hand was up Muppet's rear end moving his mouth? Because that guy, he's
real quick, I'm back in here. I didn't hear what Gloria said, and I want to hear it because again,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. My main thing was, and I just, because I don't want to, I get nervous when I get interrupted, but the whole thing with that 625 thing, Gary, when Muppet was bringing that up, what people don't get, and I don't think people realize it, when that piece of paper is added into that filing, that it was only added in there because of the defense wanting to show that Tyler was being cooperative. It was not added in there for any other reason. It was not added in there to prove that he was being, they were going to interrogate him other than that he was being cooperative. The whole point of it, that Miranda right, whether he was being Mirandized at 9 p.m., at 12 a.m., at 4 a.m., the whole point of that Mirandizing was right before he was going to be interrogated.
Yes.
Like that, and they don't see that. And so when he says, I don't want to answer the questions, that doesn't, why would they start at 6:25 p.m., even if he did walk in there at 6 o'clock? Why would they interrogate him? And that's what they don't look at. You can say, I know they want to sit there and say, well, he was Mirandized, but I just don't, I want them to look at the whole, whole conversation.
And there's more to it than that. We have multiple documents and people making statements, including on the stand, which carries a lot of weight with me, is that he didn't get in there till after 9 p.m. So you have a guy that comes in that says, hey, well, I don't even think he confessed or said anything to the Washington County Sheriff's Office. First and foremost, just like Sheriff Brooksby stated, they didn't have jurisdiction. So all they did was facilitate his surrender, and they were waiting for SBI and Utah County to get there because they have jurisdiction. So they weren't going to start interrogating him. But more importantly than that, now that there's somebody in there and they have the idea of that they have somebody involved with this, they're going to start launching search warrants so they can get evidence. And they're not just going to have somebody come in there. There's people that claim they committed crimes all the time, confess to crimes all the time. It doesn't mean that's not enough to convict somebody. You got to have additional information. So they wouldn't even interrogate him. And while they're waiting for the SBI to get there, they talked about it. Hey, they started sending people out to help with searches, and they got search warrants. So now they're talking to Lance. Now they're getting evidence.
To mom and dad.
They're talking to mom and dad. And they're not going to even attempt to interrogate this person before they have that information. And by the way,
I know that they wanted one of Barron's things is they wouldn't wait that long to interrogate him. Well, yes, they would, because number one, he didn't get back to the Utah County until 4 a.m. And the defense would use, well, you interrogated him. If you started interrogating him at 4 a.m., then you're going to use the fact that he was sleepy, and you're going, they let him sleep.
Yeah.
Until he finally woke up.
They were still gathering evidence, and they wanted to know what questions to ask him before they even started interrogating this guy.
Yeah, so, that's just I just don't like that when they're like, oh, he was Mirandized. People don't look at that sheet of paper and just understand that sheet of paper was for the interrogation.
He's probably been Mirandized 6 times or more.
Yeah. Right.
Just being Mirandized doesn't indicate that was the time that he was arrested. If you believe that, and I know that's what Baroness Coleman is pushing, and I know he doesn't believe that, but he knows that you people are gullible enough to believe that, and you'll send him a bunch of super chats, and he'll fill your brains with a bunch of conspiratorial brain rot, and he's going to make a bunch of money off of it. And he is helping confirm your biases, and he likes it. But no, thanks, Gloria. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Jarbot and then Monica.
Okay, I'll trying to be quick, Gary. So yeah, you don't have to be Mirandized to be arrested. You don't have to be Mirandized to be put in custodial detention, right? You only Mirandize when they're doing the investigation. They Mirandize you typically when they arrest you. But anyways, I wanted to go back to what Muppet was struggling with. The funny thing is they don't understand there's reasonable inference for for evidence, right? So if it's raining outside, you don't have to prove that it's actually raining outside. You can use the street was wet, the sidewalk was wet, people were wearing clothes, people had umbrellas, and my wife said it was raining, right? The weather report said it was raining. So you can use reasonable inference.
This is goy slop 101 right here. What are you talking about?
I know, right?
Bro?
But the funny thing is they grabbed the most unreasonable thing that they can, and they latch onto that. No, it's Jarbot, not Jubot.
It's Jubot now.
Oh man,
street was
the funny
wet.
thing is, okay,
The street's wet, so
yeah,
it
the street
rained.
was wet. Yeah, how dare you? But
Boy.
no, the funny thing is I watched this movie the other day, and it's like spot on, man. It's called Nightcrawler with Jake Gyllenhaal. You got to watch it because it's all about like this reporter and investigator that wants to insert himself in the freaking story, and like this explains the psychology of these people like 100%, especially Candace Owens. I think there are some people that generally want to find the truth, but at the end of the day, like the truth has a termination point, just like investigations and trials. There has to be a termination point. There has to be a culmination of a theory before they can bring the case, and so they have to have all that stuff, or there's no point in seeking the investigation and the truth, right? And I just wanted to share those two things.
Look, I think there's a lot of people that believe that they want to find the truth, but the problem is they think they've already found the truth. Now they just need to find the evidence to support it, and it's self-delusion to begin with. But your points are valid. Jesus Freak right here on YouTube says, "I'm always a grain of salt person, but these Candace cult member people put Lot's wife to shame with the number of grains they are clinging to." Monica, go ahead. Great to talk to you, by the way.
Hey, Gary. Likewise. I think there were several other people in front of me. If you want to, I don't mind waiting.
I was just looking at seeing who was at the top. So go ahead. You're good.
Okay, sure. Well, I really don't have a lot to offer to this particular part of the conversation. I just wanted to say a couple of things. One, I would almost believe that Macron's wife is a man before I would believe or have ever believed that you're a black guy. So that was probably the most profound bit of information I've received in a very long time.
I can identify as whatever I want to be.
So I was driving up 75 from Florida when you dropped that bomb on his face, and I was like, what? Did I just hear him correctly? I had to look at your picture again. So thank you for that. But good stuff. And I also just wanted to...
Actually, it was just so we're clear, it was James' claim that I was a black guy. My grandfather was black, but I am not.
Well, I mean...
He's not my blood. He was my step-grandfather, but he was the only grandfather I ever knew.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense. But I also, tweeted to you and several others recently, just welcoming you guys to this terrain. And I really do mean that. Twitter and spaces, Joe Pags, who was in here earlier, is a colleague of mine from broadcasting. And he is a very large voice, truth teller, very trustworthy gentleman. He'd be worth having on your show.
Would love to.
And yeah, he's a great guy. And many of us have been holding down the fort over here on these freaking X spaces, but it's really good to have, people who understand what's actually going on this landscape. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your efforts and for bringing on the guests that you acquire, and also for being willing to admit whenever you've gotten something wrong. Also bringing people on who do not agree with you. I think these spaces should be utilized for things like that. So I appreciate the shout out earlier, and I really just wanted to come up and encourage you to keep up the good work.
Well, thank you. No, I appreciate it. And we appreciate all the work that you've been holding down the fort. You can go rest now. We got this. No, I'm just joking. We still need you in the fight.
Exactly. I'm on leave.
And I know Jen's going to be reaching out to you to make sure we get you on the show very soon. I would love to have Joe on as well. So put in a good word for me. I don't know who was next. I don't know if you've been watching it, Ben. You choose who's next.
Let's go with Grace, since she's right there.
Okay, Grace. Send it.
Okay. Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
Yep, you got 30 seconds left. Go. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to tell you that thank you for what you do, and you have more patience than I could ever have. That being said, if it were me in your position, I would not be able to do this. There's no way. I would be outside screaming. But I've worked a lot of shootings, right? I mean, uncountable. There's no way I could ever count. Never have I not been shocked by something on the scene. I have been to shootings where a small caliber went all the way through and I wouldn't have expected to. A larger went in and did things in the body I would never expect it to. I even went to a suicide attempt where the guy called us. He called 911 himself because he tried to shoot himself in the head from the bottom of his chin.
Just real quick.
It went in.
Grace, just be careful because I'm on YouTube as well.
Oh, I got you. Okay. But anyway, it went in and it went around, and I'll just say he survived, and he called us. The guy survived. Okay. You never know what is going to happen. You just don't know. Bone is very dense. Bullets will yaw like a car. If you're running radar and they see and they hit the brakes, you're going to see that yaw. A bullet will do the same thing. It will tumble. I just wanted to reiterate it. So thank you for everything you.
No, I appreciate you and everything you do as well. So thank you for that. Sinful, you're up, buddy.
Hey, evening, guys. Just a couple things. I actually have a bombshell reveal. I was the one that talked to Ben Shapiro.
Exclusive.
I talked to Ben Shapiro for brunch and everything. So I have a feeling that Candace probably likes to listen in on these. So if she can give me that 10K, that'd be pretty cool. But no, second, like my dad, he used to hunt all the time, pheasant, quail, all that. And he kind of, at a young age, kind of taught me a little bit about this kind of stuff. But that bullets are weird, but it just goes to show that people need to be doing. It's so easy to just look this shit up.
Yeah,
like I don't know if it was like a Remington bullet or if they know what
it
kind
was.
of box.
It was a Remington core locked. We know that, so it's a cup and core bullet.
Okay,
it's known for fragmenting and mushrooming. And again, me and Nate did multiple live streams on this. It's clearly worth mentioning again, but yeah, like we know exactly what bullet is, and it's I'm not surprised by it.
Yeah, it's a common bullet used for hunting, so you can get a clean kill. Because if you use an FMJ that goes right through the animal, it's not going to be a clean kill. It's going to still suffer. The animal's going to bleed isn't going to bleed out immediately.
Yeah,
it's meant for more damage with the internal organs. If you just
the terminal ballistic performance is what it's designed for. Yep.
Yeah, it says on the packaging of the bullets, like that's what it's for.
And talking about,
I guess the manufacturers are in on it now too. So.
Yeah, and to kind of highlight that point, I've played a video. I have it every time I play it. I get hit with a copyright strike on it though. But from Mythbusters, they shoot. This is from 20 years ago. They shoot a 9mm round at a whole length of ballistic gel. That 9mm round goes 5 feet. They shoot a 30-06. It goes about 10 inches. If you're watching on any of the video right now, I have 30-06 that hit ballistic gel. And folks, ballistic gel is not a good representation. It will typically hit a human body and or a deer and penetrate less in real world tissue, because we're dealing with multiple variable densities in any sort of real animal or person. And in this one right here, it goes about 10.5, 11 inches. That's not hitting bone. That's not hitting anything else. And that's about what we're looking at. We're looking at probably around between 8 and 9 inches, given the trajectory, given the fact that Charlie Kirk was leaning forward. That's what we're looking at. And by the way, there was a picture I shared the other day that Midgray found from a video that he had, where you can actually see Charlie Kirk's, the separation. You can literally see the skeletal separation in the vertebrae on at his rear. So, I mean, and another one, Julian Dory, who is completely into the conspiracy side of this. He just had a forensic pathologist on. And when he's talking about the 30-06, he's like, dude, I see physics. He's like, there's nothing weird about this, essentially. He's like, I've seen this happen dozens of times. This is not strange. He talks about the hydrostatic shock wave. He talks about the energy transfer. And, Julian Dory's just sitting there, mouth agape, and doesn't really know what to say. He did end up reacting to this because apparently his chat flew off the lid, and he had to send out another video saying, yeah, look, he could be wrong. He's audience captured. Like, instead of just coming out like, hey, look, you don't have to like it, but this is the guy that does this, and he's been doing it for dozens and dozens of years. I think he has over 30 years experience, and you don't have to like it, but that's his opinion. And, he could be wrong, but again, this audience capture thing, I think about it every day. I will never do it. And if you don't like what I say and you can't handle disagreement, please go watch somebody else, because I'm going to tell you what I think every single time. If you don't like it, move on. Real quick, Reggie Eller, probably is his name. The day is coming when Candace will have to play by the same rules as everyone else in court. I agree. Did you finish that, Sinful? Did you land that?
Oh, and yeah, well, and it reminded me too when someone was talking about like why there was like dust or dirt or whatever was in the rifle.
Yeah,
I looked it up. You know,
and I got pictures
he
of
was
it, by the way.
shooting on top of a he was shooting on top of a rooftop. For one, maybe he didn't even clean his gun well. That's one thing. Two, he was shooting on top of a rooftop, a gravel rooftop. It was what? I looked it up, the temperature and everything, because I was really like curious. And because I was like, sometimes there's always just a very easy, plausible way to point these things out. You can look back at, I don't know how far back, but you can look back on the temperature and the dew point and all these things. It was a relatively warm day in September. The dew point was low, and just the force of that bullet being fired could have thrown all that dust on the roof, those graveled rocks, and right there on the rifle. It could have been from that. And like you said before, or others have said maybe, just tossing in the woods, you know,
Yeah, so
between dirt, trees, and all that stuff.
Yeah, so I'm gonna add a picture from that shows exactly what's going on with that. Where did that picture go? Allegedly, I will add a picture. Maybe it's down here somewhere. Let me accept this. Why is my computer being weird today? Anyways, and this is from the preliminary hearing. And we can see a couple things from this. Number one, they showed the picture of the rifle in the box with the towel around it. And Falmelina was specifically asked, why did you have this picture? And she said, that's exactly how we found it and if you're watching this right now, you can see that the towel does not cover the barrel. And then we can also see in the bottom picture, I have two pictures kind of collaged up here. We can see where the gun was, and he definitely scraped to insert it there. He would definitely scrape it on the ground, the barrel portion, which is the heaviest portion of the gun, to hide it back in there. Now, when she said there was dust in the barrel, there's always dust in the barrel. Typically, we call that fouling. I don't know why. I would have loved for the defense or the prosecution to explore that specific phrasing better. But there was almost certainly the way that this was inserted into the bush here, and you can look at the ground. It's that real, and I've been there. Like that ground is like that real fine, dry dirt, super fine. And yeah, if you push that into there's going to be, it's probably going barrel first and scraping along the ground and collecting a bunch of dust. Or she could just be referencing fouling. There's always fouling after you. So for Project Constitution, they'll just say that proves that the gun wasn't fired. You're just stupid. Like, no, it doesn't. Doesn't make sense at all. Who we got next here? Drunk Pinata.
Hey, how you doing?
It's good, man. How are you?
Doing all right. Look, I found you about a month ago. I think I remember hearing some of what you had said previously, but I kind of like personally just made it a point to stay away from a lot of this because I thought nothing's going to come of this until the trial starts, and especially as the way these people got dug themselves deeper into these theories, I'm like, they're totally going to get wrecked when they actually have to start producing this evidence. That the defense team is going to want nothing to do with these people's opinions of this stuff. And so I really just want to commend your approach about how you've handled this, because it's a very pragmatic thing, very logical thing. And I think that's the way to go about it. Because I think that there's some other parallels I thought you addressed earlier on, which I didn't know about your opinion of in particular, in regards to the Epstein stuff that was kind of mentioned, or, several hours ago at this point.
Sure.
But, people do like to fill in the blanks. They really try to use this kind of a sentiment, they'll latch onto it, and they kind of do exploit it with this kind of inherent distrust of government, which you should always be skeptical, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But there's like this expectation and a public mismatch of the things and of this being put out there by all these different people that they expect something, they don't get it, therefore it's a cover up, and there's always a conspiracy mindset around that. And I think that you're addressing this in your approach very well.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Really do.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, folks, if you guys are watching on YouTube right now, make sure you like, subscribe. And if you're not following me on X, make sure you follow me on X. And you should go follow SK Double Dub, Monica. I always forget her whole thing. I can only see Monica Matthews on the air. Nate Vance, he's a great follow. There's lots of people in here that are great follows. Zach, Nish Perez, Midgray's in the house down there creeping, not even saying hello. What a douche. So anyways, lots of great people. Make sure you follow me. We're going to start doing these pretty regularly. I don't know. We'll see. Who is up next? I don't know. Somebody speak. I don't see any hands, so somebody just jump in.
My hand's up. Do you see me? Can you hear me right now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm Lune. If you can see my profile picture, but so I'm not someone that actually believes in the official narrative, and I don't really know much about you. I kind of stay away from the back and forth. To me personally, as someone that does watch Candace, what's important to me is finding the person that actually did this to Charlie Kirk. And with the investigation from the very beginning, before even when Candace was on her hiatus and didn't really form any opinions or anything, I thought it was a lot of the things that they were saying was odd. And a lot of people that I speak to in spaces actually feel the same. And of course, there are other people too that I think you guys are speaking about as well.
I just want to clarify some things. I don't mean to interrupt you, but when you said
no, you're fine.
Candace wasn't forming an opinion and she went on a hiatus, you're talking about when she went to Montana?
I don't know. I just know that she did her farewell video to Charlie, and then she was gone for I don't even know how many days she was gone. And in that time, I was on Spaces.
So just to clarify,
day of his.
I mean, she was already going down narratives within days of this. Within a couple of days, she already was talking.
So the video clip that you showed, actually, that was in December, and you pointed out. Okay,
I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is that she already was talking about alternative narratives, including that the Israel was involved, and then we soon got the French Foreign Legion. This is all before she went on her hiatus, and then she also came out and said once the charging documents were released, and I think they were released around the 16th, the 14th, 15th, or 16th, somewhere around there. She read the charging documents, but she was very selective on she didn't read the charging documents. What she did was she actually had bullet points, and she omitted a lot of the information from the charging documents. She also stated, and I have a video of this to contrast what she stated. Within the first couple days, she said, hey, I have a source that I verified that has been correct, and I verified this source with another source, and she's reading a portion of the charging documents that are on a bullet point piece of paper, so you don't see the rest of the charging documents, and says, this person confirmed that it was the mother that actually identified Tyler. And then she goes on to talk about some of those things. She omits other portions of that. But then 10 days later, she says, hey, you know how the media came out and said it was the mother that identified Tyler? We now know that that's completely false. Well, she was the media that said this. So my point is, like, I would propose to you that she was being dishonest, and she was pushing forth plenty of alternative narratives long before she went on hiatus and long before December. But go ahead on the rest of your
So
points.
I have a question for you. Did
Sure.
Tyler Robinson admit that he shot Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
When did he make that statement?
That's a great question. I read it earlier. I don't know if you were here earlier, but what we have on the charging documents is we have, well, he actually confessed in multiple different formats, but right here in the charging documents on page 7, he has a full admission right here. It says, as they discussed the situation, Robinson implied, and he's talking to his parents. Let me go back to the top of this. Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied that he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. As they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil in the world, and the guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. That, by all accounts, is an admission. And by the way, there's many more admissions. And if you're somebody, I'm assuming that you have not read the, I don't know, it's 9 pages and there's not much information. Have you read the original charging documents that were released on September 16th?
No, me personally, I haven't.
And, you know, I would suggest that you do. And I would say that there's a lot of information here, and also it's a longer document, but the motion to exclude cameras, That's a really good one. And the other one is the search warrant for Apple, which has a lot more text messages in there and additional information on where he was when he sent those text messages that I think is worth exploring.
Awesome. Thank you. I will definitely look into that. My question more so was, has he made a plea? Has he pleaded not guilty yet?
No.
Has that happened yet?
No.
Okay. So we're still in preliminary. The preliminary hasn't even found whether or not they have enough evidence, right? That's what the preliminary was about, just to figure out if they have enough evidence to even convict him or any of that, right?
Well, it's to determine if they have enough evidence to go forward with the trial.
Yeah, with the trial, right? Okay. That being said, everybody in this space, along with every space I've been in, along with Candace, has been surmising what their thoughts and their theories are. Sure. Nobody knows for certain if Tyler Robinson did this, if there is enough evidence to even go to trial. So whether you pay a lot of attention to Candace, which it seems like you probably pay more attention to her than I do.
Sure.
At the end of the day, what I was getting to is I joined Spaces right away. I watched her video. I hadn't seen her on for a while, but in that time, the narrative was not spun because Candace had one video claiming, or making her thoughts and giving out her opinions, that one video. So where, at least from the people that I speak to, where our questions come from is the lack of, like, just the holes in the story, and just the fact that
let me just, for the sake of this conversation, kind of clarify my stance on all of this.
Okay.
I'm cool with, I believe that Tyler is innocent until proven guilty. That being said, we have a lot of evidence that we can make our own conclusions. That's a court of law standard. Obviously, if I think he's guilty, or you think he's not guilty, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately,
I have a lot of reason to believe that, based off the evidence they have, that they're lacking a lot of proof.
I want to explore that, but my stance on Candace is this: is I go through and I look at what she's lying about, why she's lying, and proving that she's lying. And I know for a fact that what she's putting out is false. And I know for a fact that what she's putting out is fraudulent. And I also know this for a fact because I've seen her make up complete false narratives about me. I know this firsthand. So I know what she's willing to do to push a narrative over the truth. And it's not about the things that I pay attention to. Candace has nothing to do with this trial at this point. To me, it's a much bigger issue. And that is, I think there's a psychological operation taking place that she's participating in, that she started off as a useful idiot. And this was useful to a lot of people. And so then on top of that, we grew out this conspiracy industrial complex where this is very profitable to push all these things. So that's where I stand. What I want is the truth as well. And I want, when I see people lying, especially what she's doing, because she's not just lying, she's attacking Erica Kirk. She has claimed that Erica Kirk, directly or indirectly, however you want to look at it, she's definitely claimed that Erica Kirk is part of the conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. And what's even worse to me, what's even more abominable to me, is that she's also claiming that she was part of a sex trafficking with zero evidence. Candace has gone 10 months, and she has not produced, and made millions of dollars. She's not produced one piece of evidence that would be admissible in court. Not one piece. And she has destroyed lives doing it by claiming all these people. And long before we ever got to December, and long before October, she was already claiming that the French Foreign Legion were involved in this, that the Jews were involved in this, that the French put a hit out on her. We've never seen any evidence of that Charlie was shot from below, that there was tunnels. Like, this is all before, it sounds like you even knew what Candace was saying. But I would like to ask,
no. I've actually been watching Candace.
Okay.
I actually found out who Candace was through Charlie Kirk. So
Gotcha.
I've been watching Candace since.
What holes do you see in the narrative?
Well, for one, I as far as like the evidence, the stuff, it just seems like the stuff that they have come out with is just like, I don't know the word for it. It's just.
You feel like, a certain way about it?
Yeah, like the text messages, the way the text message wording is, it's just enough for me to speculate on. And once again, I'm not going to be someone that just says surmises or actually just speaks in definites. Oh, that's definitely fake. Sure. I just think that when I read those text messages and I read the what's the other Discord and that whole conversation, to me, it was hard to believe. And it's not because Candace was saying it. It's not because other people in X spaces are saying it. It just sounded like they were trying to they created a narrative. They were trying to find someone
Who's they?
Guilty. Whoever, I mean, the people in charge of trying to find the killer of Charlie Kirk. They spent days looking for him, and then all of a sudden they had Tyler Robinson turn himself in. I'm sorry, yeah.
I mean, you think the FBI, the SBI, local state and law enforcement, the ATF, I think the marshals were involved as well. Like all of these people are conspiring to frame this one guy.
I think that they want to claim that they have his murderer. Okay. And so that it's much easier to claim that than to actually continue to seek finding the person that killed Charlie. Once again, it could be Tyler Robinson. I just know that the official narrative does not. Well, it just doesn't. Yeah.
The only problem that I see with that is I don't think you really know what the official narrative is, because I don't think you've never read
the official narrative is that he was shot by a 30-06 in his neck, which you've claimed you've heard of other people either A, surviving, and then B, also not having an exit wound on. Yeah. But that was actually one of the questions I was going to ask you. Were they shot in their neck as well?
Yeah, well, they were shot in the spine. So
okay.
And we even
so there's a difference between neck and spine, right?
This is where we constantly move the goalposts. So Martin Luther
King. I'm
going to tell
I'm
you.
not
exactly.
trying to be a smartass.
I'm going to tell you exactly. So Martin Luther King was shot from 65 yards away, half the distance with a 30-06. It hit him in his jaw, then it hit him in the spine, right around the same spot in his neck. Hit him in his neck, just like Charlie Kirk, deflected downward with no exit.
But it hit him in his jaw first.
Sure, but
before
it doesn't matter.
Hit him in his neck?
Here's what you need to know when it comes to ballistics. He was shot from half the distance. So number one, can we agree that we do not know if it would be an exit wound if it hadn't hit him in the jaw? If it hadn't hit him in the jaw and it just hit him in the neck, do we know that there would be an exit wound?
So
we
from
don't. The answer is no, we don't. I mean, that's just the answer. It could have hit him in.
Okay.
But then we also have Charlie Kirk that was shot from 138 yards away. And
from a rooftop, right? And so are you saying that the angle that he was shot from the rooftop where Tyler Robinson was supposed to be could have shot him in the neck to where the bullet would have went downward? Or
yeah, absolutely. So number one, we have about a 9.4 degree angle. I literally went to UVU. I actually had a 3D map. I had a drone that flew over the facility, created a 3D map, and I spent a lot of money. Me and a bunch of other people spent a lot of money to create a 3D interactive map where you can get all of this information. The measurements on that are plus or minus like an inch. So it's forensic level 3D map where you can map all this stuff out. Then on top of that, besides the fact that you are shooting at a 10-degree angle approximately, you also have the parabolic arc of the round. So that's going to add additional angle. And then you have Charlie Kirk leaning forward. It wasn't like he was sitting straight up, which is how all of these, this is the other thing that really irritates me. All of these diagrams show a skeleton straight up and this round going straight at a 90-degree angle to his neck. That's not what was happening. Charlie was leaning forward. He was slouched. So between the line of sight angle, which is about 9.4 degrees, and then the parabolic arc, all right, bullets don't fly like laser beams. They arc in. It's probably at another degree or so. And then you have him leaning forward, which probably adds another 5 degrees. So it went into his neck, but if you can think about this, it's going deeper into his body. So there's additional meat there. And again, I don't know that if it would have hit him direct on at 90-degree angle that it would have had an exit wound. The fact is we didn't have an exit wound. And here's the thing that I would say that points to that there isn't some sort of conspiracy. The easiest thing that they could have faked was the ballistic report. All they had to do was provide a bullet and say, you know what, that bullet came out of that gun. It's 100% match and we're done. But instead, what they have is an inconclusive report. And we do know that there was a bullet inside Charlie Kirk that was a 30 caliber bullet. Like everything lines up. And I think that and here's a problem. I think a lot of people, there was this suspicion created out of false information right off the bat. I think the well was poisoned with, camera guns, palm guns, iPhone guns, tunnels, the Jews, the French, people in maroon shirts, and they already had the suspicion built in, and they weren't willing to believe anything. And then they never actually went through the documents, because I think between the documents and what was said and corroborated in the preliminary hearing are pretty compelling. But if you don't know that, I think you're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance, and it's not your fault. I'm just saying these people are intentionally, and Candace has done this. She's intentionally omitted information time and time again that would be damning to her narrative that she's pushing, and nobody holds her accountable for it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess because I don't, like you mentioned, I haven't read those documents. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's going to force me to now look into that. And I do appreciate you in good faith having a conversation with me. I'm by no means up here trying to be disrespectful or anything like that.
You're lovely.
I appreciate it. I can't help but, I guess, from the lens of where I'm coming from, where I questioned the narrative absolutely right away. And if Candace was out there saying that she believed the same thing everybody else or most people in the space believes, I even though I've watched your podcast for a long time, I wouldn't agree with her, because me personally, I just don't believe the narrative, and maybe I do need more evidence, and I'm completely 100% willing to just say Tyler Robinson was the shooter once they give enough compelling evidence. But I did want to ask you, because I have seen some people out there on YouTube and stuff shooting like pigs and all different kinds of objects with a 30-07. What is or 30-06? Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Yeah. What is your thoughts on that? And then did you do the same? Have you tried the same? Because I think you mentioned that you did.
No, I have not done the same, and I would not. And I would think that anybody that you see taking a piece of dead meat, put it in their backyard, and shooting through it, and saying with a sample of one or a very small sample, and then saying, hey, if whatever happens to this dead piece of meat that weighs 5 pounds compared to something that weighs 220 pounds, is living, has fluids moving through it, if they say whatever happens to this piece of meat is exactly what would have or would not have happened to Charlie Kirk, you should unfollow them immediately. They don't know what they're talking about when it comes to ballistics. Ballistic gel itself, much less dead meat, is not a good analog for the human body. And like, it doesn't prove anything. That's backyard. That's like the most redneck nonsense. Like, if you're going to do this for real, you'd have to have something that was a good analog of Charlie Kirk, which is almost impossible to do. You'd have to shoot the exact same ammo, and you have to have the exact same rifle. One of the things that I've pointed out many times is that the entry wound is atypical. It's larger than it should be. And I think that round was unstabilized. So that round is in extreme yaw or possibly even tumbling when it hit Charlie, which would guarantee, even if it hit his arm, it probably wouldn't exit once it's tumbling like that. And so you have to have all the parameters if you're trying to recreate something, to sit here and pretend that you can recreate anything without, and they were doing this before they even knew what the round was. We still don't know what the bullet weight is. Now we know that it was a Remington core locked, but we don't know if it was 150 grain, 165, or 180 grain. And then the other important element of this is the rifle itself. So and we see this, like, I teach long range for a living. We're getting ready to do a 3-day long range course this next weekend. We see people bring their rifles out, and like the bullets are hitting sideways at 100 yards because the rifling shot out. I don't know what was going on with that rifle. We might be able to recreate with everything that they had 10 out of 10 times something similar. But to pretend that we can shoot, if you just understand basic physics, if I shoot something that's, 5 pounds, and I shoot something that's 220 pounds, like, the energy will dissipate completely differently. And it's not just going to go through it. It's less likely to go through it because we have a larger piece of mass. So, I mean, it's
okay. So am I wrong? I thought you said that you didn't you just mention that you did a whole bunch of basically tests similar to, no. Or did you go to UVU or something?
I did
I'm
go
sorry,
to UVU.
I don't know if
I went to UVU, and So I've actually brought on real experts with this, like Nate Vance. He's right down there. I mean, he and I have done like 3 podcasts on this, like 3-hour podcasts going through all of this, the basic elements of this. And prior to that, I've probably done 6 or 7 other podcasts talking about the ballistics of this and trying to explain people. But when you look at, again, we have Martin Luther King, we have Chuck Ritter. Chuck Ritter was shot in the spine at 25 yards away with 7.62 by 54, which ballistically is the exact same thing. It hit his spine, deflected downward, and he's still alive. And then we have Shane Hill, who was shot much closer distance to Charlie Kirk. It hit him in the spine. We don't have an exit wound. So we have some very, very similar, and you're never going to recreate it perfectly. But when the argument is that would have blew his head off, that would have exited no matter what, it's just not true. And then you actually go through pathology reports, both civilian and military. Like there's a long history of using 30-06 in the military. There's lots of history of very similar things taking place. So to pretend that this is such a minuscule chance of this ever happening, that starting off with that basis is just incorrect to begin with. And even if it was 1 in a billion, I mean, with all the other evidence that I see, I mean, that's what happened. Things with low probability rates happen all the time. So, that's what.
Once again, I really do. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you if you were talking.
No, you're good.
I was just going to say, I know nothing about ballistics. I know nothing about what any of that part, like anything that you've explained. Once again, you've kind of.
You are
sorry,
perfect to become a ballistic expert on X then. You have everything required.
No, I'm not. Yeah, that's great. I would actually prefer to be an expert before I talk about anything as if I know. I'm literally speaking just from the fact that I personally don't believe in the narrative right now as it stands. I'm willing to change my mind at any point, like I said, given more evidence or given just something more concrete than what I've seen. So I appreciate the challenge of looking at the docs. I will most certainly do that. And then I just wanted to make the statement that me personally, the way that I look at everything is the same way that I would look at any other true crime story, except for I feel like, it's a little bit more traumatizing with the situation because just like all of you, I watched it happen. And on top of it, I loved the person that I thought Charlie was.
Agreed.
And it's just heartbreaking to witness something like that happen to him. So to me, not even knowing who he is personally, I just think if there is any ounce of, without a fraction of it, like if there's any doubt in that whether Charlie Kirk was the shooter or not, to me, I just think it's important to find Charlie justice. And that's where I come from. And I'm not going on the line to surmise that it's any group or any other person. I just want concrete evidence that it's Tyler Robinson.
I think everything that you've said has been reasonable and moral. So, number one, I appreciate the good faith discussion. And if there's any other documents or anything else I can point you toward, be happy to. I don't know.
If I don't even know where to look for this. So I mean, if it's just a Google, I will.
Yeah. So I would follow, and I think she still has it pinned to her comments. There's, and by the way, I had her on. We went through the case. Andrea Burkhardt, who is a defense attorney. We went through the entire case. She talked about, I would watch that. She talked about like the possibility of certain evidence being fabricated, why that is unbelievably not likely and low. But she has a link that's pinned to her profile, and she's actually purchased all the documents for this case. I would start off with the original charging documents, the affidavit for probable cause, and go from there. But the motion to exclude cameras is a really great one, and the search warrant for Apple that they submitted to Apple to get all of his text messages and everything else. So
okay, awesome, perfect, thank you. And I do want to just say I'm sorry what's going on with you and Candace between you guys. And once again, I don't really pay attention to that or even like any of her personal thoughts on Erica Kirk and all of that. To me, I just think that's her personal opinion and it's personally what she's going through. But I am in the same way that she's going through whatever she was going through with Blake. I just feel like I wish everybody could kind of get along and just try to really get justice for Charlie. That's where I come from with this.
Okay. No.
So yeah.
Great points. Let's see. Amber, go ahead, Amber.
Okay, are you sure there was some people ahead of me? I don't know if Rosie.
Who was
okay.
ahead of you? You know what? Amy G. Dale, I think she was ahead of you.
Okay, I'll hold.
Now you got to go back to the end of the line.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just joking, Amber. Go ahead, Amy.
Thank you for letting me speak. So I just want to say, first off, before this happened with Charlie, I never even paid attention to politics whatsoever. I've never even registered to vote. I just kind of in my own little world. So of course, when that happened, just even seeing it, not even knowing Charlie, I mean, I saw some clips, and the thing that stuck out to me, because I don't care about politics, was just the way that he spoke about his faith, and he wasn't afraid to speak up for Jesus Christ and what he believed in. And I just, highly of him for just that simple fact. But what got me, honestly, is the day that I saw Erica step up to the podium and speak. And so today marks 9 years since I lost my husband. I was laying on his chest. He took his last breath. I was 8 weeks pregnant. So I have a 9-year-old daughter that I'm having to raise without her father being present. And personally, for me, when I saw Erica get up there and speak, it was just wrong. And I think a lot of people have felt that way, and then continued on. So then, I'm like, okay, then all the evidence, whatever, obviously there's, a lot of different stuff here that, doesn't add up, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. But as I'm, listening to different people, trying to find the truth, I dip into different spaces. I listen to all these different podcasts and stuff. And, I don't even hate that it's like you either have to be on TPUSA side or Candace side. It's like our side, their side. And I hear y'all say that a lot. Like, well, they think this, they think that. And I hear people all the time, if you question Erica, you question TPUSA, you're psychotic, you're demonic. And
No,
it's
I don't think I've ever. Hold on, I just want to clarify some things. So number one, no one's ever said if you question Erica that you're demonic. What most
I said Erica or TPUSA.
Sure. Nobody's saying the questioning them is demonic. What we're saying is that when you're accusing,
I've seen that a bunch coming from.
No, I've never heard that said, and I listen closely. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. What's being said is that when you're accusing them of murder and you're accusing them of child trafficking, that is where.
Did I say that?
No.
I say that?
No, but what I'm
That's what I'm saying is you are saying just because I'm questioning Erica and questioning the narrative, you're automatically assuming that I'm on Candace's side, and you're bringing in Erica, like sex trafficking and all that stuff. I didn't say anything about that. I'm just simply talking about her behavior.
Okay, Amy, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to speak, and then you're going to speak.
Okay, yeah.
What I'm saying is, what you said is people from your side are saying that if you question Erica or TPUSA that you're demonic. That's not what anyone's saying. I have not heard that from anybody on our side. What we're saying is that once you get to the point where you're accusing them of murder and you're accusing them of sex trafficking, that's demonic. That's where it comes from. If you question the narrative.
Okay, did I say that though?
No, I'm just clarifying what the position of one side is. Nobody has said, and I'm not saying that you're saying that. What I'm saying is.
Okay, so can we get to what my point is? Like, I don't want to zero in on that because that's not even.
Well, no, I mean, I think if we're going to have a discussion, it needs to be in good faith and it needs to be honest, and nobody's saying that. And for you to lay out that premise and to predicate whatever you're going to say next with a lie, I have a problem.
You have not seen posts on X where people are calling Candace demonic.
Yes.
They're calling the people in the Candace cult demonic.
That's not for questioning.
All that stuff.
It's not for questioning Erica. It's for saying that Erica killed Charlie Kirk. Do you not understand the difference?
She's never made that statement.
I didn't say that she made that statement. Not. I'm saying.
Okay, so I was just saying anyone questioning. Okay, so I am really trying to come at this in good faith, and I I don't want to like just anyways.
Okay, go ahead, finish your point.
So my question is that exactly this. It's like I'm just trying to ask you about the morality of it, and you're already kind of like attacking and dismissing me and all this.
I'm clarifying.
And the thing is,
clarifying the position.
okay.
I'm not attacking you.
When I'm searching for thing, I'm listening to different people. It seems like the your side of it is constantly name calling, dismissing. It's just like, and so it's like, how do I, try to understand your side of it when it is, there's just like an attack. If there's any kind of disagreement or anything, it's like you're shut out. All your experts are real experts. Anybody else's experts are not real experts. You talked about all the lies that Candace has told, but I haven't heard you talk about the lies that Erica has told.
I don't think
it's that like Erica's it's all. Lies. She hasn't.
No, I don't think that she's told any lies. I think that what she has said is time and time again been taken out of context and twisted around. When
she didn't say the same for Candace as well, to be honest.
What's that?
She wasn't in a relationship.
I was just going to say, I could say the same for Candace as well, to be honest. Candace, a lot of the things that are said are taken out of context and twisted around.
When Candace says that Tyler never said vehicle and he says vehicle 10 seconds, 20 seconds later in the same video, that's a lie. When Candace,
I'm just saying you both can, each side can do it. And it just depends on where your bias is.
This is not whataboutism, and this is not even close to, it's the same. The difference is Candace takes these lies, clear lies, and then she accuses people of murder. Erica's not accusing anyone of murder. Erica's not accusing.
You just said you didn't accuse her of saying that Erica murdered, but then you murdered him. But then when I said she never said that.
Anyways, we're gonna have one speaker at a time. And as far as your side goes, what I hear do you know how many people attack all of us in this? Like, you're a Jew, you're a Jew, whatever, you're paid by the Jews, you're a Fed. This is
okay. I'm not. So I'm asking, why have you not called out any of Erica's lies?
Because I don't think that she's lied. What has she lied about?
She got on TV and said she had not been in a relationship for 5 years before she met Charlie.
See, this is again, what she said was she had not been in a relationship.
Yes, she did.
She said she was not been in a relationship in New York. And she was in a relationship with somebody else that wasn't in New York.
Oh, God,
and let's grant what you're saying. Let's grant what you're saying. Does that prove that she murdered Charlie Kirk?
I didn't say she did. All I said is that her behaviors were off.
Let me ask you,
but have you ever lied? Down to start asking questions.
The big difference here is if you've lied, I've lied, let's grant you that she lied about not being in a relationship.
But I'm not.
But what you're not doing,
TV taking over his company.
But what you're not doing,
professing to be this perfect Christian wife, and she's not being genuine. So how can you expect people to believe that?
Maybe her whole life is a lie. She didn't kill Charlie Kirk.
How can you be so sure?
Because there's no evidence for it, and your evidence is she lied about it being in a relationship. And I
didn't say she killed him. You keep putting that in my mouth, and that's the problem.
How can you be so sure?
Think.
How can you be so sure?
I'm just asking.
Because there's no evidence for it.
I'm just asking.
There's no evidence for it.
Okay.
Do you have any evidence that she was involved in his death?
Okay. Was she questioned about it?
Absolutely,
because I know that anytime there is a murder of someone, the first person
that's not true. That's not true. No. When if I'm
anything that is
this is crazy to me. This is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it is. It is nuts. It is
So, no, you're gaslighting, and we're going to clarify this. The idea that when someone is murdered, the first person they question, and I've talked this over with lawyers. We've had lawyers on the show. When you say our experts versus, I guess, Candace's experts, she doesn't have any experts on. She never does. Has she had any real investigators on? Has she ever had any lawyers on? Has she had forensic experts on? Has she gone to UVU? No, she hasn't. And the idea that the first person they always question and they suspect is the spouse is absolutely, number one, it's just a lie. It's dumb. All right. When she was not there and we have somebody that shot Charlie, you could say it's the Jews or whatever else. Like, you have zero evidence that ties her to this. And because people think she acted weird or she lied about something about her past or whatever else, there's not a person in here that hasn't lied about something in their past. It doesn't mean that they are involved in murder. And no, I reject everything that people have said about Erica Kirk being this horrible person in real life. She hasn't. And like, you got no evidence for that whatsoever. And like, this is just quite frankly, women and their feelings. I feel something, I suspect something. Well, guess what trumps your feelings? Facts and evidence. And you don't have either. You got a lot of feelings and you got a lot of accusations.
Gary?
And that's just a fact. Yes, go ahead.
Gary, can you hear me?
Who's speaking?
It's the eclectic journalist.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so who cares what Erica Kirk's dating relationship was in the past before she was married? No, I'm asking the women on here that are being judgmental and weird and gross and high schooly, like, what's the difference? What does it matter what she did before she was married years ago?
Yeah.
Please explain it to me right now.
There's no reasonable explanation for it. It is brain rot to this core. Like, if you want to come up here and you want to talk about evidence or anything else,
don't.
Go ahead.
They don't investigate the partner of a person when they see the person get murdered in front of everyone in an assassination, and all the clues lead to the assassination person. They don't then go and investigate the partner. They do that in crimes where they find a body or a person is missing. Then they start looking into their partners and their friends and who they might have been cheating on their partner with and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you women realize how stupid and idiotic and petty and disgusting you sound?
And regardless, the difference here between Candace Owens and Erica Kirk is not accusing someone else of murder and child trafficking. And you guys will listen to what she says. She provides zero evidence. And you're like, yep, I think she's guilty. Oh, yep, she wore a sparkly dress. Yep, she touched Charlie's dead body. Like, there's people that do that all the time. And because it's weird to you, now that's some sort of evidence of I don't even know what. But the fact is what we have a shooter that has confessed multiple times. He's made admissions multiple times.
They don't care about any of that, Gary.
Evidence.
They just want to be nasty. They just want to be nasty and mean to Erica. That's because that's the type of women that they are.
Yeah.
That's why they're doing it. They don't care about any of the stuff that we try to explain to them and say, oh, but people, JFK's wife traveled around, or Martin Luther King's wife traveled around with her husband's body so people could say goodbye to it, which is what Erica was doing. They don't care that she had no other outfits that they had behind stage, so she had to wear. They don't care about any of that.
No.
They just care about being nasty and mean to her because that's the type of people that they are.
And none of them, including the last one that just spoke, and I'm not talking about the one before, who I think was generally acting in good faith, but that person, I guarantee you, has not went through the charging documents. That person gets all the information they know, which means they're missing 3/4 of the information from Candace Owens and from podcasters, whatever else. And when you want to sit here and say, what I will admit to is that people on both sides attack each other and whatever else. But when you say your side does this, and you want to sit here and pretend that I haven't been doxxed, that I don't get death threats for just claiming the facts. And it's not personal attacks on Candace. It's saying that she's lying. And let me go back even further. We're talking about Fort Huachuca. She wants to tell you that, and by the way, it's so compelling what you're about to hear, that there's nothing that is going to be done other than that the U.S. government is going to have to admit that the military was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and Brian Harpole was there, and Mitch Snow, who's a wife-beating con artist, actually saw someone, was privy to some sort of operational planning of a clandestine operation conducted by the U.S. military to assassinate a U.S. citizen. And by the way, this is not even, these are conventional forces. This is Task Force Southern Border. And you believe that crap. And it's insane to me. They have no proof that Erica Kirk was there. As a matter of fact, she's getting sued, and she will get sued the bejesus out of because she's saying that Brian Harple was there. It was part of the conspiracy. So this is morally and ethically wrong. And I have no problem with you saying, you know what, I don't like Erica Kirk. I think she lied about this. I think she's fake, whatever. But once you start accusing her of murder based on those petty things, and then also trying to make the false equivalent to one side or the other, it is not the same what Erica Kirk is doing, and it's not the same what Candace Owens is doing. There couldn't be a bigger difference in a moral divide. It's disgusting. It is evil. It is demonic what she's doing. She's making a lot of money defrauding people. She's made tens of millions of dollars off of this, and she hasn't produced anything other than false allegations, and she's going to get her ass sued in court. Amber, go ahead.
Yeah, and so there was this there's this article that was written back when JFK died. Jackie gave an interview in her home because she really retreated from, so the Jackie and MLK's wife kind of had two different paths, but Jackie retreated into her home very scared, and then she started like spiraling with alcohol and stuff. But in the days after, she gave an interview to a guy, and the stuff that she says in that interview is wild if you read it. Like, she says his brain looks so beautiful, like, you know, the inside of his head, all this stuff. And it's because she's in shock and she's grieving, and people do really weird stuff. And it's not just like a normal death. Your husband just got killed in front of everybody. And then MLK's wife had a mission because MLK had a movement. So she actually did, like, 7 days after he died, she was on a workers' strike in a big town giving speeches and stuff, and continuing MLK's mission.
And there's pictures of Coretta Scott King like all over MLK's dead body, and that's not weird. And even going back to that lady before, look, I have a lot of sympathy that she lost her husband. She did not lose. Number one, that woman is not Erica Kirk and didn't live the life of Erica Kirk. Number two, she did not lose her husband in the traumatic, crazy way that Erica Kirk lost her husband. It's very different. And I'm not saying it wasn't just as traumatic for her. It probably was. But the fact is like everybody grieves differently. I just buried my father recently, and, you know, the emotions were all over the place for me personally. There was, you know, people laughing at his funeral. There were people crying at his funeral. You know, like, people react so differently. And to just take what you think is normal, especially something that is going through something traumatic, on top of that, feeling the pressure of, hey, I have to carry on my husband's legacy, I think is just bizarre. And it shows a lack of, I don't know, morality. I mean, it's just like to sit there and say, well, you have to prove to me her innocence. It's not how this country works, folks. Erica Kirk doesn't have to prove her innocence, and you don't have to prove, you have to prove that there's evidence. The burden of proof is on you. You have to prove that there's evidence that she is involved in any way, and you don't have it. And because it doesn't exist. It didn't happen. Period. You know who's involved? Well, the person involved, we have video footage of, we have cell phone data from, we have DNA evidence, we have eyewitness testimony, we have him at the scene. He was 3.5 hours away. It doesn't get more clear than this. Tyler Robinson is ultimately going to be found guilty of this murder because he did it, not because he's a patsy, not because there's anything weird, and just because there's gaps for you because you haven't taken the time to go fill those gaps. And by the way, there's also a bunch of people out there exploiting those gaps in your mind and filling them with a whole bunch of other things and creating more gaps that also don't exist because you haven't independently researched this at all. Eclectic, I want to move on to, you can stay there. I'll have you back up in a minute, but I do want to get to Amber. She was up next.
Okay, hi. How are you guys tonight? So yeah, those ladies kind of it was really upsetting to hear all the stuff they were saying. I know the first lady that she seemed more sincere in what she was saying, but I mean, first of all, they said that she never said that that Erica killed Charlie. Number one, she called her a black widow and gave a warning to Vice President Vance. And when she was in the leather pants, they were making fun of her, saying she was running her fingers through his hair. And oh my gosh, Usha must be so upset. And And then, oh, JD, you better watch out. She's a black widow. So don't be disingenuous and act like that's not what she was implying.
Yeah.
She also said that she hopes that Erica lives a long life, longer than everybody, so she can suffer. For that death was too easy. So this is demonic what they're doing. And so to act like it's not. I mean, if you were questioning Erica about the facts of what she was doing that day or whatever, I don't think anybody has a problem with that. But they have taken it to a whole nother level. I mean, and anybody that can sit here and actually listen to Candace at this point, when she's been caught in so many lies, I gotta ask myself, like, what is wrong with you? Maybe go find another source or somebody to listen to. If you don't believe the narrative, that's fine. But find somebody that's going to be honest and tell you the truth and not just spew out garbage. And then you don't do your homework by go check the charging documents or anything else. I mean, and to act like Erica is not acting right. I got to tell you, I dated a guy, he was a Christian, and he was not afraid of death at all. And he wasn't afraid, like if his wife had died, his wife before us, but I'm just saying he had said that he wasn't going to cry about it because he believed in heaven. He believed in afterlife. And to a lot of Christians, and I think the Bible even speaks to this about that you should mourn when a baby's born and celebrate when a Christian goes on to be with God. So to act like she should just be in her bed and be a wreck, I mean, a lot of people don't view death in that way. I mean, yes, it leaves a hole in their heart and they're sad, but she also has 2 children. She can't afford to just, and I'll tell you what, Candace wants to pass judgment on anybody for how they act after they die. I don't know any friends that would act like this after their friend died, what she's doing. So to act like what she's doing is normal, like that is anything but normal. And so, I mean, there's so many things. And she's lied about, what is she like? She's lied about, she told him she would do a debate anytime, anywhere. And then she backtracked like the very next day. She sits here and calls Erica an emotional asset for the military. I can tell you right now, the military, that is a complete lie. They would not. First of all, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And number 3, too, it's like if they were really going to do that, it would have been like maybe on a zipper or something, like a, secure, like whatever, if this was really some kind of intelligence operation.
100%.
But you're in the military. I worked for the Army for 20 years as a civilian. They don't talk like that. That's not normal. This is like some Tom Clancy bull crap. And then she's like, oh yeah, it was like canary trap or something where they would change the language so they could catch the one person that said the message. That's why she had to retype it. It was the most stupid thing I've ever heard. Anybody that's believing this fiction, and God, in the Bible, it says that God is not the author of confusion. So if you're feeling confused, maybe you should pray about it. And maybe you should, seek some truth in this, because what you're getting over there is not the truth. And I'm sorry if you can't even do your homework and read the freaking court documents and be prepared to have an intelligent discussion, then what are you doing? Yeah. Okay, I'll stop griping anyways. It's very upsetting to me because this is mean girl stuff. To just attack her on a personal level is just mean. And that is the mother of Charlie's children. And like, that's the reality of it. Charlie would be rolling over in his grave to see how they are treating the mother of his children, period.
I agree. And I'm going to play this video one more time for the people that weren't here earlier, because I think it's worth playing. You guys won't see it. You'll hear it, but everybody else that's watching will hear it. And again, this is Nick Freitas talking about what he would want to see if, God forbid, something happened to him like this.
I am no Charlie Kirk, but I do the tabling events with Turning Point USA. I've served in the legislature. I talk a lot on social media about same things that Charlie did, nowhere near as effectively, but same thing. And I've had people yelling and screaming and threatening to, harm me at these events. Do me a favor. If someone ever kills me at one of these, and someone purporting to be my friend comes in and tries to implicate my wife, the woman I love, the woman I've raised children with, in my death with this quality of evidence, can you please side with my wife? Can you please side with my grieving widow over this. Now, listen, you've got a smoking gun somewhere. You've got something that's actual evidence that my wife was complicit in my murder, by all means, because I want the truth more than anything else. But how dare anybody try to destroy my wife, the person I love and trust more in this world than anybody else in this world, based off of this?
Well, this whole idea that Candace brings the receipts is a talking point.
Yeah.
You hear it all the time. Candace never brings any receipts.
No.
It's just a fact. All we have from Candace is anonymous sources with unverifiable information. It is the most unethical way to run an investigation period, and with a lot of accusations that just happen to be extremely profitable. And it is disgusting.
Yeah. Gary, one more thing really quick. Just one more statement. The last lie that I heard her tell was when she said she accused them of all this merch and making all this money off of it, and that she never put her face on anything and she never made any money. No, what she did was more disgusting. She created a sweatshirt that said Shabbat Shalom, Daddy's home.
Yeah,
and that is disgusting. That is so disgusting.
Yeah.
And so for her to profit off of that and act like everybody else is like, oh, well, I never put his face on anything. No, you put your face on it and his saying on there. So yeah, she's just a liar from the pit of hell. I'm sorry, but she is.
No,
Over.
I agree. I think the facts bear that out. Clinton. No, you know what? I'm sorry. Rosie's had her hand up a long time, and then you'll go next, Clinton. Go ahead, Rosie.
Hey, Gary. And I'm just so happy. When I came into the space, it was great because people from spaces that I do listen to are in here listening. So I really want to back up from any of the personal stuff. If we can remove the two characters of Erica and Candace for just a minute and look at facts, right? So I've always prided myself on being a good researcher. And I'll tell you, there's one thing that I've questioned from jump. One fact I've never heard any of them talk about, and I'm going to share it with everyone. So I want you guys to look into this. So Barron Trump, he was attending NYU, and he was going to classes at school. On September 9th, he was brought back to the White House, and I've questioned, was there a threat for the Trump children? And perhaps they couldn't get to the Trump children. I'm gonna link this in the bottom. It's a New York Post article, and you'll see it's September 9th, 2025. Barron Trump, who knows what kind of intel they had, and maybe they figured Charlie was the next best thing. So these are just the facts that I love to investigate, and I'm all about that. Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people have never heard this before, but these are the facts. When you start hearing the personalities, blah, blah, blah said this, and blah, blah, blah said that, whoever the name is, it doesn't matter. They're taking you into the emotion of it. It's actually a form of manipulation. I've been in sales before, and that's the number way to get in is that kind of manipulation. And in order to put ourselves in a level head, we have beef with people, and we have life, but your beef with other people really doesn't relate to me. So when we stick back to the facts and remove that, these are where we can get these little things which help us to ask the right questions and really get to kind of facts that were never answered. So thank you, Gary. I love the discourse, guy. And for those of you who are on the other side, I sometimes it's a dog pile, so I don't come up, but I would like to have a conversation. And actually, I could probably bring a lot of facts that have never been mentioned before because conversation is good. I don't trust the government. Generally, I think there's a lot of corruption, but I have to be level. And I'll just say the one last thing, and I've heard you joke about it, Gary. I was a big Q-tard. So I was looking up the Romanovs and all this stuff, and I heard Candace saying it. I'm like, oh yeah, has anyone mentioned that Melania looked like the Romanov family and two of the bodies of the Romanovs were never found? Is she perhaps a lineage of them? These are all these things that we could say. But Gary, thank you so much, and I appreciate being here. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no, thank you for everything you said. As a matter of fact, I never heard that before. Yeah, look.
Hey, really quick. Oh, sorry. I was going to say to Rosie, you might want to check into Candace too before the Charlie assassination, because I don't know if it was 2 days or 3 days before that. She pulled her kids out of school. And she claimed that it was some kind of, that she had saw something on the social media about some bees, and then she related that to communists and Russia, and that there was like weird teachers at the school. So she just pulled her kids out of school less than a week before Charlie was assassinated. She said,
Here's
"I just
the
feel like
question, Amber. How old
Yeah.
are her kids? Because I'm a mom, and my kids didn't go to school until they were 5.5 and 6, and I think the kids were under that level. So I question if they were really in school to be.
Maybe I think she clarified it later. It was like a daycare kind of thing. You know, they have like pre-K, and I think it was a
Mommy and me. She was having tummy time.
Yeah, like a pre-K. I mean, my daughter went to like a little thing when she was like 4, and it was kind of like kindergarten, but it's pre-K. So, anyways.
Yeah, and the other thing we haven't talked about too, and their side doesn't want to talk about, is the fact that, you know, we had multiple LGBTQ associated people, and then we have the armed queers of SLC, that there is information there that they don't want to explore. It's more likely that they're involved, but we're going to go off on some weird tangent that includes exploding microphones, which is just defies physics, completely false. We've debunked this stuff. If you still believe in that, you need to go back and watch our video with Matt Tardio, who is 18 Charlie, who is, you know, a explosive expert. He went through the math of it. Never mind the fact that, you know, again, there's no equal and opposite reaction, no actual explosion taking place. We don't hear anything. We don't see anything. Nothing gets burned, even though that petant burns at 4,000 degrees centigrade, literally hotter than the sun. It's enough force to destroy the microphone itself and kill a man, but it's not enough force to damage his shirt or even leave anything on there. So these are the things that these people push, and it is fraud. And you know, that's not demonic. That's just fraud. What's demonic is when you're attacking Charlie's widow and saying that she's a sex trafficker and saying that she killed Charlie. That's demonic. And the continued smears. And it's just one big long smear campaign. There's nothing factual about it. So there's that. I don't know who's next, but somebody jump up there.
Hi, Gary.
Yeah. Hey, how are you?
Oh, go ahead.
I think you told,
Ladies first. Let's go.
I think you told Clinton he could go.
Oh, you know
no,
what?
I think you told Clinton he could go after Rosie.
I did. Clinton, go ahead.
Hi, Gary.
How are you, buddy?
Good.
Good.
I'm Appalachian American from YouTube, so I usually watch on there. But
awesome.
Anyway, the whole point you were making earlier, where you were discussing about like the Miranda rights, and I was raised with a father who was a magistrate.
Okay.
I hung out in the courthouse from early elementary school all the way through high school. And I was like the fly on the wall that nobody paid any attention to. So I was in the room. They would work a 2 on and 4 day off schedule. And like if somebody got a DUI, he would have to go in the middle of the night, you know, just to set the bond, put them in jail. But if something like, you know, a murder, which from where I am here, you know, happens once every 10 years, high profile investigations generally get way more scrutiny. I mean, the conspiracy theories are, I think, just ridiculous, because you'd never get that many people to side with one another and never say anything.
Agreed.
But like with all the Miranda rights being read, I used to think things were ridiculous. But like if a transport officer was going to transport, if the jail was full, or if somebody had a relative in the tiny little jail we had that would probably hold 10 people, and they would have to transport them over to Boone to a larger facility, they would read the Miranda rights every time a different officer came in the room. If the most, you know, the newest officer on the force was coming in to sit with a inmate in my dad's office while they were, you know, doing all the paperwork, and he came in to sit to, while the other officers left to go downstairs to, you know, they would read the Miranda rights again, because you never know when some idiot is just going to spout out something because he feels more comfortable with that officer, or if, he's just been letting it build up inside of him, and he may confess in front of somebody and they want to make sure that, he's a Miranda right. If a new officer comes in, is that a new interview? So I just find things like this, completely ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I think you make some great points, and it's been confirmed by multiple law enforcement people that I have reached out to, and people that have reached out to me, they've said the exact same thing. And this goes back to one of the biggest flaws of Candace Owens' investigation. I think the thing that sheds light on what she's doing, Baron Coleman are doing, and many others are doing. They have a lot of resources. They have a lot more resources than me. I've been to UVU. I've spent a lot of time and money investigating this and I didn't know at the time I had no opinion. I just want to sit back and listen to everybody. I had multiple people with multiple points of view, completely contrary to mine, early on, all the time. And I was open to everything. And then what I settled on was the facts of the evidence, what made the most sense to me. And that's where I'm at. And so, Candace Owens and these people, I've had lawyers on, I've had other people that are specialized. I've had 6 different eyewitnesses. I've talked to over a dozen eyewitnesses. All of their stories align. And what's crazy is every time I have an eyewitness on the channel and we just like, hey, just tell me what happened. What did you see? What do you think? Like the amount of people that attack these eyewitnesses and saying, oh, no, they're feds, they're part of it. They're like, they just get attacked. It's crazy to watch. And they're just like normal people that happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And because it doesn't confirm certain people's biases, they attack them personally. To the point that where some of these people have been, they've been doxxed, death threats and everything else. And what this is intentional. This is a tactic. They want to make sure that they can push narratives without any sort of opposition. They want to silence people that have information, and they're not going to have lawyers on. They're not going to have law enforcement on. They're not going to have anybody that could clarify this with any experience. No, we have Candace Owens, who just found out yesterday that, thunder is the sound of lightning, and doesn't realize that ice stays frozen at 30 degrees. Like, she's not going to have anybody on because she has to control the narrative. It's the same reason she never read the charging documents and only pulled a couple of bullet points from the charging documents and made sure that whatever you were exposed to was exactly what she wanted you exposed to. So that's just a fact. But thank you.
I came to your channel from the Bushman theory back real early. And from the YouTube video, I can't remember which one of the gun tubers, that first, showed that. And I've been around firearms my entire life.
Yeah.
And it looked plausible, because the way the microphone flew up in the rear behind his ear. And then the way if you slowed down as much you could slow it down, the exit wound. And I came to you when you were still, going over that and thinking he may have been wearing body armor.
Mm-hmm.
And you've investigated, when it first started, like the first few episodes, you were very skeptical that he could get shot that way and with no exit wound until you started talking to other people and rethinking it and, going to, I'm a do CNC work and whatever. And I really respect you for doing the 3D model and the whole thing. That had to be very, very expensive to have that done. That's what the investigations are done.
Oh, it was, Clinton, and I appreciate that. Ultimately for me, when it came down to, number one, I confirmed that he wasn't wearing body armor, so that was off the table. And then it was just a matter of process of elimination. Like, I know it wasn't the Bushman. And if you ever go to UVU and you actually see where that bush is in the line of sight and how many people, you look at it and you laugh. And it, going to UVU was such an eye opener for me. Like, everything that you see there is so much smaller in real life. All the distances are so much closer in real life. And, that the 3D model pretty much proved that there was pretty much no other place that there was all these different locations where people saying there was additional shooters or the shooter was over here, the shooter was over here. Like 90% of those, like there wasn't even a line of sight. There was no way to get that shot off. So it was really a matter of process of elimination and then looking at the evidence that came out in the charging documents. And then, you know, I didn't know if like evidence could be easily fabricated or whatever else. So I had a lawyer on, a defense lawyer, and was like, hey, take a look. I know prosecutors. There's people that I know that are prosecutors. I could have had them. I don't want them on. I don't want them to affirm the charging documents. I want someone that can go through this with a critical eye. And that's why I had Andrea Burkhart on. I've had her on twice going through not only the original charging documents, but new developments as well. She's done a large body of work on this. So, you know, the fact that it just shows you just how disingenuous these people are by never, and they have a lot more resources than I do. And they've never had any of these.
The guy way back in the beginning that took the, you know, the weapon apart and proved how, you know, because I was skeptical, you know, how do you take a, you know, that's not a 22, you know, takedown or something designed to be taken apart.
Yeah.
How do you do it in that amount of time? And it's been proven just step by step by step, and how these people believe that, you know, it's the Patton was that's the one that I can still not wrap my head around and cannot believe people are believing that. If you've ever been around anything that explodes, even a firecracker, I mean, that's not going to make sense.
That's one of the things I've said. You could have put a firecracker on Charlie Kirk underneath the shirt. Obviously, wouldn't have nearly the explosive force, but people would have heard it. You would have seen it. Folks, you can't hide an explosion. Even a shake charge that I'm very familiar with is still an omnidirectional explosion. It happens to direct certain things in a certain way, but you can't contain the whole thing. And no matter what, you still have equal and opposite reaction. But Clinton, no, I appreciate you, man. Thank you for following us. And speaking of which, for people that are still wondering how he did it, I'm going to play this video real quick with Matt Kester. And I'm just going to zoom through this real quick for people that are still watching on. People that are still watching on YouTube, and I'm just going to tell you, he has a timer. He has a very similar gun. I think it's Mauser as well. It doesn't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a barreled action and you have a stock, and then you have 2 action screws. It's very easy to take apart, very easy to put together. I'll start on it where he is beginning the disassembly or the assembly. And
get these pieces out of the way, and we'll start stuffing my pants. Stock, all you really need is this and the bolt. You wouldn't want to hang on to it, but also didn't.
Let's see where he goes over assembly. Maybe this is the wrong video. Weapon breakdown, overview. Anyway,
government is on the right track.
While we're talking. Sinful, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, no, just I want to say about those 2 guys that are up here. 2 things. One, that complaining about the shit talking back and forth, and the one talking about the text to how they sound weird the way Robinson talks.
Gotcha.
First with the shit talking thing, you know, I don't think maybe should be speaking for everybody, whatever. But Candace's whole career has been built on shit talking, getting into it, being, you know, that's just been her MO since she got brought on to TPUSA.
Yeah.
And just for one example as to why I don't really feel as bad as maybe I should about the shit talking, calling people, I want to be careful. I know you're on YouTube. But when it was revealed, that little leaked text where she was talking to her little girlfriend in their little group chat, talking about how excited she was that she was going to have that one-on-one interview meeting with Erica, instead of, you know, doing it at the show on the Charlie Kirk show. She wanted to chicken out on that. She didn't want to be called out in front of everybody else in the world because everybody would have been watching it. She jokingly says, you know, first question I'm going to ask Erica is, why'd you kill your husband?
Yeah.
That right there is the only reason I need to not give a fuck about who I make mad, about who the fuck I call whatever, because, you know, she's joking about that. I mean, that itself shows how much of a joke she thinks this really is. You know, you people that want to watch her, you just eating up all this. It's like watching an episode of Big Brother, that reality TV show. This isn't reality TV. Someone got fucking killed.
Yeah, and you're destroying people's lives with these accusations.
And to the second thing, I think what was her name again? Lene or I'm so bad at names sometimes. But I think that you can look back on with the way that he was talking or the way he texted or whatever. These types of dudes, they're really like self-isolating, from what I can tell. Just look at it, like Turkey Tom. He did a couple of videos on the
Let me pause you right there, folks.
Videos.
If you have not watched the 2 Turkey Tom videos on this, you need to. Like, it gives you so much insight into their lives. And Candace Owens has never promoted that. Baron Coleman's never promoted that. Ian Carroll's never promoted that, because it tells you what was really going on. And please go watch those videos. I will drop a link to both of those down in the chat. But go ahead, Sinful. Continue on.
Yeah, no. So like, it's kind of like with pattern recognition. We can look back at like past shootings, whether it's political assassinations or school shootings or whatever, and kind of draw conclusions as like who these shooters are. Why did they do what they do? You can look back at like Columbine with Dylan Roof, Eric Harris. There was 2 sides of them. There was they have friends, they got buddies at school, they were part of like the film club or whatever. And then there was the side of where they were making, you can look at, there's a really good website for it that has all the evidence and stuff surrounding the Columbine shootings. You look at their journals, what Eric Harris was saying, the psycho stuff he was writing, the depressing woe was me stuff that Dylan was writing, and then the videos, which they never released, which I think is really pathetic. But they have transcripts of the videos that they would film with each other, Dylan and Eric, about how they were going to just start killing people. They were going to do all this bad shit. There was these people live, double lives. Like, I'm sure Tyler did not talk the way he talked to Lance Twiggs like he would talk to his mom and dad.
Yeah.
And just because, and then another thing, people kind of harped on this like it was a gotcha when Lance Twiggs said that Tyler never talked about Charlie Kirk to him. Well, that doesn't mean that Lance Twiggs was not talking to Tyler Robinson about what he thought about Charlie Kirk. And how much you want to bet that Tyler Robinson was internalizing all of that hate, all of that angst that Lance Twiggs had, and kept it to himself. Because a lot of these shooters, a lot of these killers, they internalize a lot of what they feel like and what they think until it gets to a boiling point, and then they do something like what he did. So that's what I would point to. Look back at it's really weird. Like, if you look back at the whole Columbine thing, and you kind of compare Robinson and Dylan Eric Harris, it's kind of creepy, the similarities there. So, but yeah,
I agree. No, all great points. Lady Luck Club, send it.
Hi, Gary. How
What's
are
happening?
you?
I'm doing great. I'm fading out. Not gonna lie.
Hope everybody's doing well. So, I'm so glad the last speaker just mentioned the text message about Candace saying that she was going to ask Erica Kirk, why did you kill your husband? Because, you have this cult mentality where they somehow have selective hearing, selective vision, and selective, speaking, I guess, on when it comes down to it, where they keep saying, oh, well, she never said that she accused Erica Kirk of murdering her husband. She did. And that receipt is proof of that. But yet, that goes over their head, just like everything else they choose to be selective about. And the problem is that Candace has put out so much, negative, hostile BS about Erica Kirk, to where it has caused, her to have to, resort to getting more security detail. And she's catching more death threats and kidnapping threats, geared toward her and her kids. And you have these women coming up here, with this weird nonsense about, oh, well, she's just weird and she's not doing this and she's grieving this way, but not this way. She's lied about things. Just because Candace calls her a liar does not mean that is actually, a matter of a fact. You actually have to have evidence to prove someone lied about something. Otherwise, you just saying they're a liar means nothing. And at the end of the day, there's nothing that Erica Kirk has done that was even criminal in nature to warrant her to be, Candace has called for her to be jailed.
Yeah.
She started an entire episode saying, off to jail,
Straight to
Erica.
jail, straight to jail. Yep.
Yeah, straight to jail,
Yep.
to jail. And it's like, no, that's not how that works. First of all, you have to have probable cause to even sufficiently prove that crime has actually occurred.
Yeah.
But sitting here accusing someone of being a part of a cover-up of an assassination is still defamation, because a cover-up of a crime, especially a murder, is a crime.
Exactly.
That warrants you would be charged with murder, just like the person who actually committed the act. These are the things that these people are not even reading about. And you've literally, like, I saw the last string with you and Jay Witt and Artie Trolls and Bronson. It's almost like you've been on auto repeat with explaining the same points.
Lady Luck, it's the eclectic journalist. She also said she was a Black widow. She also said she needs to write a book. How did I do it? I mean, it goes on and on and on.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The implication is clear. The implication is so clear. And for when people come up here and say that, she didn't ever say that she did it. It is so disingenuous, and you're not acting.
But they know that she says that. They just know that it's bad, so they don't want to admit to it.
Yeah.
But they know she says it, and they like it because they're nasty, mean, petty women that want to tear Erica Kirk down.
Exactly. And they don't care about the danger that she's being put in. I've been saying since December that Erica Kirk needs to get a protection order against Candace Owens. And this girl goes out, Candace admits in a whole video that she has direct sources and contacts, obviously, living in her residential building. Why would you need to say that? Yeah. Who says that? If a judge were to hear Candace say something like that, or to watch that video where she admitted to essentially stalking, which is a felony in the state of Arizona, they will be encouraging Erica Kirk to get a protection or a restraining order. She's already getting death threats, and then you put it out there that basically she's being watched. We have eyes and ears everywhere listening and watching you everywhere you go. What? That's a sick mindset.
Yeah.
This girl has 2 minor children. To all the mothers, listen, you have to remember, you have kids, and you would not want your kids to be put in danger. You would not want to get death threats and kidnapping threats against your kids, because you have one weird ass alien that's out here lying on you, accusing you of doing something so heinous, where she has called for you to be innocently jailed, which is causing a whole incitation of violence and threats to be sent your way, to where you can't even live your life in peace the way God intended for you to do it. And now you got to sit here and worry about somebody trying to kidnap and take your kids.
Yep.
Remember that when you sitting here looking at your kids, getting them ready to go back to school.
Yeah, their father was just
Erica
killed.
Kirk has done nothing wrong to deserve that.
Yeah,
it's
look,
stupid.
Their father was killed. As soon as Erica steps into his stead, the moment that she steps in that position, she has all the threats that are coming after her. And then on top of that, you pile on the fact that now you're claiming that she killed her husband. Now you've just opened up a whole nother episode of weirdos, a whole nother group of weirdos that are now going to have something to justify their action. And then on top of that, even worse, the worst thing is that she claims that she was involved in sex trafficking children. That is like, you just, like, millions of people, millions of crazy people in this country, you've just given them open season on this woman. And now they think they're going to be a hero, just like Tyler Robinson thought he was a hero amongst the LGBTQ, trans, whatever. And people are playing with fire. They don't care. And if she ends up dying, guess what? Number one, it just opens up to a whole nother grift. Now we can do more conspiracies. Yep. They won't care because they've dehumanized this poor lady to a point that it's reprehensible in my opinion.
It's horrible. And so, when it comes down to it, they're not reading court documents. They don't care about half that stuff that, the court documents contains. They don't understand how evidence works or, investigations. They continue to say Fed slop when it's the state of Utah prosecutors spearheading this investigation, not the FBI.
Yeah.
But yet and still, they don't question Candace about those so-called 2 degrees she claims she earned. It just doesn't make any sense to be this hypocritical for no reason.
Yeah.
If they want to be in La La Land, I say leave them there. Yeah. But they are not at the point where they're not trying to learn anything. They don't care. They don't read the stuff and then say, we have genuine questions and we want to know, hey, can you help us fill in some of the gaps with understanding this? And then watch the court hearings. Go back through the preliminary hearings where all this evidence is being admitted into this case, because at the end of the day, the judge nor jury will care about how Candace feels. Laws are laws and facts are facts. And neither of those things have anything to do with her opinion. It's ridiculous. So she can kick rocks.
I agree. Look, everything that we're doing, I'm not out here doing this because I think I'm going to change the minds of the Candy followers. Just like you said, they ask questions. They ask questions. We give long dissertation on answering that question, and then when we're done with it, they're like, "Nope, I don't believe it." Okay, fine, move on. What we're here to do is to compare and contrast what they're saying and what the reality is, so that the reasonable people don't get sucked into this. And just to highlight that this is something that shouldn't be happening in the United States. This should not be accepted in the United States. It just shouldn't. I mean, it's morally and ethically wrong. It's just a fact that was once just like, as a society, we all agreed on that. Like, you don't accuse people of murder without significant evidence. And now not only is it's encouraged, it's incentivized, it is highly profitable. It's monetized, and people love it. And you get all kinds of, views, influence, power from this. It's a sad state of affairs, to say the least. Lady, I'm gonna land you right there real quick. I do want to play this video. I have it up. Thank you. Don't go anywhere. And here's what I'm gonna do, folks. So this video is Matt Kester. He has several videos on YouTube. I highly recommend that you go watch it. He provides a very reasonable explanation as to how he smuggled the rifle in there. And I'm just going to fast forward through this real quick. But he is now talking about, because a lot of people say, how did he get the gun back together? It takes him less than a minute. And he shows this, exactly what's going on with this.
Stopwatch ready.
So he starts a stopwatch. He has I'm going to just mute that so we don't get hit with that. But anyways, it takes him 1 minute and hold on. Let's see what we got here. 1 minute, 0.36 seconds to put the gun back together. So there's nothing hard about this. I've said this from the beginning. He does a great job illustrating that. Here's what we're going to do, because I'm going to close this down pretty soon. We're going to take Bella, Bella, Mufasa, MKK, Holy Handmaid, and then Lene again. So Bella, go right ahead.
Hey, Gary.
How are you?
Thanks. Hey, I was just going to be a listener today, but things got a little bit kind of like spicy tonight, a little bit. But I put in your message chat. I found it in the transcripts of the court hearing when you were talking with Muppet Masher.
Yeah.
Sorry if I don't get his name right. Exactly your timeline. You are 100% accurate. He posted on Discord like probably an hour before he turned himself in. So it's already entered into the court preliminary hearings and in the transcripts. And I put the link there if anybody's interested. I think, a lot of the problems that we're having is that, again, I think I communicated this, is like there's a lot of uninformed individuals that are just listening to Candace and not actually reading and thinking for themselves and looking and researching and looking for the information. And I think that needs to change a little bit there, because Candace is not a reliable resource.
No.
And anybody that thinks that she's a reliable resource is deluding themselves or really kind of uninformed. There's so much information out there that counters everything that she, all those other people. So I really would encourage people to go out there and investigate themselves. I put the links into it. If you haven't watched the preliminary hearings, I encourage people to do that.
Yep.
And you, Gary, you're a ballistics expert. Why would you listen to a conspiracy instigator instead of evidence? I come from the healthcare industry. I went to nursing school. I'm in IT. I go by scientific method, evidence.
Yeah.
You need to prove to me that you have hardcore evidence to support your stories. If you don't have it, And that blowing microphone, I don't know how anybody could believe that. Once I heard whatever his name is, what was it, Rob O'Neill?
Yeah.
He calls himself a reliable resource. And this is really disappointing. I'm not discording his, dedication to our country and service, but I don't understand somebody that has that much reputation and credibility would come on the internet, TV, and stuff like that and regurgitate verbatim what Candace is like.
Well, Matt Tardio and I have respectfully, like, hey, we can have a discussion behind the scenes. We can have a discussion on a podcast, however you want to do it. Let's have a discussion about the evidence, and let's just make sure that we get things right. But thank you, Bella. I appreciate that. Real quick, I just want to confirm with Sinful Smalls, did you post the Turkey Tom video? I saw you posted some sort of YouTube link. Were those the Turkey Tom videos down in the chat?
Yeah, one of them like kind of goes over the shooting initially and everything, and then the next
Discord
one
chats.
is about the Discord messages. And I think he interviewed like a friend that was friends with Tyler Robinson.
Yep.
I think that was in conjunction with that. So
yeah, no. So for people that don't know, basically Turkey Tom, one of their Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs mutual friends that hung out with them all the time, contacted Turkey Tom, and there's pictures of inside their apartment. He gives a lot of insight to what kind of was going on with everything. I think you need to watch that. I think it's very, very enlightening to say the least. Real quick, I got a couple super chats I want to hit, and then we're going to hit the last couple of folks that want to speak. Caitlin J. Shoot says, Gary, I posted a comment on your live from last night about the body cam dying and what might explain that. We'll love to get your thoughts on it. I will check that out. Thank you. People seem to be forgetting this is Goose 7574. People seem to be forgetting about the engraving and how that could affect the bullet as well. We've talked about that at length. Gary, Elizabeth Ramos says, Gary, your patience is amazing. Please keep speaking the truth. The candy cult has OD'd on the Kool-Aid. Amy ran right over to Uncle Tom's space to whine, played like Gary victimized her, a widow, pathetic. You have the patience of a saint, Gary. Yeah, I don't care. Was a hard Candace supporter. This is the Matrix of Nat. Was a hard Candace supporter. I watched your YouTube live and was surprised by how rational the conversation was. My apologies to you and Jen for trolling so hard on X. I deserved the blocks. If you send us your screen name, I'll unblock you. Look, I get these all the time. And they're happen at a much more regular, where people are coming back or exactly this. I heard all these things about you, and then I actually went and saw, because I'm telling you, Candace has just straight up lied about me, made up complete narratives about me that are just factually not true. And that just solidified my resolve on this. I'm like, I see firsthand what she's willing to do when she knows differently, and how she's willing to lie to smear people just to protect her narrative. It's just a fact. And then we got Goose says, Gary, please pull up the MACA hats on Candace Owens' website. She tried to claim it's Make America Christian again, but the description is Make America Candace again. Not enough people have seen this. She's crazy. I will pull that up. Oh, and speaking of which, Jen, the producer, recommended this. She recommended getting together a panel of people that were once hardcore Candace supporters up until recent, and now they're rehabilitated Candace supporters. And I think that would be a fun show. You guys give me a thumbs up if you think that would be interesting. Kind of figure out what made them change their mind. What was it? Because I'm telling you, once you see it, you can't unsee it. And then lastly, they found 2 missing Romanovs in 07 DNA match. Cool. All right. So now we are at MKK. Go ahead, and then we'll do Mufasa, Holy Handmaid, and then Lene. And we're going to close it out after that. Try to keep it pretty short, folks. 1 or 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
I sure can. Loud and clear.
Okay. Great. I'm Patriot Lady, 1991.
Okay, great.
And I used to watch Barron, and I watched Candace too. I watched Candace back when she was on her Kamala Harris Isn't Black trick, and watched her all through the Macron stuff and watched her, of course, when Charlie was assassinated. And I don't know. I echo everything that everyone has said. I too am a widow, and I have a soft spot for Erica. And I can tell you, if someone killed my husband that way, I'd be on the freaking warpath. So,
well, since I have you here, and we kind of brought up the subject, what was the thing? What was the thing that kind of opened your eyes to Candace? And I also want to hear the same thing when it comes to Baron.
Sure. I'm skeptical by nature.
Sure.
So I question everything. And it just simply was her lies, her contradictions. She would contradict herself. Like I commented the other night, I watched her say that she was 100% sure that Charlie was shot from the front, and she could explain how the bullet stayed in him and all this stuff. And it's just like, and then later on, she's on, other stuff. And I didn't understand, I thought she really missed the boat. Like I said, I'm skeptical. So I had questions too.
Sure.
And there were things that were, holes that I saw, or whatever you want to call them. But I just thought, something didn't seem right. And my first thought was that, there was a lone shooter, but he had been radicalized somehow.
Sure.
And, and then she's totally off the trans stuff, and, which would have been a slam dunk, because that was part of her brand, was that, she was sticking up for, for kids being transitioned, and, her Catholic faith and all of that. And I don't know, I just, and then Baron, I already mentioned on your show, I did a super chat one time where I said it was his Joe crash out. He just went over the top with that. And I just thought the lady had a legitimate comment. All she was talking about was how he was defending a wife beater, Mitch Snow. And he went totally overboard with that, saying how she was low IQ and she was crazy and everybody was dumping on her. I'm assuming it was a female, because it was J.O. was her name. But I just thought right then and there, he's an abuser. Whether he's a physical abuser, emotional abuser, he's an abuser of some kind. And that's what got me off of him. And then since then, I've watched, some of his stuff, and he just lies. Just like the whole Discord, stuff, and the timing of all that. And when Tyler was in the sheriff's office, he just lies. And just today, I'm not a big X person, because it feels like a cesspool over there. But since watching you're very calm, you're very measured, you're logical, you're reasonable. And I just kind of wanted to join the fight. So I got my blue check today, and I've been, like I said the other night, I've been posting some scripture on, like responding to people, and also just countering their narratives in a respectful, kind of smartassery way, because I have that in me. But
sure.
But also just giving them facts, and then they just disappear. They don't say anything else after you counter their nonsense that they put out there.
Sure. And not to bust your chops in this a little bit, but just be careful about, I don't know whether or not Baron Coleman is an abuser. I don't think there's any evidence. I know what you're saying, that there's things that you're seeing that indicate that he is. I don't think that's fair. But I understand where you're coming from, and it is the same, but I think we need to be careful to hold ourselves to a higher standard. I think it's fair to say that he's definitely lied.
Okay. Let me put it this way.
Yeah.
He abused Joe.
Fair enough. Real quick, I want to get Mid-Gray in here. Thank you, MKK, and I appreciate you. And I always see you in the chat. Patriot Lady. I appreciate your support so much, and I'm glad you're on X. So stay in the fight and keep doing
Appreciate you too.
Yep. Mid-Gray. Freaking being a douche down there.
I'm not a feminine hygiene product. I just wanted to put that on record. I'm not Gary. I'm not feminine hygiene products. Okay. All right.
I have two unconfirmed sources. I have two anonymous sources that say you are.
Yeah. All right.
Go ahead, buddy.
Anyway, so about the we were talking about the explosion earlier in the shirt.
So
And,
it's connecting.
oh yeah, we good?
Yeah, we're good. Somebody's mic wasn't muted, but go ahead.
Okay. But I've identified, Charlie's shirt it's a Carhartt Force Sun Defender shirt. And I'll go ahead and link that down in the chat for the X space as well. But I mean, it's a very, very thin shirt. Like you're talking like 0.4 to 0.6 millimeters.
Yeah.
So that's like 0.016 to 0.024 inches.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's very, very, very thin. So, I mean, a couple things that also.
I mean, his shirt is almost translucent. I mean, you can.
Yeah, I mean, you can see his nipples through it. I mean, you can see the logo, from like see through it.
Yep.
On the label. So, I mean, a couple things there that kind of stuck out to me whenever I figured that out was I think that explains a lot of the shirt movement that we see whenever he shot as well.
Yeah.
Just because it's so thin, it kind of like, it puffs out and it looks,
Hey, real quick, some people are saying they can't hear you. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear mid-gray.
Check 1, 2.
Yeah, so it's looks like it's you, Ben. Just log out and log back in, buddy, and I'll make you another co-host. You're good, man.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, I mean, I think that explains a lot of that shirt movement that we see. It's going to be a lot more dramatic just because of how thin that shirt is. And then another thing that goes back to the point you were bringing up earlier about an explosive mic, and I mean, a Pelton explosion would be. I know you use centigrade, but I mean that's 7,646 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, I mean it's insanely hot. Like it would literally like melt and disintegrate the shirt. So it's like the fact that like people like think that like there could be any piece of this left, like on the floor of the SUV is just like laughable. So.
No,
Anyway,
I agree.
that's
One
all
of
I
the
got.
things that when somebody brought that up, talking about, I saw Barron defend this, and he said, basically like, well, why didn't we see an explosion? Why didn't we see, any of the visual normal evidence that we would observe from this? And why didn't we hear it? Why didn't we see it? And he's like, well, Pelton, what people don't know is that it has a flash point that is like 0.0003 seconds. I don't know if I got all the zeros right in there. And I was like, so you're basically saying that it's happening so fast that we don't even see it. Well, guess what, folks? You know what else has the exact same flash point, the time that it takes to ignite? Freaking gunpowder. And we still see all the observables. And again, we've debunked this thoroughly. Matt Tardio has went through the math. It's the dumbest theory. And for so long, I said people would pop up in the comments and on a live and be like, well, Gary, what about the exploding mic? I'm like, here's where I stand with the exploding mic. It's literally so dumb that Candace Owens hasn't put this forward, and yet here we are, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel, and now we're going with this. But
and you can tell she's still trying to run with it by, she's more careful with her wording, but she's still trying to suggest that it's a possibility, so
yeah,
it's absurd.
Nope. Got anything else, buddy?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Holy Handmaid, send it.
Hey, yeah, well, I guess earlier I was going to comment that I think it was Lene above me who had said like she or whoever the other girl was that she had never said or accused Erica of killing Charlie, but obviously we have the text that she sent, and I know Lady Luck, I believe, is who beat me to it. I think you called on her first, which is it's fine, but I just got my hand raised. So just a couple of things. We have the text, and just like that person yesterday on your stream who was trying to say like, oh, they should have done a GSR test on the rifle. Like they're always allowed, like it's, what would you call it? Like they give them their Candace or Barron or whoever, they attribute, like they give the most grace to, but they never apply that in the opposite direction. And they also use a ton of leftist tactics, like we were talking about numerous times over the streams that I've been listening in on, or when you cover them, whether it's like anonymous sources or like just constantly moving the goalposts, like nobody has to provide any evidence. The logic, like the right, especially during COVID and stuff, or election integrity stuff. Like I thought we got past the part where we just believed people and whatever they said, and now we're like, that's why I just don't. I'm not very convinced. Obviously, I don't have proof that a lot of these are like foreign accounts or leftists. I mean, if you go on, what do you call it, Blue Sky, or you go on Reddit, there are people that call, I'll even see it in comments on Candace's page or like on Tucker's. They'll literally call us racist and racist or maggots. They do it on these Reddit posts and on Blue Sky. Now tell me, I don't know any conservatives or just regular Republicans that are using the term racist or maggots while pushing Candace or Tucker theories or Joe Kent theories. I don't know it. They'll tell you like, you can't believe the feds, but then they'll use Joe Kent. And then if you show them Joe Kent was saying the exact opposite in 2024, that doesn't matter. And they also don't ever seem to care about things like, like it's complete dishonesty. Like right now, there's like a whole campaign about how we've merged our military with Israel. Yeah. And even though that's not true, and we're doing the same type of military contracting that we would do with numerous other countries, that particular bill also happens to have the SAVE Act attached to it. So if you create a bunch of controversy around that, you can get, or for example, I'm not a huge fan of the flock cameras, but it only became a big deal when they found out that DHS was able to start tracking illegals with them. And so I just mean that, like, for example, the other day on X, or maybe it was yesterday, I saw that some people had done, I forgot what the company was, had done research on Zorhan Mamdani's social medias, and that like 70% of his engagement comes from like Pakistani accounts and stuff like that. And so I'm just saying, like, you've talked about this 5th generational warfare, and it seems like it always comes up, and they're always leftist tactics. Nobody is spending a bunch of time on the wins of this administration. I think yesterday we just got a huge one from about debanking illegals and stuff like that. And it just seems like this is like a massive push. And if you think of, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I was agreeing with you. I said, yes, it is.
Well, and if you think about it, like that kind of, if we think about all these NGOs or Doge that defunded a bunch of these leftist, organizations and whatnot, I don't believe that these people would have just disappeared, or these 300,000 plus jobs that we cut from the federal government. Like, where are all these people? They didn't just stop sowing, like chaos into our country. They will have like moved on to different funding. I don't know if that's, George Soros or whoever, or Neville Singham, but I just mean it's awfully convenient that we constantly have these wedge issues and lots of leftist tactics. Because I don't know any Republicans or conservatives or Christians. Like, just a couple of years ago, my best friend's husband, she just went to work one morning and then he hung himself in the garage with only their 2 children home. And the insane, she was all over the place. Like, I cannot even, I'm one of the only friends, including her own mother, that has, ran out on her and pulled some shady stuff. And I have never seen a person just completely self-destruct and also kind of rebuild themselves, into a new version of normal. And so I think of things like that, and I have a hard time, kind of like rationalizing how people treat another human like this. Like, they have been just awful to Erica. And so I just don't believe people who say that they were fans of Charlie and then would do this, because I wouldn't do it to anybody.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe they haven't experienced loss. I don't know. I have no clue. Or it's an op. Like, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. 'Cause that's crazy.
I think it's all the above. Like everything you just said when you're talking about the NGOs, USAID, like billions of dollars were taken from these people, and these people were actively. And I saw this firsthand. I used to work at the Department of State. I was actually doing security work, traveling from embassies to embassies, doing security work, and I rubbed shoulders with these people. These people were radical leftists pushing radical leftist agendas. I was working for the Department of State and traveling to these embassies and consulates during when Biden came into office. I was going to all these consulates during the Trump administration. We have American flags up. As soon as Biden gets in, every single embassy and consulate all over the world had an American flag, and right below it was an LGBTQ flag. And you have to understand, it's a big deal when it comes to diplomacy. Here we are in like Middle Eastern countries, African countries that just would turn them off. And any person that was really interested in diplomacy wouldn't be promoting that. But on top of that, what they started doing through these NGOs, USAID and others, is they were actually attaching these policies to like projects and other things that they already agreed to, like, oh, you want to build this bridge? It's fine, but what we need you to do is, as the government, we need you to implement this policy, DEI, LGBTQ tolerance, and like pushing this on people. And at the same time, like literally the Chinese embassy is right across the street, and they offer all kinds of money all over the place, and with no strings attached. Like, you know what? You don't want to deal with the Americans? We'll do this. Like, if you guys understood the foothold that China has in Africa and South America and even Mexico, it would blow your freaking mind. And they understand what they're doing is they're replacing our hegemony with their own all over the world. And I do think this is an op. And just like you said, those people that left that were the deep state that got excommunicated from the government, they're still the deep state, and they're still pushing this stuff. And you better believe
James,
they're behind.
yeah.
You better believe they're behind George Soros. Like, that's why I say it is foreign and political adversaries that are pushing this up. And by the way, that includes Europe. Like, nobody in the world likes Trump when he's president, because he actually flexes the muscle of the United States of America. He pushes things from an economic standpoint and, of course, a military standpoint, and they know not to mess with them. And they're not getting over on us like they do when we have a weak Republican, and or even more so, they get over on the United States when we have a Democrat in office.
Well, yeah, and the Red Green Alliance is like, they are deadly serious as anything. Like, they are definitely serious. Not only that, but like whether we're talking about Tucker or Candace using all types of very bizarre, like before I grew up conservative and Christian, but then I kind of took this weird new age spiritualism off ramp for a while. She uses language that's coded like that. Tucker uses very moral relativist arguments. So does like Dave Smith, etc. Like, it is, I don't know what is going on. I don't know if it's audience capture because of people like maybe Pierce Morgan or like Megyn Kelly. They seem to be like very obsessed, well, and Candace, honestly, but very obsessed with their viewer count. And you can't, I don't know how you really compete with 2 billion Muslims or, millions of Chinese, like that's a lot of botting or accounting or even like we were talking about the NGOs, these people who, so James O'Keefe, yes, exactly. Well, and James O'Keefe just did that, drop that undercover journalism one on the person who's literally, their job at the Pentagon is to implement the president's executive order. And he knows, that guy knows, he even says like he gets why some of this, like why they would implement some of these rules, because you need people who are going to implement the policy, obviously. Yeah. But then it's totally diabolical and is fine with sitting it out and slow rolling, impeding, and then changing and subverting it back as soon as the president leaves.
Agree. No, all great points.
Like, these people are vicious, dude. Like, and I just people focus a lot on all the things we're not getting, and then we have to deal with crap like this wedge issue stuff with people who are saying the most insane stuff. Like, yesterday's stream was super hard for me to listen to because they're always allowed to move the goalposts. They just say the craziest things. They never ever hold themselves to the same standard that they're at. I hear you all the time interacting with these people, and they are constantly trying to get you on defense. No, you need to answer. They will never give you a clear answer, and then they just shift to something else. And so, like it's hard to feel motivated when it's all the news, everything seems to be focused on negativity, and then we have stuff like this to deal with. So I appreciate you. Thank you for always being open to hear from us. I appreciate you.
Thank you. We appreciate you too. All right, Lene, what you got? This will be the last one. I said I was going to do this till midnight, and I lied. You guys
Yeah,
write that
holy
down.
shit. I'm like thinking to myself, are you in a different like time zone than me? Because it's late as fuck.
East
Sorry
Coast,
for cursing.
baby.
Same. I was surprised that you had this space going on for so long. Thank you for bringing me back up. I did want to apologize for interrupting while she was speaking, and also just wanted to clarify that, like, just from the Erica Kirk standpoint thing and what Candace Owens was saying before I got dropped, just that regardless to how, like, what everyone wants to think, she has not made any claims that Erica Kirk murdered Charlie Kirk. And you can take the text message the way you want to and do it with it as you want.
Lene, that's not.
That would be.
So she has what she has done, and I had a lawyer on to talk about this. What she has done is she's inferred, insinuated, and led people to come to a conclusion, and that is the exact, legally speaking. You can take time and time again. And all you got to do is go down to her comments. And I think
She has too said,
yes.
came outright and said it.
Hold on,
Eclectic. Hold on.
Eclectic, I'm going to let you jump in here and talk about this. But forget about the overt statements. You don't need to be overt. If I am constantly at your work and I'm constantly inferring bad things about you or insinuating bad things about you, those have the same effect. And from a legal standpoint, this is already agreed upon. Like, you don't have to make a direct claim between a sustained campaign. Like, 90% of the people that think that Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk is because of what Candace Owens. And this is how insidious what she does is. And again, all you got to do is go look at, like, what's the conclusion that her audience is coming to? And you look through the comments and it's clear as day. So I disagree on the premise that she hasn't done it overtly, and I'll let Eclectic respond to you, and you guys can go back and forth. But we got about 3 minutes left, folks.
Okay, yeah. Well, if I can say something before Eclectic jumps in.
She absolutely has came out and directly said that Erica Kirk is responsible in some way for her husband's death. Either she's covering it up or she was part of the conspiracy. And for you to come here and gaslight all of us and tell us she hasn't is ridiculous. Because
she's never claimed that Erica Kirk killed her husband, and that was a claim that Paramount was just making and has been saying the entire time.
She's claimed that. She number one, I reject that. But number two, it's just as bad to say that she had foreknowledge or she was involved in the conspiracy. That she is making very clear. Do you agree with that, Lene?
Well, you have said, did you not? Okay, or maybe just to clarify to me, because I'm pretty sure I heard you say a handful of times that you're not okay with the fact that she has made claims that Erica Kirk was Erica Kirk murdered her husband, and Erica Kirk, or you said something else regarding that.
That's what she's saying. She has made indirect accusations of that. And she has made, for sure, and by the way, she has made direct indications of that as well, in accusations.
Conspiracy to murder is still a murder. That is a murder charge in court.
Yeah.
So from just like you're having an X space right now, the first thing in the title is Candace's Lies. You say what you want in your podcast.
Sure.
You can claim that's your opinion, right? We have freedom of speech. So if your opinion is that Candace lies and she thinks a certain way, you're able to do that. And you mentioned a few different things. I think one of your analogies was showing up at someone's work and making claims. I don't think Candace has ever showed up at Erica Kirk and Erica Kirk's job and made claims. Was that what you say something along the lines of that? It was an
analogy. It's not. I'm not saying that literally.
So I'm just, no. So the analogy wouldn't really, I don't think, work in this circumstance.
Candace,
because
hold on. Let me ask you. You tell me what you think. You tell me what you think that Candace Owens is claiming.
I can tell you from someone that watches Candace Owens and that she is speaking her personal opinions on what she thinks of Erica Kirk, what she thinks of pretty much anyone she speaks about in her podcast. I can tell you right now, I've never heard her claim that Erica Kirk killed her husband.
Okay.
She has
First
brought
question,
up,
why did you kill your husband? That is literally, we have a screenshot of it. You guys just moved the goalposts
once again,
immediately.
I'm actually
Why
not
would
moving
she
the
be
goalposts.
joking around? Why would she be joking around?
We can't have everybody look.
Why?
Hold on.
Why would she be joking around in a chat group message if she wasn't implying it on her show? She has
I
been
can't
implying
speak
it
for
on her
her,
show.
so I don't know.
What do you
Just
think
like
a Black Widow means? What do you
just like
think it means?
So my point is that just like I can't speak for Gary, and honestly, the reason why Gary thinks the way he thinks about Candace, I think it's valid. He has every right to feel that way. They have it back and forth. She brings him up on her podcast. He brings her up. I don't know exactly where it started or why. He has a right to form his own opinions on her. Just like we all have the right. And a lot of you have come up here.
You're actually incorrect. You don't have the right to infer that somebody is guilty of multiple crimes, including sex trafficking. You don't.
I believe that, but she's never made those. She's never. What you're saying, she's inferring it because she's bringing up things that she's found.
She said this is what she does. She says this is what she does. She says, okay, we have this Angels of Romania charity work, and they're tied to this, and they're tied to this, and they are tied to sex trafficking, and Erica Kirk was involved with this, and that's where this goes. And it's in
yeah. So she said that she's never known as many people that are involved in sex trafficking as when she's done research on Erica Kirk's past. She's seen that she's involved, and she has been surrounded by a lot of people that have to do with either sex trafficking or child, anything, child exploitation, things like that. She's never come out and said that Erica Kirk is sex trafficking.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's not
why are
true.
you saying that's a lie? You can say it's a lie all you want, but it's not a lie.
Hold on.
It is a lie.
Here's what I want to.
It is a lie.
Lene, just mute your thing. Megan, go ahead and impeach whatever you think needs to be.
It is a lie because you can look up what she's saying and it's not, there's actually no connections. She was never kicked out of that country. The charity that she had in Romania was just a gift giving thing. And then she thanked the Marines that helped her deliver the gifts to the charity. So her saying, oh, the people that worked at the charity, the kids were scared of her and went to none of that ever happened. That's not true. It was a gift giving charity that churches do, where you wrap gifts. Then they tried to connect the guy she thanked publicly on social media to something that was debunked and never proven to be true, that had nothing to do with Erica Kirk, that just had to do with this base scandal at whatever year. So you're taking tenuous points and you're trying to connect them to Erica Kirk, and that's just not the way that people were saying it, the way Candace was pushing it. If you go and actually research it, none of that is actually true. There's no evidence to back it up. And tons of people have covered this, including news stations who pulled records from Romania to try to figure out what the hell Candace Owens was talking about, and they couldn't find any of this stuff. So it is lies.
Eclectic. They will also cite stuff like they'll point to that model that she helped that girl get on the right path, and they will attribute stuff to her that she did not say or post. The girl did, and then tagged Erica, and they will say, oh look at, she's grooming underage kids.
All of that is great. What I'm talking about specifically right now is the fact that Candace has never claimed that Erica Kirk murdered her husband, and she's never claimed that Erica Kirk was involved in sex trafficking. She said,
yes, what do you think it is when you say, what is a black, when a woman says that woman over there is a black widow?
You can make your own observation
that is
of that if you
law.
want.
This is actual court stuff. What do you mean? You can actually get in trouble for defamation for what she's doing. Yeah. And I know this because I actually follow court cases and the law.
So then Candace should be arrested for making the claim that she's a black widow?
No, it's a civil suit. Why would it be a criminal?
Or she should be sued. Sorry. So she should be sued because she claimed that Erica Kirk.
She can be.
She should be. She actually should be. Because you don't get to go and just destroy people's lives when, again, what Eclectic is trying to tell you, and this is absolutely true, and I see this time and time again, is that she strings together a bunch of lies and then says these lies are true, and those lies point to one thing, and that is either she's involved in the death of the murder of Charlie Kirk, or that she's involved with child trafficking. And when you go and research these things, it's lies, it's made up things, and she does this maliciously, and I mean, quite frankly, it's sadistic what she's doing. And
so she never said that Erica Kirk was involved with Charlie Kirk's murder, and she's never said that she's involved in sex trafficking. She said she's never ever, that Candace personally has never been around and involved or around people that is involved in sex trafficking and things in that nature.
I don't know. The tapes might disagree.
You just contradicted
the tapes
yourself.
might disagree.
No, I didn't.
You absolutely did.
And then just to mention real quick from what Eclectic just said, when I said, so it's against the law, or she should be arrested, I said she should be arrested for stating that Erica Kirk's a Black widow. The only reason why I said that was because you said it's against the law for her to make the claim that Erica Kirk's a Black widow.
Yes, against civil law.
Yeah.
It is against the law. It's against defamation. We have defamation laws. Defamation laws.
So freedom of speech. So because she called her a Black widow, she should be able to be sued for that.
No, it's the whole package.
You guys should take this for what it's worth. And Lene, what's crazy to me is you said that you don't actually watch Candace Owens, so you don't really know what she said.
That's not what I said. I said I've been watching her since she was with Charlie Kirk. I've never made that
Anyways,
claim.
so what I did was just, and you can take
But
this
I do think you guys watch her more thoroughly than I do. I do think that.
Okay.
I think anybody that's watching her, and as long as you have, because you said you've been
sounds
watching
like
her
you
since
watch
Turning
her,
Point.
actually.
I don't watch her actually. Ever. I stopped watching her back
Then maybe
when,
that's the issue, because you're
back when
getting
she was
things out of
defending Andrew Tate's victims, or when she was defending Andrew Tate and smearing his victims. That's when I stopped watching her. And if you continue to watch her after everything she's done, you're just
all right. Everybody mute. I want to go through this, and you can take this for what it's worth. But this is a grok assessment of what's going on here. So what we have here is through her podcast and multiple episodes series, Bride of Charlie, which was just disgusting. She has advanced a pattern of insinuations, associations, and questions about inconsistency and broader conspiracy framing that many, including Erica Kirk herself, interpret as accusing or strongly implying involvement in Charlie Kirk's assassination and or traffic-related activity. Owens has repeatedly said that she does not believe that Robinson acted alone. She has suggested betrayal by people close to Charlie Kirk, including at Turning Point USA, and has floated possible involvement by foreign actors, including Israel, France, Egypt, and others, or a cover-up by those around him. She has focused scrutiny on Erica's post-assassination behavior in her role of TPUSA CEO, playing leaked audio of Erica addressing staff days after the shooting, questioning the speed of organizational activities, Erica's composure, and other timeline of biographical details as suspicious. In the Bride of Charlie series and related commentary, they focus on Erica's backgrounds, associations, and conduct is presented in a way that builds toward a larger mystery with implications of personal ambition, insider involvement, and conspiracy tied to the death. Critics and reports describe this as suggesting Erica conspired with others, TPUSA figures, and foreign governments, or helped cover it up. Erica has publicly stated the opposite. Owens has denied making direct accusations of murder and frames much of her commentary as raising questions or pointing out what doesn't add up. Erica Kirk has publicly stated the opposite, that Owens is claiming she murdered her husband or played a role in the assassination, states referencing Candace Owens claiming, "I murdered my husband." Owens has tied Erica Kirk's earlier charity work to Romania and related activities to child sex trafficking scandals via association, connections to or thinks directed toward individuals later accused of trafficking or prostitute underage Romanian orphans. Partnerships or appearances involving pastors, churches, facing lawsuits over alleged trafficking or abuse of minors from Romanian orphanages. Suggestions that Romania, an earlier China sex trafficking victim, work could function as a cover or a fit trafficking adjacent patterns. She's also speculated about Erica grooming or sexually harassing a 15-year-old. Multiple facts checked, including Snopes and lead reviews of Romanian records and reporting have found no evidence that Erica Kirk or her charities were accused of, involved, or banned in child trafficking. So that is just portions of
Don't
this.
forget the Epstein ties. Don't forget the Epstein ties
Epstein
for the
ties.
modeling agency.
Yeah.
She's spun a
if she
bunch.
doesn't think, if she doesn't think, and again, I think what you're saying is very disingenuous. I'm just going to be honest with you, because all you got to do is look down into the comments.
It's gaslighting. She's just sitting here. Lene is just gaslighting us. She knows
I'm not
damn
gaslighting
well,
anything.
Yes,
All you gotta
you
do-
know damn well that Candace is doing this.
Can we let Gary finish his
his?
thought, please?
All you got to do is look at her comments in every single episode and look at 99% of what the people down there are saying and the conclusions that they come to. This is classic information operations behavior. They lead you to a conclusion. They make it you feel like you're coming to your own. But the problem is that multiple times that Candace has slipped up and she has said direct things, including the text, among many other things. And ultimately, again, even I've had Beard Lawyer on, we've talked about different aspects of this. The court is going to look at the body of evidence and they're going to see what this is and they're going to see right through it. They're not going to sit here and try to pretend and be disingenuous and dishonest about this. And ultimately, she's going to be sued by Erica Kirk, most likely, in TPUSA, and she's going to lose because what she's doing is smearing people without any evidence time and time again. So, no, she doesn't have the right to do that. That's not the First Amendment right. We don't.
So,
get to,
Eric, Candace Owens has a right to form her own opinions on things.
Sure, she
and
absolutely
that
has
is
a right.
not me
But what she
being
doesn't
me
have,
stating that
but what
is
she
not
doesn't have,
gaslighting or
she
being
doesn't have the right
disingenuous
to
by any
do.
means.
She doesn't have the right to do in the same way that I don't have the right to accuse you of murder or continue a long
Well,
history.
she didn't do that.
A long history.
But I would
of
agree if she
insinuating.
did that. I would also agree with you as well.
But-
That would be
You
you're not.
don't
Yeah, you
get
should
to
be able to
have
do
you
that.
don't get to have 50 episodes leading people to a conclusion because the court is not going to play these games like you're playing.
Gary, didn't you talk to Beard Lawyer and ask him about this? And didn't Beard Lawyer and other lawyers say, yes, this is actually defamation, what she's doing here? Because you don't have to actually come out and say, I think Erica Kirk
Yes.
murdered her husband.
Yes.
But the things that she's saying and doing can lead to insinuation, and that would be used in court and is allowed to be used in court.
Can I give Lune an example of an opinion?
Sure, Jenny.
Okay. So an opinion is, I think Candace Owens is an asshole. That's my opinion. That's protected speech. I can't say, I think Candace Owens eats her babies. I can't say that because that's not an opinion. That is coming to a conclusion about an action that the other person did. So that's completely different than my opinion. So when she claims that Erica Kirk, which you admitted, you said she hangs out with sex traffickers and she's involved in it.
That she surrounds herself by those people.
And
She
that's
has.
just not
I'm
true.
pretty sure she'd said that before. Yeah.
So that's not true. Right, Gary. That's first of all, factually incorrect. It's not an opinion. It's a fact that's not correct. So she can't say something like that as her opinion if there aren't convicted sex traffickers surrounding. Excuse me.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Okay,
You are
okay, go
interrupting
ahead.
me.
Sorry.
So if Erica Kirk is not surrounded by convicted sex traffickers, then Candace cannot say those words without being defamatory because it's not an opinion anymore.
When she made that statement, she was speaking about people or a specific person that was actually convicted of being involved in those crimes. So
Who was
that's
convicted?
when she made that
Who was
statement.
convicted?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't watch her videos with a fine-tooth comb, to be honest, but I can go back and try to find it and tag you or whatever.
So it goes from surrounding herself with people to one person.
It's several people that she's accused of it, but they're allegations. Like the pastor that she mentions, like, sure, nobody should have allegations, although she justified it when she hung out with the Tates, but okay, or close with them or whatever, hasn't spoken up on that. But like we're talking about the pastor has allegations of it. So, I mean, that's not really a convicted person. And also, like, how are you using that to substantiate that she is somehow protecting or also engaged in it? I'm not sure. Or if you worked at a modeling agency, that she could have never met Epstein. She could have never even been there during the same timeline. How are you then using that as to level as like bolster your claim that she hangs out with, or surrounds herself with it, when most of the stuff is not true, and it doesn't have the full, like, the scope, the relevance, like it's crazy. I can't even.
Well, and Lene, let me ask you this. So would you agree that the vast majority of her followers believe that Erica Kirk is involved in the death of Charlie Kirk?
I would say that the vast majority of her followers have come to that conclusion well before Candace Owens even made any mention of Erica Kirk.
Here's the problem.
Which my reason saying that is that they didn't have to form that opinion from Candace. They made their own opinions based off of the stuff that they were looking into before.
And here's what's going to happen. The court, what they're going to do is they're going to file a lawsuit, and they're going to go through all the different things that Candace Owens has said. And it's not going to be over 6 months. They're going to show this all in a very quick fashion of how, because what most people are doing, they're being indoctrinated slowly through incrementalism. I think most people that started watching Candace on September 10th, if they could see their current self now, I think they would be disgusted, because they've been slowly indoctrinated over this time. And now they will say things about people that are just disgusting, to include when, again, there is no evidence of this. So first of all, these people that have come to this conclusion without Candace, and I disagree with that, because there's millions of people that have. And the court,
you can look at the evidence. It was all over X. It was all over everywhere before she said one claim or one statement about Erica Kirk.
That's fine.
You can think what you want, but
and that's fine.
I'm only speaking from a factual place.
Why do you care so much about defending Candace Owens?
I'm not defending Candace Owens.
Yeah, you are. That's all you've been doing.
Stating a fact that she's never claimed that Erica Kirk killed her husband, and she never claimed that Erica Kirk sex trafficked anyone.
She's insinuated both of those things, and we have a
but that's different than making that full out claim.
No, it's not actually.
No, it's not.
She's made.
He's explaining it's not.
It's not. When I sit here and I say, if I spent 6 months just insinuating that you killed somebody, and the effects are the same, and that is you now have lots of people that think that I've convinced people that Lene killed someone, and now you're getting death threats.
Yes, if you convince people that I killed someone, yes, I guess that would be right. But she's never convinced
me. Calling her a Black Widow is exactly doing that. There's only two. This is from the dictionary, the American Heritage Dictionary. There's two definitions for what a Black Widow is. One is talking about the literal poisonous spider, and one is a woman who kills her husband or lover, especially one who kills multiple husbands or lovers.
These arguments are going to work in court, Lene. I mean, they're just not. And you can sit here and you can twist yourself.
Well, I mean, I could just tell you personally, I watch her, and I've been watching her, and I'm not convinced that of anything having to do with Erica Kirk one bit. I feel extremely terrible for her, especially in the
I mean,
like, once again, very open-minded, don't know who killed Charlie, who's involved. But in the case that she has zero involvement, I feel absolutely fucking terrible and would hate for anything to happen to her. But like I mentioned before, Candace's views, just like your views on Candace, I would still join your space regardless if you're a fan of Candace or not, because to be honest, I'm open to having different opinions and listening to different thoughts.
But I mean, not most people are not like you. And here's the other thing that Candace is going to get herself into a lot of trouble legally, and that's when we're talking about like the exploding mic theory. Because what also involves in the exploding mic theory is that we have a mic that exploded, and everybody around Charlie Kirk had to be part of that. Somebody had to set that off. Somebody had to set it up. And she has insinuated that, and so has Baron Coleman. And so, like, those people are being defamed and slandered by the proximity of that. Never mind.
So is researching, it's because from what my understanding is, what they are doing, or at least what they're claiming to be doing, is researching into different theories. So researching like a murder, that's also making claims.
So
And I'm not being a smart ass asking. I'm just trying to understand if that's what you're saying.
So what I'm telling you is, if I just started, like, again, anybody out there, if I'm like, you know what, I think that it's possible that, Erica Kirk did X, Y, and Z, and it's so ridiculous and it's so improbable and there's no evidence for it. And then I continue that. I continue that for 6 months straight. It like that, you're going to get yourself into a lot. And by the way, it's just morally and ethically wrong. We don't just get to sit around and be like, you know what? I wonder if Lene is a devil worshiper. Like, I could have a space every night and be like, you know what, guys, I really think Lene is a devil worshiper. And you're going to be like,
I would probably join your space and just tell you I'm not.
Well, sure.
And I believe
Gary,
in Jesus and God, and that's it.
Gary, part of it is, though, also her platform.
Yeah.
So because she says she's an independent journalist and she has a 6 million platform, that will be taken account in court. Like, if somebody just had like 5 followers and was saying this stuff, the court's not going to look at that the same way as somebody's like, I'm an independent journalist, I have a 6 million person platform and all that. That makes a big difference when you're slandering people.
Hey, Gary, quickly. Yeah. So Lene just said something that's important here. She just said, well, I'd probably just hop on the space and say, I'm not a devil worshiper, right? Okay, that is great. That is what people have tried to do with Candace, whether it is Cabot Phillips, whether it is Andrew Colvett, whether it's Erica flying to her to meet with her for several hours. It's whether it's a journalist that had one picture they wanted to hold back, but then they privately showed it to Barron and then somebody clipped it, or the person who took the footage from behind. People have tried to provide evidence, and even though that's not their job is, in this country, at least, the person, and logic, just in general, that's how it's supposed to work everywhere. The person making the claim has to bring the burden of proof and evidence. Yet people have engaged with her, and then she just makes another episode and leaves that information out or raises new questions. She does not provide timestamps. Or today, I saw somebody who had screen captured the messages that she showed, and it says Charlie Kirk knew, but the picture doesn't actually look like Charlie Kirk. It looks kind of, or the receipt from that steakhouse restaurant. We actually don't really know, because they don't really show us metadata and stuff like that. Yet they will just move the goalpost and make new claims from responses to clear up the first lies that she gave.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we're going to settle this tonight, obviously. But look, I don't.
I appreciate you guys allowing me to speak, and I don't know. I'm not really here to try to defend anybody. What I promise. I know it sounds like it, and it seems like it. I really am here, and I appreciate asking you the question, you answering the questions that I had paramount. I don't know.
Let me ask you
ahead,
this final question, Lene. Do you think it's morally wrong what she's doing against Erica Kirk?
I would say it's just as morally wrong as having a space with the title Candace Lies, and then everybody coming up and talking trash about Candace.
I mean,
and she may think that Erica, the things that she thinks about Erica Kirk,
I'm not talking about that. I mean, I have literally videos where I've gone through and showed where she's lied time and time and time again.
I believe that you think she's lying, and I said, I also believe she thinks.
This is unequivocal. Like, when she sits there and says that Tyler Robinson doesn't say vehicle, and the same video within 10 seconds later, 20 seconds later, he says vehicle. Don't you think that's a lie?
I don't know. Well, yeah, no. So I don't know if she had the intention. My point is,
so only intentions matter.
So I don't know if she had the intentions of. So did she see that video right before she made the claim that he never texted vehicle, or she because
she had it well after, when she sits there and says, hey, I've had multiple sources confirm that the mother was the one that spotted Tyler, and then 10 episodes later, I think it was 7 episodes later, she comes on and said, hey, that narrative that they're putting out, that the mother identified Tyler from the video that the media was putting out, don't you think that's a lie? When she doesn't claim that she was actually the one that did it, and she knows she did it?
Wait, so what did she claim? She claimed that Tyler did. The mother thought it was okay. Go ahead.
She said, "Hey, when the charging documents first came out, she said, "Hey, I have multiple sources, or I have a source that I trust, and I've confirmed with multiple other people that claims that the mother spotted Tyler. And by the way, this is exactly what this document is saying, that the mother identified Tyler Robinson." And then just like 10 days later, she actually comes on and said, "Hey, you know that whole narrative that the media was trying to sell us, trying to tell us that it was the mother that identified Tyler, when she was the media that did that. Don't you think that's a lie?"
Oh, I don't even know about that. I guess if that were to happen the way that you're saying it happened, then I don't know. I guess so. I don't have any problems pointing out if she's lying or not. Yeah, if you have the clip or something.
No, I'll play it right now. Hold on, let me go to my
Do you think it's immoral? Do you think it's immoral when she makes fun and mocks Erica for crying?
If she does that, I would think it would just be if she feels comfortable doing it. I personally wouldn't. I wouldn't involve. I wouldn't say I would handle things exactly how she handles things. But yeah, I mean, she feels like I also wouldn't have a space calling people out either. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, if there's tons of clips of her making fun of Erica crying and mocking her and going, "Oh, I'm dab. You don't think you think that's cool? You like watching stuff like that? You like watching people?
I just said
like
that.
To people?
No, I mean, once again, you're in a space talking shit about Candace Owens. You think you're any better?
We're not talking shit about Candace Owens. Hold on. We're not talking shit about Candace Owens. We're going over what she does.
I came up here and I asked you a question from your thoughts in very genuine. Everybody else that's come up here that didn't have thoughts have bashed Candace, and then people that watch Candace. That's literally what's happened this entire
we're
space.
saying that she is lying and she's
Did I not
people.
cite info talking about the text messages you were talking about?
That quote unquote
I
family
cited,
friend informed the.
Hold on one second. We're going to play this. All right. Let me get to the right start point.
Car, not his vehicle, because that's how most Americans, they can't take. There's more. And inform from.
Hey, look, we do 30 to this.
The source has told me that has happened.
I don't know.
Please listen closely.
We're talking 12 days prior to this. And this is what Candace actually said to begin with.
I have a source.
So this is September 17, episode 237.
And everything the source has told me that has happened when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this.
All right. So she has a source that she has found extremely reliable. And on top of that, everything this source has said has been confirmed by other people. Let's see what the source actually has to say.
So they released the photo. And then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler and she phones him up. Tyler says, "Mom, I'm sick." She doesn't believe it.
All right, hold on. And I'm going to skip ahead here. This is episode 244.
She told me that it was the mother who recognized Tyler. Remember, the media.
All right, so here we are. This is episode 244, September 29th, 12 days.
Did this amazing story. The father realized his son was guilty, so it goes, right? And then he phoned over a friend. I was told actually that it was kind of the opposite. That quote unquote family friend informed the family that Tyler had been identified as the shooter. He recognized him. He knows Tyler.
She was the media that created that story. And actually, the story wasn't created by the media. The story was.
So now she switched it in 12 days. In 12 days, she switched it to the family friend identified Tyler Robinson, not the mother that she confirmed, and it was confirmed through the charging documents as well. So do you not think that is a lie and never came out and corrected any of that? Like just
So the first clip that you kind of like ran over and skimmed over, that was her stating that the mom noticed that was Tyler Robinson.
Yes, and the father. So what we're changing here is we're going from the parents identified
When asked why,
the parents identified Tyler Robinson from the video. And then what she's saying is, no, it wasn't the parents, it was the family friend. And it was created by the media. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That the family friend is the one that turned him in, or that the parents are the one. Does that have anything to do with it, or
that the parents originally it was her sources confirmed that the parents identified Tyler Robinson from the video, but no. 12 days later, that switches. It was actually the family friend that identified Tyler Robinson, and he called the parents to tell them that. Do you understand?
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to get to. I feel like there's a little bit of context missing. Who were they identifying Tyler Robinson to at all? Was it the
authorities? The authorities.
Right. So her first claim is that it was the parents, and then she's saying the family friend.
Yes.
Reported him to the authorities?
Not reported anybody that identified him from the video. They both identified him from the video. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So how could both of those things not be true at the same time?
What do you mean?
If my family friend saw me and recognized me, and then also my mom and dad.
Listen very closely again. So, and I want you to compare and contrast these two statements right here.
From what the media has been telling us, remember, the media presented this amazing.
This is September 29th, episode 244.
Story. The father realized his son was guilty, so it goes, right? And then he phoned over a friend. That quote unquote family friend informed the family. It was that in-between person that informed the family that Tyler had been identified as the shooter. It's a far cry from what the media has been telling us. Remember, the media presented this amazing story.
All right, so who was this media that...
Okay, here's September 17th, 12 days earlier.
Well, what was the amazing story that the media brought up?
No one knows.
No
one knows because
it's the amazing story. You know what? I'm just going to send you the link. You can watch the video.
I was going to say, I have no problem looking at this.
She doesn't cite the media, and she immediately, within like a week and a half, completely discounts the previous, what she said previously was, I have a source. You guys can trust me. He absolutely was turned in by his mother because my source, my secret hidden nice knowledge, identified him, and they've been correct about stuff.
And then she turns around and said it wasn't the parents that identified him. It was a family friend that identified him. That's
the media was lying, meaning her, because she was the only media that claimed that the parents identified him.
I don't even know if it was the only media.
Sorry, so you said the first clip was September 17th, and then the second clip was September 29th.
Yes.
So yeah, I have no problem going and looking, and then looking, because you're kind of just throwing clips. I'm not really a big person of things out of context, so I have no problem looking at that and hearing exactly what she said.
So you've been watching.
So I'm going to look.
You've been watching Candace Owens since she was with Charlie with Turning Point USA.
I was watching the stuff that I saw on Facebook back then. That's how I found Candace Owens back then. Yeah, through Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so you were okay when she like smeared victims of Andrew Tate and defended like guys that were in prison for
I have no idea about that. Like I'm not like a sicko fan that once again combs through every single thing. And even if I did, if I were to sit here and watch everything that she came out with, that has nothing to do with whether or not I agree with everything she says.
Were you okay with what she did to Kim Klacik, where she basically like completely ruined her life and made up all those lies about her being a stripper and using cocaine in bathrooms, and it turned out all that was a lie, but it totally destroyed her career in politics and everything? Were you okay with that when she did that?
I remember that girl Kim didn't. Okay, so once again, The
No,
amount
you seem
of
to be
beef that
okay with a
she.
woman that has a history, a career of doing nothing but tearing
I'm
other
not.
people
I
down,
can.
like what
You
she did to
can. You can
Nicole
be okay
Arbor.
with Trump, and right. So I
like,
voted for Trump.
Okay.
And that doesn't mean that I have to be involved with every beef he has with every single person that he gets involved with.
Okay,
So
well, why are
what
you
is that?
so?
What
Why
is
do you?
what are you
Why are you
saying?
so like weirded out that we'd all be upset with her? Maybe we know
I'm
what
not.
she's
I'm not. I'm just saying
about,
it's
and
no
we don't like
different
that. Like I
than
don't like people smearing people
she
and
has
bullying
her views
people and
on
tearing people
Erica.
down.
You guys have your views on her.
It's
and
not
it's
just
there's
Erica. She's done this to
we have
her
evidence for
entire
our
career.
views. She doesn't have evidence for her views. And again, to continue to imply for over 10 months that she's been involved in the Charlie, or at least since January, that she was involved in his conspiracy to murder him, and that she was involved in child trafficking. There's a big difference, and the false comparison, like, that's not even close. What we're saying is, you know what, she's lying. Candace Owens is lying. That is very different from what we're saying, or what she's saying.
I can say she's investigating.
She's not
And
investigating. She's not investigating. She's been proven to be a lie. It's like she hasn't produced a single piece of evidence, that would be admissible in court in 10 months. Feel free to look that up. In 10 months. So she's either the most incompetent investigator, and by the way, she happens to be making tens of millions of dollars doing this. Tens of millions of dollars doing this. It was estimated somewhere around $40 million back in like March or April that she's made on all of this, with the views, the merch, memberships, sponsorships. So, like, at some point,
sounds like a lot of people
she's either
are
the most
invested in her
incompetent-
investigation.
Either she's so incompetent, or she's a fraud. And by the way, she's going to end up like, she already has one. She has 2 lawsuits for defamation. She's going to lose without a doubt to Brian Harpel. We'll see what's going on with the Macrones, and I really don't care about the Macrones, to be honest with you. I think she's probably going to lose that too. But she accused Brian Harpel of being involved in the murder and being at Fort Huachuca and being involved and having foreknowledge of that. She said it multiple times.
So she never accused Brian Harpel of those things either. She let people know what Mitch knows.
And this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying. I literally went over the entire lawsuit with a lawyer. What I'm trying to tell you is the things that you're justifying are exactly what the court is going to be like. No, this doesn't happen.
I'm not justifying anything by stating that she didn't make an actual claim. That's not me justifying
saying that,
anything.
she didn't really state this. What I'm trying to tell you is that she is going to get sued for defamation successfully, because
If I was justifying it, I would say it's okay that she's doing what she's doing. I haven't made that claim.
Here's what she said about Brian Harpel. She said that she starts off the episode like, hey, by the time I'm done with this episode, the only conclusion that the federal government is going to have to come to is that they were involved. They're going to have to admit that they were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And who else is involved in this, by the way, is we have Brian Harpel at that location. He was allegedly involved in this meeting. I have the lawsuit right here. We can go over. There's like 80 freaking paragraphs of substantiating these different elements of the things that she said. And she's going to lose. And she's done the exact same thing to Erica Kirk, but 10 times worse with child trafficking and and again, she's claimed the same thing with that she did with Brian Harpel, that he was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. She's going to lose. It's immoral. It's wrong. Like, you can sit there, and I'm not, it's actually slimier. This is like lawyer and politician speak, where you make these claims and you make promises, like, but you don't actually make them. Like, I would have a lot more respect for her if she just came out, look, I think, because that's what we all know what she thinks. We know that she believes that Erica was involved in this. And I'm not even sure about that. I think she wants other people to believe this. I actually don't think she believes that at all, to clarify. But that's what she's saying. And that's what people believe that she believes, because she has put out the information and formatted it and engineered her messaging in a way to where the people that are following her are going to come to a conclusion that she wants them to come to. All right, look, folks, we're going to end this space. Great discussion, Lene. I think it was good.
Thanks for having me up.
You're welcome. Thank you all for tuning in. It is the dead cutoff was going to be 2, and here we are, 2:47. I was trying to end it an hour ago. Great discussion, everybody. I appreciate everybody tuning in. For those of you who are watching us on YouTube, again, we appreciate you guys as well. Make sure you like, subscribe. Make sure you guys. Oh, look, I got some super chats real quick.
Lene, that was good, Lene. You really had everyone fooled.
I'm not trying to have anyone fooled, but okay.
Uncle Tom and them are waiting for you to get back to the space. Uncle Tom, shout out to you not letting me in your space because you're too scared of facts. Oh,
Who's
Lene, they're
speaking?
waiting for you, babe.
Yeah, I just
speaking?
since he was in here, I don't know if he still is, but every time I've gone to Uncle Tom's space, he won't let me talk, and he just says, "You know what? You're a Fed
Oh
stopper."
yeah, no, absolutely.
And then at the same time, he's like, "You guys don't want to let Candace Owens speak." No, she can speak. I don't want to suppress anybody's speech, but I am going to call out.
Oh
their
yeah,
lives.
yeah. They're allowed to ask questions, and we're bad saying that. But when we want to go in their space and ask questions, we're not allowed to.
Yeah.
I don't mind holding. I would love to hold the space and have everybody join, and maybe we can all come up with some, like, I mean, it doesn't seem like it, but it would be cool if everybody can come to like an agreeable census on things. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with anyone except when you're
Sorry,
targeting Charlie's
sorry.
family
I don't
and
mean
friends.
to make accusations on anybody here. I'm just
All right.
saying. I'm just
Anyways,
saying. I don't.
I'll leave this space and I'll go to bed, and obscure moderator can handle it. But I do got a couple super chats because I'm going to bed one way or the other. I got a couple super chats. Kool-Aid, what flavor by Elizabeth? Restatement of tort section 563 says defamation is measured by what a reasonable listener understands, not the speaker's literal words. It's called defamation by implication. That was a great inclusion. And by the way, go watch the whole video that I did with Beard Lawyer. We actually did it twice. We did the original lawsuit when it was filed, and then he actually came back after, I don't remember the guy's name, but he was a YouTuber in Tennessee that was sued for defamation successfully, and his victims were awarded, I think, $18 million. And it was actually, Beard Lawyer says, what Candace did to Brian Harpool is actually far worse than what he did. So take that for what it is. MTX 485, I would respect these people a lot more if they had the decency to say they don't care if Candace is lying. Lying equals bad. Calling out people for lying equals good. If you're going to be trash, just own it. All right, folks, listen, we appreciate you watching on YouTube and all the other platforms. I appreciate everybody in this space. Thank you guys for keeping it mostly civil. I think it was good exercise in
Yeah, I'll have to
civil.
come back in earlier next time. And
There you
shout
go.
out to Leslie talking about Erica being a good mother. Everyone, if you need mother advice, go to Leslie.
Sounds good. All right, folks, until next time, stay armed, stay ready. We'll talk to you.